Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was forged by hate and returned as a knight. Here is short summary. Forged by pain and driven by vengeance, Harry Potter returns, but the darkness within him may be more dangerous than his enemies. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Hermione and Ron had left as soon as the Beauxbatons students had. Of course, Hermione had left willingly. All Ron did was just stand in place and stare at the beautiful bee-owned witch's retreating backside. Hermione had to drag the redhead away, and Adam winced as he imagined the stern telling to the bookworm would give to his best friend. Now, with both parties gone, that just left Bayard and him in the Great Hall. Well, the Goblet of Fire was there too, its flames casting an eerie glow about the place. The silence was strained, awkward, and Adam knew he would be the one to have to break it. The boy who lived swallowed his nervousness. I heard what happened between my parents and you. At the welcoming feast, I mean. Bayard raised a single eyebrow. That was quite some time ago, he said mildly. Yeah, well, the Gryffindor scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It took a while for me to needle what happened out of them. I see. Adam had the faint impression that the Beauxbatons boy was judging him. How? He didn't know. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. For their behavior, that is. It must have been really awkward. Bayard shrugged. I hold no grudge against them. They lost a loved one and saw some resemblance in me to him. Emerald eyes fixed unblinkingly on Adam. He was your brother, was he not? Yeah, he was. The boy who lived nodded, relieved that the boy had accepted his apology. His name was Harry. He must have meant something special to your family. Adam winced. The way Bayard said those words made him feel all the more guilty for his brother's fate. He was my twin, the Gryffindor said sadly, but with the way I acted towards him, it was more like he was my enemy. I was a right prat when we were young. Blamed everything that went wrong on him, and my parents believed me. Mum and Dad always trusted me over Harry. Surely, Bayard said smoothly, it wasn't that bad. You have no idea. Adam laughed bitterly. I'm the boy who lived. I was a saint in their eyes. Still am in some ways. I could literally do nothing wrong. If my brother and I got in an argument, they always took my side. They thought Harry was jealous of my fame and made up things to get attention. Sibling rivalry is not exactly uncommon, the Beauxbatons boy pointed out. That mustn't have been the only reason. It wasn't, but it still contributed. The Gryffindor rubbed his forehead tiredly, not knowing why he was telling his life's story to this stranger. But it was a relief, to get things off his chest for once, so he went on. Things continued the way it was, until I reached 5 or 6. That was when my parents started parading me to all their friends. I was their pride and joy, the savior of the wizarding world, and they wanted everyone to know it. Looking back, it was kind of foolish. Well, it was more than foolish. It was stupid of them, and it was stupid of me to go along with the whole thing. But I was just a kid. What the heck did I know? Mum and Dad were proud of me, and that was all that mattered. Harry must have grown up quite isolated, Bayard remarked. Adam sighed. Yeah, he did. Not completely isolated, but enough. Dumbledore would occasionally visit, and he made sure to go check up on Harry each time to see how he was doing. Sirius and Remus did too, but I guess it was never enough. Merlin knows my mum and dad didn't have the time of day for him back then. How do parents simply forget about their child? The Beauxbatons boy looked honestly curious. I would assume your Harry tried to gain their attention more than once. He did, the boy who lived admitted, but they weren't very effective. At least, not that I recall. So he eventually stopped trying. He just kinda gave up. He stopped coming down to dinner with us. He stopped joining us in the games of family Quidditch, not that there was much place for him to begin with. He stopped doing whatever we enjoyed doing. He just stayed in his room most of the time. Surely you must have tried to bring him out of his shell. Bayard's voice was earnest, done something to bring him back. His indifference could turn out for the worse. Adam's face grew pained. Yeah, well, I wish somebody told me that earlier. You didn't. The foreign student's eyes widened. The boy who lived sighed again. We didn't know how bad it would be. We just assumed Harry was being difficult on purpose. So when he stopped coming down for dinner, Mum stopped setting a plate for him on the table. And when he stopped flying, well, Dad thought it would be nice for me to have a second broom. That was not very intelligent of you. Or your family. Oh, you have no idea, Adam snorted. We made such stupid decisions back then, but at the time, they seemed right, you know. So what happened next? The students here have told me that your brother ran away, but they didn't tell me the exact reason. The Gryffindor grimaced. The rumor mill at Hogwarts was sometimes worse than the gossip columns of the Daily Prophet. He had been the target of both himself, and they had not been pretty experiences. Well, I think it was a combination of reasons. The indifference, my fame, us being stupid. I think in the end Harry just couldn't take it and left. Merlin knows I would have. And now you are feeling regret. Baird's eyes were piercing, and Adam shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. A little too late, don't you think? The boy who lived felt a flash of anger, but as soon as it appeared, it left. He felt tired, defeated, and empty. Regret isn't a word I'd use to describe what I felt, what all of us felt when Harry left. Oh, what word would you use then? Adam swept a hand through his hair, a mannerism he had copied from his father when nervous or agitated. It's something I just can't describe with words, you know. Dumbledore was there to see us that day. I remember it well. I had just performed my first bout of magic. Accidentally levitated my mum's prized china and dropped them on the floor. She was angry at me at first, but then she started tearing up. Adam noticed Baird's incredulous expression and chuckled ruefully. I could do no wrong, remember? Well, she got my dad to flow home from work, and when he heard what I did, he just about smothered me in hugs. Something that doesn't happen much to Harry, I assume. Adam nodded sadly. I really don't remember the two of them doing anything affectionate for Harry. They might have when we were toddlers, I don't know. Anyways, Dumbledore did the whole congratulations thing, told me I was going to be a great wizard someday and all that jazz. I thought my parents were going to burst from pride. Dumbledore then asked where Harry was, and my mum told him he was in his room. Adam paused and shuddered as he recalled the memory. You know how Dumbledore appears kinda odd sometimes. Senile even. Baird inclined his head in acknowledgement. Well, that's all an act. The whole wise old headmaster thing. Dumbledore's scary powerful. He's the one that defeated Grindelwald. And as soon as he goes up the stairs, he comes back down, and I've never seen anything more terrifying in my life. That twinkling in his eye. Completely gone. The grandfatherly smile he always wears when he's looking at you. That was gone as well. I could literally feel the anger coming from him. He looked furious, enraged even. He wasn't yelling or anything like that, but the way he looked at me, at my parents, made me feel like I was the scum of the earth. It must have been a frightening experience, the Bobadden's boy commented. What did your parents do? They were confused, and slightly angry. They thought Dumbledore would be proud of me for my first bout of magic. Looking back, it should have been obvious what was wrong, but we were all blinded by the fame. Since I was the boy who lived, and naturally nothing could be my fault, they asked if Harry had done something bad. Again, not a very intelligent thing to do. Definitely not, Adam confirmed. Dumbledore just looked at us and said, Harry is gone, and then flowed out of the house. The three of us just kinda stared at each other for a while, and then it began to sink in. Mum was first up the stairs, and by the time me and my dad got there, she was crying her eyes out. Harry's room was empty. All of his stuff was untouched, but there was no Harry. How did you know he ran away? Bayard asked. He could have left to take a walk or something similar. That's what we thought too, but when Mum and Dad searched everywhere around the house and outside and couldn't find him, we knew that he left. It was then that reality kinda crashed down on us. I mean, everything seemed so perfect. I was the boy who lived. I had parents who loved me. The whole wizarding world was in awe of me. Harry just never factored into the equation. The Gryffindor halted and shook his head forlornly. And I miss him, you know. Not miss him because of what we did, but for who he is. If that makes any sense. A little, the foreign student replied. He's my brother. Adam said softly, my twin. We were supposed to be best friends. I already have Ron and Hermione, but Harry was supposed to be different. We were supposed to do everything together. Joke and laugh. Think up pranks. Talk about Quidditch. But now I won't ever get that chance. Remember how I said it's not regret we feel. It's just too simple a word to describe what all of us are feeling. It's like a part of me is missing. Empty. I feel incomplete without him. You were brothers. Bayard sounded sympathetic. Blood is thicker than water, after all. Yeah, you're right. Adam flashed the boy a small grin. Thanks for understanding. A lot of others aren't as understanding. The Gryffindor frowned as memories began to resurface. When news first got out that Harry ran away, the press just about ate us alive. We went from being the perfect family everyone admired to the household all of the wizarding world despised. Our house was flooded with howlers after the first day the Daily Prophet printed the story. A lot of my parents' friends, the ones they met in the higher circles, abandoned them overnight. A lot of their old ones did too. I know Dumbledore was really disappointed in us. McGonagall refused to have anything to do with us until Hogwarts. Even Sirius and Remus stayed away for a while. And you don't think that's rightful punishment? For what you did to Harry? Adam squirmed as he thought about the question. Honestly, I think we deserved more. Bayard seemed surprised at the confession, and Adam hastened to explain. I mean, we may have lost a lot of our friends and other things, but whenever I start to think it's unfair, I remember Harry. Heck, I don't even know if he's still alive out there. And even if he is, I doubt it's anything better than our lives. Losing some prestige seems so superficial, you know, when you're worrying about your next meal. I'm sure, wherever he is, he's fine. Yeah, I guess. Your parents must have been quite saddened by Harry's loss. Adam's frown grew deeper. That's putting it lightly. They were absolutely miserable, even after the media vultures left. My mum just kinda folded in on herself. She wouldn't say much to anyone for the longest time. My dad just aged. He lost his sense of humor, his love of flying. He just woke up every morning to go to work and then came back after his shift ended. It was surreal to watch them wither away. I thought I was going to lose them to the despair, but thankfully, when my Hogwarts letter arrived, they pulled themselves through. The frown disappeared, replaced by a small, but relieved smile. They were really happy for me. And not just because I was the boy who lived. The letter seemed to snap them out of their misery, at least for a while. My dad went back to his cheerful self, but sometimes he'll get real sad and sit by himself by the fireplace. My mum's usually bright and happy, but whenever she thinks of Harry she'll just start tearing up again. Adam sighed. My dad's strong, so I don't worry about him. My mum is too, but I think Harry leaving affected her more than any of us. You know, she took up the Muggle Studies position here just for that reason. She thinks that maybe someday Harry will show up at Hogwarts to be taught. I know it sounds illogical and all, but she won't see sense. And that worries us. I can envision her still teaching at this school even after I graduate, and continuing year after year until she's an old woman. Maintaining that false hope that Harry will somehow come back. Perhaps it is that hope that gives her strength. Bayard suggested, even if it is fake. Yeah, but me and my dad are still worried about her, you know. What might happen if that hope suddenly disappears? I don't think she could live through the pain. I'm sure she could. The Bobadden's boy smiled. She appeared to me as a very resilient person. Thanks. Adam nodded gratefully, and then adopted a sheepish grin. Sorry about all of this. Me telling you this whole thing. I'm sure you had better things to do. On the contrary, it was a very enlightening experience. It is good to hear another side of the story. Yeah, that's what Hermione always tells me. I've got to look at things from another perspective. The two stood in affable silence for a while before Adam broke it again. Well, I need to head back to the dorms. I don't want to be caught by Filch after curfew. I swear the man has an ugly streak the width of a Quidditch pitch. Bayard offered an understanding smile. Of course. He's not a bad kid, thought Adam as he turned around. The boy who lived slowly trudged back towards the Gryffindor Commons. If he had looked back, he would have seen the slightest of scowls marring Bayard's face. Anaze Takahashi had never felt pain such as this. Her entire body was covered in cuts, not deep enough to be harmful, but certainly enough to bleed. The instructors back in her village had believed pain was just as proficient a teacher as words, and in her sparring sessions with them, she had received an occasional bruise from the wooden swords they used. Hence, she had come to the training session with the knight, by the lake, expecting pain. Bruises, welts, perhaps even a cracked rib or two. Hate had in their first bout, disarmed her and then drew a thin, elongated gash down the side of her neck. The wound still bled. Anaze had hoped, that the injury was an accident. That hope was quashed when in their next bout the knight carved a line across her cheek. That had occurred 15 minutes ago, and already the witch was tiring from the cumulated effects of the wounds the knight had produced on her body. Hate had been surgical with her, unlike it had with the boy, and had made her pay for every mistake she made in blood. Once, her footwork had been clumsy. The knight sketched a bloody line across her calf. Another time her grip on her katana had been loose. The knight slashed a 4-inch long cut down her arm. This time her stance had wavered, and Hate had reciprocated by carving a furrow down her back. That had been all she could take, and so Anaze fell back and landed against the ground in a sitting position with a loud thud. "Get up," the knight spoke, not a speck of compassion in its iron voice. "I am not through with you yet." "I am bleeding," she protested, and showed the blood that stained her hands. "You have bled before. You will live." The witch gawked at her taskmaster. She had expected Hate to be cruel and heartless in his instruction. But this was a level beyond that. "You can't be serious. I'll be a corpse at this rate. Your exaggerations do you no favors, Lotus. None of your wounds are fatal." That much was true. The myriad of cuts and gashes that leaked blood from her body were all superficial wounds. They broke skin and cut flesh, but left important arteries and organs alone. Nothing a quick episky couldn't fix. Still, they hurt. They hurt a lot, and Hate refused to allow her to mend them. Added to the exhaustion she felt during the brief, yet intense sparring sessions, it made her feel completely drained. She doubted she'd have the strength left to walk back to the castle. "Get up," the knight said again, "cease from this weakling behavior." Anaze swallowed the curse that had been forming on her lips with difficulty. Instead, she settled for just glaring at the knight. "Come at me," Hate ordered. "No." Anaze was surprised at her own refusal. The knight was her teacher, and she had been taught to always respect teachers. But what the knight asked of her, what it demanded of her, seemed impossible. "I have learned nothing from you. Nor from your master. You just can't expect me to match you all of a sudden. I need to learn the stances. The movements. All you're doing is bashing your sword against mine." Hate barked a short, humorless laugh. And then it surged forward, armored form a blur. Anaze had time to hurriedly stand back up before it was upon her. The immense blade crashed down, and she felt the weariness in her limbs as her katana rose to deny. The witch grunted at the impact, and the weariness increased tenfold as the knight matched its unholy strength against hers. The two blades locked. Her knees abruptly gave away. "You are weak," the knight snarled menacingly into her face, and the sword that it held pressed unswervingly towards her shoulder. Anaze fought with all her strength, but it was a futile struggle. The boy had prevailed against the knight because he deflected each blow at an angle, so that the powerful strikes would never connect at full force. She had no such skill. "You are pathetic," Anaze winced as the knight leaned in closer. The smoldering green eyes glared at her tauntingly. Her katana was touching her own shoulder now, the back of the curved blade pressing painfully down against her skin. She gritted her teeth as Hate slid its weapon down, the black blade screeching as it grated against her own. At the last second, the knight flicked its wrist, and the very tip of its sword slipped past her guard to carve a long gash down her shoulder. Anaze hissed in pain. "You are inferior." Before the witch could respond, the knight backhanded her and sent her tumbling away. "What the hell is wrong with you?" She lifted her head from the ground and pawed at her aching cheek. "Why are you doing this?" "I am training you." "This isn't training," she spat. "This is hell. You must go through hell first before tasting heaven. And believe me when I say this is nothing compared to what my lord has suffered through. You put him through a regimen like this." Anaze growled out, her fingers clamping tight against her new wound, as a child. Yes, Hate said simply. Madness, she whispered, you are insane. Merciless. The boy could not have survived. Foolish mortal, the knight mocked, weak and pathetic you already are, yet you still amaze me with your short-sightedness. You humans never truly realize your species' potential. You train under pretenders. You call them master and grovel before them to learn their pitiful secrets. But they are nothing in the grand scheme of things. So inconsequential that they are little more than a single droplet in a surging ocean. The witch stood unsteadily back up, and then dropped back down when Hate's armored fist slammed into her stomach. Do you really think that power alone comes from strength? Do you really think what my lord intends of you can be learned from some stances and movements? Are you really that blind? The knight kicked her. The ironclad boot lifted her off the ground and hurled her 10 feet through the air. Forget what your wise old men have taught you, Hate snarled as he stalked towards her, for they are lies twisted to become truth. Forget what is expected of you, for they are nothing but the demented thoughts of those too weak to defend themselves. Only through blood and pain can you reforge yourself to become stronger, better. Anais clawed at her fallen blade, wrested from her hand when she had been thrown. The knight stomped down, and she cried out as her fingers were ground painfully under the thing's soul. For you to become great, you must first know weakness. For you to ignore pain, you must first walk through the fires of agony. For you to win, you must first learn to lose. It released her, and the witch cradled her injured hand tenderly. Those are universal truths, Lotus. But humanity refuses to accept it. Mankind will not embrace them for fear of the hurt they will cause. But those few who do, shine all the brighter. Hate flicked her fallen blade towards her with its own. Anais reached for it with trembling hands. It is not strength that makes man great. It is not might that makes your race the destined rulers of the stars. It is will, strength of will, courage of will. She rose painfully, using her katana as support. A boy called me into being because of his will. Dragged me from the turmoil of his emotions into existence because he willed it to be so. Do you understand the implications of that, Lotus? That a small, frightened child was capable of creating me. What could humanity do if you willed together? What could your race, spawned as nothing more than the descendants of apes, do if you simply worked together? But instead you fight, you rage, you kill, and for what? Humanity is the brightest star this universe has ever seen, but it is also the scum that the galaxy would wipe from its shoes. The knight slapped an armored gauntlet against its chest. My lord may be only a boy, but his will is as indomitable as the universe itself. He is great because he wills it to be great. He is strong because he wills it to be strong. He is my lord because his will bends mine, and my devotion to him will last until creation itself becomes undone. Anais ached all over. She bled from a dozen wounds purposely inflicted by the knight. Her arms felt like they were on fire. Great men become great because they will it. Heroic deeds are done because heroes will it. And believe me when I say you can defeat me, Anais Takahashi, if you will it. The knight pointed its massive broadsword at her, its edges cackling with tendrils of magical energy. The question is, do you will it? The witch bit her lip and brought her katana over her shoulder in the time-honored stance of warriors willing to fight to the death. Hate smiled. I thought so. And then it charged. Tonight, the stars have come out. Countless twinkling lights, spread across a vast backdrop of black satin. It is a beautiful sight, beautiful enough that I nearly fail to notice the figure that has come to stand beside me. Though I suppose this sloppiness cannot be blamed solely on me. Clad in his suit of black war plate, Hate blends in with the darkness all too well. Except for his eyes, orbs of emerald fire burn behind the ironclad visage, and had my resolve not been strengthened long ago, I would have felt the unwelcome sensation of fear prickling along my back. How is she? The knight turns to me. She is skilled, my lord. And in due time, she may become exceptional. But not great, I point out, and tear my gaze from the midnight sky. Hate shakes his head, the motion accompanied by the creaking of armored joints. No, my lord, she will never match you. In skill or in will. Disappointment flashes. As quickly as it appears it is gone, replaced by acceptance. Were you expecting something else? The knight asks solemnly. No. I shake my head slightly, but I had thought she would be better than most. She will be, Hate replies, voice a soft metallic drawl, her resolve is strong. Her courage even more so. I will allow her no respite, my lord, and we will see if the samurai lives up to the tales of her forefathers. And yours, my lord. The knight is still staring at me, even though I face away. How is she? She is brave, but foolish. She is intelligent, but not cunning. Her will is stronger than most, but doubt still clutters her mind. She is a diamond that still needs to be polished. A gem that still needs to be cut. Valuable, to be sure, but useless without the jewelsmith's art. Hate inclines his head slightly. Is that why you are willing to spend time training her? Yes. Is that the only reason? I blink. What do you mean? The girl is quite beautiful, my lord. There are very few that can match her appearance. I snort. Hate's eyes flicker ever so slightly. A simple, albeit barely noticeable way of telling me he is amused. We have seen our share of beautiful women before. This one is no different. A shame, there is a tint of sorrow in my companion's voice, and I raise my brow at this unexpected change. She would have complimented you quite well. Would she? Yes. She is passionate if anything. She is fire against your ice. A welcome warmth to your cold. Treat her well, and she will become an able partner. It is a tempting thought, and one that I have thought before. But reality rears its head, and those thoughts of mine can be nothing more than bitter dreams. I shake my head. It will never work out. Between the two of us. Hate turns to look at me. I have the impression he is choosing his next words carefully. She has taken a liking to you, you know. I smile sadly. I know, and you will not reciprocate the feeling. What is the point? I cannot feel hate. I will not avenue her with the promises of love when there is none to be found. My cold cannot be warmed. Not by her, not by anyone else. Is that what you believe? I stare off into the night. It is a crime for it to be this beautiful. We walk this path alone, Hate. It is our curse to bear. Only if you choose it to be so, my lord. I glance at my companion. We will talk no more of this subject. It is a command, and one he cannot disobey. As you wish, the knight says simply. Silence reigns, and I am once more at peace. Daphne Greengrass had received a letter. Folded in an expensive envelope the color of old paper with the blood-red seal of the House of Greengrass stamped across its vanilla surface. The Ice Queen of Slytherin scratched idly at the seal, and flakes of the hardened wax drifted slowly to the ground. I'm sorry, Daphne. The letter had read, penned by her father's tidy hand. Just 3 words, but to her, it was like a sentence of death. The Slytherin clutched the parchment to her chest. She had known this could happen, but still, to be faced with it so soon, was almost too much to bear. She had always regretted making friends with Draco and his ilk in her first year. The way she had clung to him and fought for his attention with Pansy. The way she had tried her best to impress the boy and succeeded. Daphne wondered idly if that Hufflepuff girl would ever forgive her. Just thinking about it made her want to retch. Second year had brought sense to her, but in some aspects it was already too late. Daphne had made an impression on Draco. Had imprinted that she liked the air of Malfoy even though she had detested him ever since he made his view towards Muggleborns known. To deal with the boy's amorous attentions, her Ice Queen facade had been developed, a guise that served her well. Draco had given up, and Daphne had allowed herself to be misled into a false sense of security. She should have known that the little git would turn to his father at the merest obstacle. Her owl, Prometheus, cocked his head to one side and hooted softly. Daphne absently fed him an owl treat. She produced a scratch of paper from her bags and dipped her always present quill in a nearby inkpot. It took her an eternity to figure out a response. How do you convey the message that you didn't want this with all your heart, yet was powerless to stop it? Daphne briefly wondered if her father had felt the same way when he had sent Prometheus to her. By the time she finally put pen to paper, the ink on the tip of her quill had already dried. Daphne redipped it and scrawled a single word on the parchment. Stall. Just one word, but Cygnus Greengrass, like his daughter, would know what it meant. Prometheus gave her an inquisitive gaze as she folded the parchment neatly. It was as though if the owl could sense his owner's distress. Daphne allowed her fingers to pass through her pet's soft feathers. It was a welcome comfort, even if a small one. The girl gave the owl one final pat and then allowed him to take the parchment in his beak. Prometheus shot her one last concerned look before taking wing. Daphne watched him disappear into the night sky. She turned and began to make the long journey from the Ollery to the Slytherin dungeons. It was a long walk, through many a deserted corridor and hall, but it gave her time to think. A marriage contract. It was a loathsome thought. There had been no such things in Wizarding Britain for near 100 years. But it had never been banned. Purebloods were a conservative lot, and any efforts to change laws of the past, no matter how outdated they were seen as an attack against tradition. Daphne was not surprised. For all its superior bluster at being the birthplace of Merlin and the Hogwarts Four, England was perhaps the most backwards thinking of all magical communities. The laws that many other wizarding nations had repealed as undignified or cruel Britain had kept, not for use, but for the sake of tradition. Daphne scowled at the irony. Her father had been one of the Wizengamot that had voted against the ban of marriage contracts. No doubt he was regretting that decision now. A winding corridor later and Daphne stood before the entrance to the Slytherin dorms. The hour was late, but she took no chances. As she entered the dungeon, Daphne's mask formed. Her lips curved downwards in a carefully constructed sneer, her eyes became distant, and her chin tilted up to give the impression of haughty elegance. It was a face that looked permanently disgusted by the vermin that surrounded it, a countenance that made boys and men think twice about coming close. And it had worked. Until now. Draco had been intimidated away. His little gaggle of friends as well. But this mask could not defend her against a contract backed by magic, especially one wielded by so influential a man as Lucius Malfoy. The Slytherin Commons was deserted save for two figures hunched over a desk. Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini. The first was a slim brunette with a pretty face and long, flowing hair. The other was a black boy with a regal, princely appearance that did not quite match the lethality that shone from his eyes. Daphne paused. Tracy was her best friend, had been her constant companion from their childhood, and the only one she could trust in the Slytherin dungeons. Blaise had no such history with her, but had won Daphne's friendship nonetheless with his stalwart loyalty and cunning. The two looked up as she approached. It was a testament to how well they knew her that both Slytherins were instantly aware of something was wrong, despite the indifferent mask that covered her true face. Daphne, Tracy's soft voice spoke up, is something the matter? Blaise looked on neutrally, but his body radiated concern. Yes, the Ice Queen sat down heavily on the chair that had been saved for her. What is? Tracy gasped as her eyes found the letter that was clutched in an iron grip in her hand. Daphne merely nodded, and that was enough. Tracy already knew. She had been the first one Daphne turned to when the prospect of an arranged marriage was brought up by her father. Blaise knew as well, but the Ice Queen hadn't told him. The boy had figured it out on his own, though some details still eluded him. Oh Daphne, Tracy's eyes were brimming with unshed tears, I'm so sorry. It's fine Tracy, she smiled falteringly back, we were expecting this remember. Just not this soon. Who is it to? Blaise half whispered, half growled. The two girls refused to answer. Their silence needed no explanation. Not Draco. Daphne flinched. Blaise let out a low, threatening hiss. We could kill him. Hide the body. Nobody will ever know. Both girls laughed weakly. The boy looked completely serious. Merlin, Tracy exclaimed, you're not joking. No, I'm not. I'm sure we can toss him in the lake or even bury the git in the Forbidden Forest. I can't believe you're talking about murder. You could get arrested with so many Aurors for the tournament around. I'd rather be carted off to Azkaban than allow Malfoy to get his dirty claws on Daphne. The Ice Queen felt a faint warmth flow into her heart, despite the situation. Her friends, however few they were, remained loyal to her. Forget you going to Azkaban, Tracy growled. It should be Malfoy and his father being sent to that place for this piece of trash they've written up. Blaise laughed darkly. Bloody unlikely. It's legal, believe it or not. Just barely used. The Malfoys must have gotten some serious dirt on your parents to get them to agree to a contract like that. Daphne grimaced. The Greengrasses had never been a particularly affluent family. They could afford luxuries many wizarding families could not, but their wealth paled in comparison to the fortune the Malfoys or the Parkinsons had accumulated over the years. But Cygnus Greengrass had worked hard in the magical world, and when aided by Althea Greengrass's sharp wit and business acumen, had made a name for themselves in the pureblood circles. However, that in itself was a problem. As a sort of nouveau riche, their every action was scrutinized by the older families, and the faintest of misdeeds could be used to tarnish the Greengrass name. Even a small, minor infraction against pureblood tradition could cause Cygnus to lose customers, something their small, but profitable business could not afford. I think it has something to do with my ancestors. Something way back down our line. Something only Malfoy's father could have dug up. Bastard, Blaise spat. Git, Tracy agreed. The Ice Queen smiled thinly at her friends. The doors to the dungeon opened with a clang. The three swiveled in their chairs to see their head of house stalk in, his robes billowing out from behind him. The man scanned the empty commons sourly before noticing them. Greengrass, Davis, Zabini, Snape snapped. What are the three of you doing up so late? Tracy, the more talkative of their group, spoke up in defense. It's Daphne, sir. She's MMPH. The Ice Queen kept her hand firmly clamped over her friend's mouth. Snape was someone whom she respected but did not trust, and she would rather die than let her secret get out, or even worse, taken advantage of. The potions master narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What is it, Miss Greengrass? You know better than to hide things from me. It's nothing, Professor, she said curtly, and when Tracy made to argue, she poked her hard in the ribs. We were just discussing the latest potions assignment. From the disbelieving stare Snape was giving her, Daphne knew the man did not buy her excuse. I am well aware of your better-than-average performance in my class, Miss Greengrass, their head of house remarked dryly, but I do not delude myself in thinking the subject I teach warrants discussion at 12 o'clock at night. Snape smirked. Try again. Truthfully this time. Daphne refused and instead looked down. Very well. Snape glowered when the three kept their silence. I will not push the issue. But know this. While I may not care for you as McGonagall does to her pet lions or Sprout to her spineless badgers, it is still my duty to keep the lot of you safe. If it is truly something that you cannot handle, you may come to me and I will see to the best of my abilities that things are taken care of. The man gave them one final look before swiveling on his heel and stalking towards his quarters. Daphne, Blaise hissed, Snape might be your only chance. Daphne, please, Tracy pleaded. The Ice Queen of Slytherin swallowed. Professor. Snape halted in his tracks, and slowly turned to regard her. Miss Greengrass, what do you know of arranged marriages? The potion master's face twisted into one of incredulity. Whatever the man had expected of her, this certainly wasn't it. Arranged marriages fell out of fashion nearly a century ago. Snape glared at the trio. Some older families may still introduce potential partners to each other, but the final say is left for the couple to decide. There has been talk of banning it in the Wizengamot altogether, but Fudge and the more conservative purebloods have shot down any attempts for the last few years. Their head of house frowned. Why would you ask this question? Then the man's eyes widened. Unless. Yes, Daphne said simply. To who? Snape snapped. She gave him a hostile look. Your godson. Their head of house turned chalk white. In 3 swift strides he was before their table, hands clutched tight into fists. Show me, he growled. Daphne presented the letter with its envelope attached. They were snatched from her hand instantly. Snape's eyes were narrow slits as he regarded the contents. Then, they widened. Just 3 words, but the meaning was clear. The potions professor handed the letter back to her, his earlier aloofness gone. My condolences, Miss Greengrass, he said quietly. Daphne looked up. Snape's eyes had softened, even if his face had not. Thank you, Professor, she whispered back. The man nodded stiffly. Cygnus would not have done this voluntarily. Daphne thought it rather generous for Snape to defend her father. He must have been forced into it. Your father is a good man, Miss Greengrass. One of the few out there. I know, she replied sadly. Is there anything we can do, Professor? Tracy asked desperately. Blaise remained silent, but watched their head of house fervently. I'm afraid not. Snape looked pained, honestly pained, and Daphne was grateful for that at the very least. This has Lucius written all over it. And knowing Lucius, he would have left no loopholes. This is the 20th century, Blaise gritted his teeth, we're supposed to be modern. Arranged marriages aren't supposed to exist anymore. For Merlin's sake, even the Muggles have stopped doing it. It's not even an arranged marriage. Tracy cried out, it's a contract for a second wife. Daphne's being bartered like she's chattel. Snape grimaced. I had hoped my godson would never follow Lucius's path. I had hoped Narcissa would ingrain some semblance of morals into that boy. I had hoped Hogwarts would cause Draco to see things aren't so black and white as his father often implies. But it appears that my hopes were in vain. The Slytherin head of house drew a long, shuddering breath, as though if dreading to say what the next few words. Do you know why Draco decided on this all of a sudden? Daphne smiled bitterly. It was clear to her why Malfoy had chosen this course of action. Ever since he had tried courting Fleur Delacour and failed spectacularly, his pride had smarted. It was a childish, juvenile thing, but Daphne did not doubt for a minute that Draco was either. The Beauxbatons witch. Snape's grimace became a glower. Jealousy. Is that the reason? She nodded. The potions professor closed his eyes and his nostrils flared. The three Slytherins shifted uneasily in their chairs. It was rare for their head of house to display any facial emotion besides his permanent sneer. It was as though the man was trying hard to swallow his anger. At least, that's what it looked like for a second. When Snape opened his eyes, his face became impassive, hard to read, and the leer that haunted the dreams of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors alike spread back across his features. I will see what I can do, Miss Greengrass, he said. I will go to the headmaster. Perhaps even persuade Lucius from this madness. But do not hope. It can lead to disappointment. Thank you, Professor, Daphne said, and meant it this time. It's all the purebloods' fault. Tracy growled. All their stupid traditions. All their stupid customs. All their stupid ways. Need I remind you, Miss Davis, Snape remarked softly, that both your friends are purebloods? Did you forget that in your anger? Tracy looked ashamed. No, but Daphne and Blaise are different. There are purebloods, Snape said simply, and there are purebloods. Do not mistake one for the other. Yes, sir, the girl answered obediently, but her tone sounded far from convinced. The potions master ignored Tracy and turned back to Daphne. In the meantime I will attempt to steer Draco. The way Snape spat the name made Daphne feel a stab of vindictive glee, from claiming early what he no doubt thinks is his by right. It will be a simple task, as much as I would rather think otherwise. We can thank Merlin the boy has not inherited Lucius's cunning. Thank you, Professor, the Ice Queen said for the final time. Their head of house nodded curtly before giving the trio a measuring look. It was as though he was trying to figure out something supportive to say but could not quite put it into words. Good luck, Snape finally settled on, and then was gone. Fleur tried hard not to look excited. She really did, but the air of enthusiasm that had settled over the great hall was contagious. It was the champions' feast, after all, where who would represent their respective schools would finally be determined. Hogwarts had been decorated heavily for the affair, and the halls were bursting with banners of the four houses as well as the emblems of the guest schools. The festive mood that had lingered all morning had only grown stronger as the day wore on. Now, with evening steadily encroaching, the excitement had reached a fever pitch. Seated at the Ravenclaw table, Fleur was in the middle of the festive storm. She heard loud laughter, proud boasts, and excited chatter, all coming together to form a cacophony of noise. Roger Davis was bragging to a gaggle of third years on the deeds he would do if he was selected as champion. Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe were giggling as they scanned the Hufflepuff table. A boy she didn't know was telling a joke to an already laughing audience. And this was from the house that was usually quiet and reserved. The tumult they made was a pale comparison to the tempest of sound that came from the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. The Beauxbatons students, in contrast, were silent and subdued. They talked quietly amongst themselves, but rarely did they raise their voice. That did not mean they weren't thrilled, however. The Quarter Vila could see the excitement dancing in her classmates' eyes. The Slytherins were the only ones that seemed to be completely quiet. Fleur's gaze flickered over to their table to see those that were talking were doing so in hunched circles. The rest just stared at the goblet of fire that rested on a raised dais in front of the staff table. The Durmstrang contingent that sat with them did not look at all unnerved by their host's unnatural silence. In fact, they seemed to fit right in, with their dour faces and sullen attitudes. As her eyes traveled down the Slytherin table, they stopped and narrowed when a bee-owned boy smiled winningly at her. She recalled him as the idiot with the 2 lackeys that had tried to court her earlier in the year. His name escaped her, and Fleur did not try too hard to remember it. He was one of those fools that believed she could be moved by money and riches. The Quarter Vila's gaze swept over the rest of the Slytherins and smirked inwardly when she noticed the boy's smile had become an ugly scowl at being ignored. It just reinforced the fact that not all men were noble as her father. Or Bayard for that matter. Fleur's face had grown from excited to impassive as she watched the Slytherins. Now, as she thought about her bodyguard, her face became flushed. Training with Bayard had proved to be a challenging affair. The boy was a remorseless teacher. Spells she shot at him he rebounded with the intent to injure. Curses that flew from her wand were returned with equal vigor and greater power. Jinxes and hexes, small but useful tools in the duelist's arsenal, were dispelled by a flick of his wand and then turned back to haunt her. And that was only when he decided to remain at range. It was when he decided that close combat was more suitable for the occasion that then the Quarter Vila truly knew pain. The handsome face smiling that charming smile, all the while blurring in movements nearly too fast to see. And the hands, jabbing towards her vulnerable body, slapping aside her hasty wand motions, and weaving past her pitiful attempts to defend herself. Fleur shuddered. She had many fears in her childhood, some that she still held on to, but none so completely terrified her more than Bayard closing the distance. In spite of this, Fleur found herself thriving under the regimen. She had always been one to push herself beyond everyone else's expectations. Her Vila heritage had gifted her with an appearance that was almost otherworldly in magnificence. Men saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman when they looked at her. Women saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman that wanted their men. But that was the problem. They never saw beyond her beauty. Never took the time to know what made her Fleur Delacour. She wanted to prove them wrong. To show that she was more than just a pretty face. It was why she had come with the hopes of participating in the Triwizard Tournament. To prove to the world that there was skill behind her beauty. And so, she had thrived. Every time Bayard sent her to the ground in an undignified heap, she picked herself back up. Every time her bodyguard blasted apart her protega, she would conjure a new one. And every time the boy charged at her with the intent to melee, she would attempt a desperate defense before falling and getting back up again. She had come to the sessions expecting sweet words and roses, but had instead received sweat and tears. And she wouldn't have it any other way. Fleur was content with the way the boy taught her. With her improving, albeit slow progress. The only thing that would make her more content was if those training sessions belonged to her and her alone. Fleur scowled slightly as she glanced back. The target of her displeasure met her gaze for a moment and then looked elsewhere. The witch's body did not mirror the motion. Lotus stood rigidly to attention, back ramrod straight, head erect, hand clasped over the hilt of her sword as she hovered protectively behind the Quarter Vila. The Oriental woman looked out of place amongst the tables filled with chattering students, with her heavy combat robes and statuesque air. Fleur caught more than a few curious stares focusing on the bounty hunter, though not all of them contained the same innocence. Many of the boys that had once looked at her like she was some sort of prize to be won were now gazing in open admiration at the Asian witch. The Quarter Vila could see why. The woman's hair had been brushed to a glossy sheen, and when added to her exquisite features and porcelain-like skin, made her exotic to look upon. There had been some arguments, of course, of having a bounty hunter turned bodyguard roaming the halls of Hogwarts. The Aurors, surprisingly, had been the most vocal against the decision, stating that the protection of the tournament, which included her by default, was solely their responsibility. In response, Bayard merely had to point out the near-successful kidnapping that occurred on their watch for the complaints to subside. In the end, it was a moot point. Both Dumbledore and Madame Maxime had agreed that an extra layer of protection in the form of the redeemed mercenary would be beneficial in the long run. It was a logical decision, and one that Fleur agreed with. That didn't mean she had to like it, however. The woman persistently shadowed her, went wherever she went, and had gone so far as to take up residence in a spare room in the Beauxbatons chariot that the Quarter Villa's headmistress had thoughtfully provided. It was annoying to the extreme, and the only reason Fleur had managed to keep her temper from fraying was Lotus herself. The Asian witch looked highly uncomfortable whenever she followed her, guilty even, and for all her misgivings towards the woman, Fleur had to admit she possessed an extraordinary moral compass. The Quarter Villa stowed away these thoughts later. Tonight was a night for celebration, if not for herself then for her classmate selected to be champion. Fleur turned in her seat to see her bodyguard staring intently at the goblet of fire. She leaned in towards him, delighting at the newfound closeness their training had caused. "Is something wrong?" she asked in French. The boy looked back, and the Quarter Villa noticed with some trepidation his usual smile was not in place. Bayard looked serious, from the way his lips formed a tight line across his face to the way his usually bright eyes were now as hard as stone. "I have a feeling," her bodyguard replied slowly in the same language, "that something bad is going to happen." Fleur's excitement waned, replaced by alarm. It was a testament to the quality of Bayard's instruction that she immediately began to scan the great hall for potential threats. Her eyes darted back and forth, but she could find nothing. "Do you think it is more bounty hunters?" The boy gave her a brief look of approval. Fleur felt her heart flutter slightly. "No, not anything like that," her bodyguard mused, "it is too soon for another attempt. But it is something we should watch out for nonetheless." Bayard blinked and then stabbed at his dinner with his fork. "No. This is something different. I just have a feeling. A sixth sense, if you will." At the start of the term, Fleur would have huffed at the thought of anyone capable of breaching the wards and Auror Guard of Hogwarts. Now, after her attempted kidnapping and with the boy's keen training, she had learned to err on the safe side of caution. Bayard's warning set her on edge, and caused the Quarter Villa to finger her wand beneath the table. The boy noticed the motion, and the smile that had been absent on his face reappeared in all its charm. His hand crept under the table and wrapped around hers. Fleur felt the flutter in her heart become a hammering beat. "You're learning fast," he winked. "Gee, thank you," she said back. The boy squeezed gently, reassuringly, and whatever worries the Quarter Villa held were washed away in an instant. "I will always protect you, Miss Delacour," Bayard said softly. Fleur accidentally dropped her wand. Her bodyguard gave her an amused look before letting go of her hand to pick it up. The Quarter Villa cursed herself for being so clumsy. If she hadn't let go, perhaps the boy would have held her hand longer. The boy winked at her again. "Just focus on the tournament," he whispered and planted her wand back into her palm. "I'll take care of everything else." Fleur nodded dumbly. Her hand burned. Bayard went back to staring at the goblet, and the Quarter Villa copied the action, just in time to see it spew out a piece of crumpled paper amid a flare of purplish flames. The clamor in the great hall abruptly died, and eager gazes fixed themselves to the garishly dressed frame of Albus Dumbledore. The old headmaster's eyes twinkled as he straightened out the parchment to read. Some of the students who had the misfortune of being seated at the very end of the hall were standing up to see who the first champion would be. Victor Krum. A wave of drumming noises came from the Slytherin side of the great hall as the Durmstrang contingent pounded their fists into the table. Their new champion, a tall, sallow young man with dark hair and narrow, glaring eyes, stood up from his seat. Fleur recognized him from some Quidditch posters she had seen before. Some of the Beauxbatons students were die-hard fans of the sport, and a few had pasted giant moving pictures of their favorite stars in their rooms in the carriage. The Quarter Villa was not one of those few. She had no liking for Quidditch, much to her father's disappointment. Neither did Gabrielle, for that matter, and Sebastian had always lamented that he had no sons to play the sport with. Fleur smiled slightly at the memory. For all his political mongering, Sebastian Delacour was a father first and foremost. Krum walked past the still celebrating forms of his cohorts and made his way to the champion's room at the end of the great hall. Fleur noted that for all his supposed grace while on a broomstick, the Durmstrang champion seemed clumsy on land. It looked like he was almost waddling when he walked. Claire said to Imeric from the opposite side of the table, I hear he knows a nasty set of curses. He could be tough competition. The pureblood nodded studiously. The goblet of fire will only choose the best. I welcome the chance to test my skills against him. The Triwizard Tournament has not had a duel between champions as an event for some 200 years. Baird's eyes were still on the goblet as he spoke. Chances are you won't see that set of curses anytime soon. Imeric rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Claire chuckled softly to herself and nudged the pureblood. Don't look so disappointed, Imeric. Fleur's best friend smiled winningly. I'm sure there will be other events you can test your mettle in. I suppose so. The Quarter Vila noted that Imeric did look disappointed, but I was still looking forward to a duel between champions. Even if I was not selected to be one. Don't worry, Imeric, Luna chirped from Fleur's side, I'll let you duel my Raxpert. As always when the petite Ravenclaw spoke, a moment of silence descended among the Beauxbatons students. Then Claire giggled and Imeric let out a shaky chuckle. Despite herself, Fleur's lips quirked upwards in a small smile. Even when the air was thick with tension and excitement, Luna could still produce laughs. Hush, a boy in Beauxbatons uniform reprimanded mildly, the goblet is going to choose the next champion. Fleur immediately snapped her head towards the front of the hall, where Dumbledore was waiting patiently for the next slip of paper. He didn't have to wait long. A loud bang and the goblet of fire lit up again in magical flames. The old wizard reached out towards the dangling parchment and pulled it out of the air. Fleur squinted her eyes. Was it hers? The headmaster smiled benignly at the silence. Fleur Delacour. At once the Ravenclaw table all turned to look at her. The Quarter Vila felt her face flush from the attention. The Beauxbatons contingent, Claire, Imeric, and Bayard included, rose from their seats and started applauding. Fleur rose as well, though a bit jerkily. Luna smiled dreamily up at her and began clapping as well. The Quarter Vila smiled back. The rest of the Ravenclaws followed Luna's lead and was in turn, followed by the rest of the Great Hall. The ovation she was receiving was supposed to be music to her ears. It was not. Instead, Fleur felt a sudden pang of apprehension well up in her beast. She was now the champion of Beauxbatons, and with that title came great responsibilities. The rest of her classmates was now rooting for her and hoping she would bring honor and glory to France. Her headmistress, a woman who had been both a close family friend and a personal one as well, would be expecting the best from her. Claire, Imeric, even Bayard, would be watching her, cheering for her as the tournament wore on. What if she failed? A knot of fear formed in the Quarter Vila's stomach. What if she failed them? There was supposed to be 3 tasks to the tournament. What if she messed up on one? Or even worse, on all 3? Would they still be her friends? Would they treat her the same way as before? It was a nauseating thought, and Fleur soon found her mind clouded by doubt. For a moment, the Quarter Vila regretted being named champion. A warm presence touched her hand, and she instinctively drew closer to it, seeking its comfort. The Quarter Vila turned to see her bodyguard smiling at her, his fingers once again wrapped around her own. Do not fear, Miss Delacour, he leaned in close to whisper, do not falter. Your friends are with you. Fleur looked back to the Beauxbatons students. Claire was tearing up as she clapped, a happy grin on her face. Imeric looked slightly wistful, but his features were alight in a proud smile as well. The rest of the Beauxbatons contingent looked equally proud, and the Quarter Vila realized suddenly that they were proud of her. Proud of her skills, and proud of her courage. Proud at her being recognized as their champion. They had placed their confidence in her, knowing that she was the best of them, and were not ashamed to admit it. Fleur felt her own confidence grow. She glanced shyly at her bodyguard. The boy's smile was genuine this time. There was no dazzling show of teeth or a charm-filled grin. He was honestly happy for her. I'm with you, he said simply, and let his hand fall. Fleur caught it. Thank you, she said and squeezed back. Dumbledore smiled as the Beauxbatons witch rose from her seat with as much elegance as she could muster. Outwardly she appeared calm and collected, but the aged headmaster could see the excitement burning in her eyes. Dumbledore's smile grew as she seemed to linger by Harry before moving towards the champion's room. Perhaps this young lady would be the one that brought the boy out of his shell. Further down the table, the old wizard caught Lily staring at the disguised Harry longingly. It had been weeks since the incident at the welcoming ceremony, but the woman still occasionally stole glances at the boy. Albus knew mentally she was comparing him to how Harry would have looked were he his age. The aged wizard felt a stab of guilt that he had not told his Muggle studies professor the truth that lay in plain sight. But it was what Harry wanted, and Dumbledore would not fail him again. Albus turned his attention back to the goblet of fire, which had started shaking again on the raised dais. A flare of flames lit along the goblet's edges, and soon after, a folded piece of parchment spat from its rimmed mouth. Dumbledore reached out serenely and unfolded it. The headmaster beamed. "Cedric Diggory," he said. The Hufflepuff table exploded into cheers. The newly chosen Hogwarts champion rose from his seat, a shocked grin on his face. The seventh year's fellow students pounded his back and slapped his shoulders. Some were even dancing with joy. Back at the staff table, Sprout was dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief McGonagall had lent her. Both women looked proud. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. It was good to see a champion come from Hufflepuff. The house had been misaligned in the past as a place for the lazy and the apathetic. It was no small secret that many of the first years held high aspirations to be placed in Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or even Slytherin, but none wanted to be in Hufflepuff. It was a prestige issue, Albus guessed. Gryffindor produced brave and courageous heroes. Ravenclaw sponsored some of the best scholars in the wizarding world. Slytherin spawned men and women of ambition who rose to great heights of political power. Hufflepuff really had no noteworthy attributes to its name, besides loyalty, and that to many people, meant lackeys. It was not true, of course, but Dumbledore had long ago learned that the perception of the masses was a hard thing to change. Perhaps the choosing of Cedric as champion would be the catalyst of that change. Cedric gave a rather shaky smile to the rest of his table before walking jerkily towards the champion's room. Dumbledore didn't blame him. The boy must be feeling as though the entire world was on his shoulders. Not only was he carrying Hogwarts' hopes with him, but Hufflepuff's as well. The Hogwarts champion disappeared from view and Dumbledore clapped his hands together. "Excellent," he said cheerily. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you to give those who have been selected every ounce of support you can muster." A bang-like noise erupted from the goblet of fire. Albus turned to the magical artifact, momentarily confused. The unthinkable happened. The goblet of fire flashed, spewing out a gout of brilliant purple fire. Dumbledore's reaction was quick, even in his shocked state. The aged headmaster's hand shot out and grasped the piece of parchment that had suddenly materialized. The great hall had grown silent in the meantime. Every eye seemed to stare at the goblet of fire. For good reason. It had just chosen a 4th champion. He unfolded the parchment with trembling hands. The old wizard dreaded whose name would appear. Pleaded to the fates that it wasn't going to be who he thought it would be. No, thought Albus as his eyes roamed over the parchment. Not him. Not this way. But the letters that was inscribed in flowing, idyllic text was unmistakable. It seemed to taunt him with the impossibility of it all. A part of him marveled that just this single piece of paper would turn so many people's lives upside down. The rest of him just felt old. "Headmaster." McGonagall had half risen from her seat, a look of concern on her face. "Who is it?" Albus Dumbledore took a deep, steadying breath. "Harry Potter." The silence that followed was thunderous. It lasted, if only for a moment. A dull thudding sound broke it. Every eye turned to the Ravenclaw table. Bayard had stabbed his fork into the table. Blink. Pause. Blink. My senses return. I realize my hand is still gripping the fork. I release it. The handle is bent. My hand twitches. Spasms. I watch, mortified, as my fingers refuse to obey my commands. I ball them into a fist and clench tight. The fingernails dig deep in my palm and draws blood. The pain brings clarity. The pain brings focus. My hand stops twitching. That is good, I suppose. I am surprised. I am surprised at the anger I feel. I had thought I was above such things. I'm not supposed to feel. I am supposed to be emotionless. But the fierce swell that howls within me is something I cannot deny. I want to spit. I want to curse. I want to rage at the heavens for this cruel fate. I do none of the above. I just smile. They are all looking at me now, I realize. Every student at the Ravenclaw table. The French. The English. Staring at me and the fork I have slammed deep into the table. My hand threatens to twitch again. My smile falters. The anger is a wrathful, bestial thing. Crashing against the walls I have so carefully built up. Demanding to be released. Desperate to see the light of day. Bayard. Claire whispers my name. There is both fear and concern in her voice. I try to smile again. It comes out as a mixture of a grimace and a leer. Claire shrinks back. Now there is only fear. I stand up. The motion seems to take forever. I turn from the table. Every eye is upon me now. The entirety of the great hall. Staring at me with fearful gazes. My first step is hesitant. But the second step is not. I begin to walk. Mr. Bayard. Madame Maxime's voice halts me. Where are you going? I turn to regard her. Her regal face is alarmed, afraid even. I am so tempted to return to my seat. So tempted to sit back down and pretend nothing has happened. It is almost better to lose my magic than unveil my face to them. Almost. Instead, I will my glamours away. I feel the slight tingling on my skin as the persona that is Bayard, like so many others before it, disappears. The intake of breaths is like a howling wind. I see that Maxime's face has turned pale. I see Dumbledore beside her looking old and forlorn. I see McGonagall beside him holding her hand over her chest and taking great, steadying gasps. I see Lily looking ready to faint. James gripping the staff table so hard that the wood strains. Sirius beside him staring back at me in horror. Snape looking particularly venomous. A sea of faces, all with the same expressions. Shock, horror, fear, and everything in between. My hand begins twitching again. To the champion's room, I say and turn away. Fleur Delacour was in a rare happy mood when she entered the champion's room. It was relatively dark, with the only source of light coming from the few torches that were affixed to the stone walls. There were no places to sit, and the only other occupant in the room, Victor Crumb, was forced to stand, back slouched against the wall. Overall, it was a rather unwelcome atmosphere that Fleur walked into, but she could have cared less. The Quarter Vila smiled cheerfully at the Durmstrang champion and received a growl of acknowledgement in return. The Quidditch star didn't seem to want to talk, so Fleur strode to a wall opposite his and leaned back, content to be lost in her thoughts about a certain green-eyed boy. A dull roar sounded from beyond the room not long after, and tore her from her daydreaming. "The last champion has been selected," she said softly. Crumb grunted in response. The door opened, and a ruggedly handsome boy strode in, smiling nervously. "Hello." The boy looked slightly shocked about the whole thing. "I'm Cedric Diggory. Hogwarts champion." "Cedric." Fleur nodded politely. Crumb growled something monosyllabic. Hi," Cedric said back. "It's going to be an honor competing against the two of you." "I feel the same way," the Quarter Vila answered. "It will be an honor to compete against the champions of Hogwarts and Durmstrang." "Yes," was Crumb's entire contribution to the conversation. In the meantime, the dull roar that had been steadily growing in volume had halted for some reason, replaced by an eerie quiet. Fleur didn't think much of it. Most likely the professors had called for silence. The three champions stood a while in the dim room, and all too quickly the silence that had settled became awkward. "Aren't the tournament officials supposed to be coming in here?" Cedric looked a little unsure of himself. "To congratulate us. I was assuming that as well." Crumb just scowled at his feet. "Maybe there was a fourth champion," Cedric joked. The door slammed open. All three champions jumped. A boy emerged, stepping methodically into the room, lips a tight line of displeasure. Fleur stared. The boy looked so like Bayard that Fleur was at first sure he was him. But her bodyguard had bee-owned hair, and high, regal cheekbones. This boy's hair was jet black and his face held the tiniest of differences. But the eyes, emerald-colored, were unmistakable. Fleur recalled those same eyes looking at her with concern, joy, pride, and even affection in the past few weeks. All those were gone now. Fury, barely contained wrath, stared back at her, promising pain, agony, death, and perhaps all three. "Is something the matter?" Cedric spoke up. eyeing the newcomer curiously. Did they want us to come OU? The boy's eyes flashed. Fire smoldered behind the emerald pupils, burning, all-consuming rage, and Cedric's question died on his lips. Bayard, Fleur breathed. The piercing glare turned back to her, and the quarter villa swallowed nervously. Then the boy inclined his head, ever so slightly. What? She gasped at her bodyguard. How did these happen? Baird's smile ceased all pretenses of being a smile. Fleur had never seen a look that cold. You're about to find out. The door to the champion's room opened with a bang, and a woman, wild-eyed and desperate, surged in. Fleur recognized the red hair immediately. Lily Potter, Hogwarts Muggle Studies professor. The woman stood there for a minute, rooted to the spot, her eyes roaming over those in the room before focusing on one particular boy. Harry, she whispered, as though afraid the boy would disappear if she spoke too loud. Harry. Is that you? Is that really you? Fleur blinked in astonishment. Her bodyguard did not respond and instead just looked coolly back. Lily gave a cry of joy and sorrow mixed together and rushed forward, arms held out to embrace the boy. The quarter villa hastily stepped back. She had no wish to be in front of the woman's crazed charge. At the last second, bare feet away from those outstretched arms, the boy's eyes narrowed. He flung his own arm outwards and away, and a shimmering wall of magic materialized out of thin air. A Protega, but unlike any other Protega Fleur had ever seen. Her own shielding charm was brilliant gold in color, a manifestation of her will to protect herself and those dear to her. Her father's was silver in hue, a barrier of glittering light that was eager to shield its caster. All the Protegas she had encountered ranged from gold to silver to bronze, noble colors that were created with the intent to protect. This one was an angry red. The barrier shone with the color of human blood, a vivid, intense crimson that seemed almost otherworldly bright in hue. Across its seamless surface, garlands of magic leapt and danced, cackling tendrils of energy that hissed like angry serpents. This was not a shield created for the purposes of protection, Fleur realized. This was raw, angry emotion, a pulsating, living thing that was a grotesque caricature of what a real Protega should be. And the boy had produced it without word or wand. Lily ran full tilt into the shield. The barrier hissed and a tendril of its body lashed out like a whip. The woman cried out in pain. She stumbled back, her eyes wide in shock, an ugly welt marring the skin of her previously untouched arm. Harry, Lily breathed. The boy stared back. Get away from me. The woman shrank back at the words, and Fleur knew instinctively that what Bayard had said hurt far more than what the Protega had done. The door slammed open again, this time revealing a handsome man with messy black hair and hazel eyes. One of the Auror captains. Husband to Lily Potter, James, if Fleur recalled correctly. Lily. The man ground to a halt when he saw his wife holding her injured arm. Harry. He shouted when he saw the boy behind the hissing, spitting shield. Lily. He cried out again when he realized that the shield was responsible for his wife's state of distress. James. Lily sobbed as her husband embraced her. It's really him. It's really him. Harry. The man turned from soothing his wife. Son. The boy's Protega hissed threateningly. Baird's voice in comparison was perfectly composed, perfectly even, have not been your son for a very long time, James. The Auror captain's eyes widened, and Lily all but sank in his arms. What do you mean? James stumbled over the words. You're Harry, aren't you? You're our son. Perhaps you have misunderstood, the boy said smoothly, his features schooled permanently into a smiling mask. Allow me to elucidate what I have said into something even your simple mind can understand. Bayard bared his teeth. The smile grew wider. I am not your son. I have never been your son. And I certainly do not want to be your son. Lily gave a wail of misery. He hates us, James. She cried into her husband's shoulder. He hates us. Before the Auror could respond, a boy burst through the door, clad in Gryffindor robes. Harry, he called out. Merlin, is that really you, Harry? It's me, Adam. To Fleur's stunned eyes, the Protega grew an even angrier shade of crimson. And now the circle has become complete. Bayard continued to smile, but Fleur could see the bitterness behind his eyes. Harry, what's wrong? Adam stood hovering near his parents, looking torn between wanting to stay with them and getting to the boy behind the shield. "It is quite clear to me what is wrong, brother." The way Baird's tone had turned from cool to mocking at the last word made Adam flinch and look away. "It was you, wasn't it, last night," the Gryffindor swallowed and met the boy's eyes once again, "when I talked about what happened? That was you listening. You heard every word." "Yes, I did." "Then why didn't you say anything?" Adam challenged. "It was amusing to see you wallow in your guilt," Baird replied evenly, "even if it was fake. You should consider being an actor, Adam." "I was almost convinced." "That wasn't an act," the Gryffindor cried out, desperate, "it's how we really feel." He swallowed again. "For what's it's worth, Harry, I'm sorry." "We're all sorry." Both James and Lily looked at the boy hopefully. Fleur felt a stab of pity for them, even if she didn't fully understand the situation. Her bodyguard closed his eyes, his face turned peaceful, and for a moment, the Quarter Vila thought he was going to forgive them. And then the eyes snapped open, and within them, the rage continued to burn. "Your apology to me," the boy said softly, "is nothing but dust and ashes." All three Potters recoiled, as though physically struck. They didn't get the chance to reply. The door to the champion's room opened again, slowly this time, and Fleur turned to see the robed frame of Albus Dumbledore striding in. The headmaster had looked delighted when he was calling names from the goblet. Now, he just looked old. Following him came the Quarter Vila's own headmistress, who had to stoop to get in. Madame Maxime nodded sadly to her before turning her attention to the boy. Behind the tall woman, a host of faces angled in, professors and officials of the tournament, all wearing the same stunned looks. Fleur wanted to curse them all. They were staring at her bodyguard like he was some exhibition, some sort of weird, unusual thing up for display. Simply marvelous. Everyone turned to stare at the portly figure of Ludo Bagman, simply magnificent. The former Quidditch player exclaimed, "To think that the Goblet of Fire would pick not 3, but 4 champions. The very idea is astounding." The man beamed a bright happy smile, completely out of place among the room full of serious stares. "Oh, the prophet will just eat this up." A young man, driven from his family by grief and despair, hidden among the public to bide his time, now revealed by the goblet for all to see. "It reminds me of the time I played with the Wasps in my beginning season." Fleur wondered for a moment if the man was stupid. "Ludo, I believe now is not the time for your reminiscences," a pale-looking man with a thin mustache said sternly. He looked like a born politician, a hard-faced one who would refuse to budge on any issue. Someone Sebastian would have loved to deal with. "We have a very serious matter on our hands." Now Barty, Bagman spoke airily, "brighten up a little Today should be a day of celebration. The wayward son has finally come back to Magical Britain's #1 family. The press will have a riot." The man turned to Bayard, not at all fazed by the glare he was being given. "Harry, was it? Do you play Quidditch? Adam is a fine chaser for the Gryffindor team. Perhaps you'll become rivals. Find your brotherly love while up in the air with a broom between your legs. It's the stuff of legends, I say. Why, it reminds me of the time I met this Swedish fellow while playing at the World's Cup." "It was Ludo," Dumbledore said mildly. "Perhaps it would be best for you to remain silent at the moment." The man choked down the words he was about to utter. Fleur marveled at the sway the seemingly weak and frail headmaster of Hogwarts still held over Britain's magical population. He was a well-known wizard in France, Germany, and maybe even the rest of the world, but here, in his homeland, it seemed that whatever Albus Dumbledore said was taken to be gospel. The Quarter Vila didn't know if that was good or bad. "Why, yes," Bagman stammered, "of course, Albus." The aged wizard turned to her bodyguard, and gestured to the blood-red protega that still shimmered in place. "Is this really necessary, Harry?" The boy gazed back evenly. "That would depend, headmaster." He inclined his head towards the Potters. "Will you keep them away from me?" Lily made a noise that sounded like a mixture of a gasp and a whimper. The Potter men just looked stricken. Dumbledore sighed. "If that is what it will take." Bayard nodded. A wave of his hand and the barrier disappeared with one final, threatening hiss. Lily immediately broke free from her husband's hug and made to run for the boy. "Lily, The woman halted in her tracks and turned tearfully to the old headmaster. But Albus, please. The Muggles Studies professor's shoulders drooped, and she despondently made her way back into her husband's embrace. A wandless shielding charm, the man called Barty spoke up, silently casted too. That's an impressive work of magic, boy. Fleur inwardly scoffed. Wait until you see him in a duel. Thank you, her bodyguard replied politely, and turned back to staring at Dumbledore. Harry, the old headmaster began, I'm truly sorry that this has happened. Did you put my name into the cup, Dumbledore? Fleur gasped. The boy's audacity shocked her. He was 14 years old, barely a teen, and he had the gall to speak so crudely, so bluntly to a renowned and powerful wizard as Albus Dumbledore. Judging from the expressions of those around her, the Quarter Vila could see they were equally as shocked. How dare you? A man with a hooked nose and greasy black hair was the first to break the silence. Snape. Fleur frowned. She didn't like how the potions professor taught, and the way he would browbeat those students not naturally talented at the subject irked her to no end. The headmaster has no need to answer anything you ask. Severus, Dumbledore said in the same tone he had used with Lily. Headmaster, just because he is a Potter spawn doesn't mean you have to bend backwards to accommodate. Severus, please. Snape growled out something inaudible, but remained silent. The Quarter Vila noted that both James and Adam were glaring at the professor with something very close to hatred. It seemed that there was bad blood between them. Dumbledore turned back to the boy, his eyes sincere. I did not put your name into the cup, Harry. Both wizards, young and old, locked gazes for a moment. I believe you, her bodyguard said after a while, and broke the connection. Thank you, Harry, the aged headmaster nodded gravely. Well, a new voice broke in, aren't you going to ask him how he got into the tournament? Karkaroff's face looked like a wolf that had just found a lost lamb. The boy must have wormed in somehow. He's a Potter, Snape spat, no doubt he just wanted the fame and glory. Had Fleur been a full Vila, she was sure she would have turned into an avian and started hurling fireballs at the two men. And even if she had not, then it looked like James and Adam would have done something in her place. The Gryffindor's face had grown red with anger, while his father was now in turn being restrained by Lily as he tried to get at Snape. There is no need for that, Igor, Dumbledore said serenely, because I do not believe Harry put his name into the cup. What? Karkaroff snapped his head in the headmaster's direction. You cannot be serious, Dumbledore. How else would this boy be named as a champion? He must have cheated the goblet somehow. Igor, this was supposed to be a tournament of goodwill among our schools. But what happens as soon as the goblet is lit? Beauxbatons receives 2 champions. Where is the sense of goodwill in that, Dumbledore? When one school gets more champions than the other? Headmaster Karkaroff, Madame Maxime's regal voice interrupted. Bayard is under the age limit that Dumbledore has set up. Z's you must admit, he could not have entered Z tournament by himself. It does not matter how his name was pulled from the cup, Karkaroff replied glibly, the fact remains that somehow Beauxbatons has gotten 2 champions. It is not exactly reasonable for one school to have the same number of champions as the other 2 combined. Something must be done in the spirit of fairness. At this, Maxime fell silent and regarded Bayard with a pensive look. What do you suggest, Igor? Dumbledore asked. Relight the goblet. The Durmstrang headmaster had developed a superior, smug air, and Fleur found herself disliking the man immensely. That is the best way. If Beauxbatons can have 2 champions, then Durmstrang and Hogwarts deserves 2 as well. Impossible. Barty frowned slightly as he spoke. The Goblet of Fire cannot be relit until the next tournament begins. Indeed, Dumbledore added in, as Mr. Crouch has said, as long as this tournament is in progress, the goblet will remain unlit until another one is begun. Then light it forcibly. Karkaroff scoffed. I don't care how you do it. As long as it's done so the schools can have the same number of champions. I've always thought you were a cowardly fool, Karkaroff, a man with a patchwork of scars across his face said nastily. Alistair Moody, Fleur realized. Defense of the dark arts teacher. The scarred former Auror directed his stare at the Durmstrang headmaster, but his magical eye remained riveted on the impassive form of Bayard. What, with you joining the Death Eaters? But you still sometimes manage to surprise me with your idiocy. Moody grinned as Karkaroff flinched under his gaze. The goblet of fire cannot be lighted. If you want to force it to light, you're welcome to try. You'll just kill your own champion in the process. What? Karkaroff sputtered. The goblet of fire is backed by ancient magic, Moody growled. Once it produces your name, you have to compete. If you somehow find a way to force it to light, it will assume another tournament has begun. So what? The Durmstrang teacher sneered back. Let another tournament begin then. If another tournament begins, then the goblet will deem the contracts of the original champions to be violated, since they haven't competed in any tasks. Moody spat and Karkaroff's mouth snapped shut. And in case you were living in a hole for the past few weeks, that means they'll lose their magic. The grizzled orb bared his teeth into another terrifying grin. I heard it's a real painful way to go. Losing your magic, that is. Fleur nodded stoically to herself. She had been warned of this by Madame Maxime, as had all the Beauxbatons students. It was the one bad thing that marred the tournament. Losing your magic if you backed out. The Quarter Vila did not think it would affect her. She had no reason to forfeit, after all. The other two champions, Victor and Cedric, looked equally as stoic. No doubt they too had been warned by their respective headmasters. I don't like this, Albus. Moody turned to Dumbledore. Only a powerful Confundus charm could have made the goblet spit out a fourth name. A theory I agree with, the old wizard sighed, though the motive I do not know. Does it matter? Every head turned to Bayard, who had remained silent while the officials talked. Their motive. What do you mean, Harry? Dumbledore blinked in surprise. You don't want to know why your name was put into the goblet. Motive means nothing to me, her bodyguard returned, because when I find whoever put my name into the cup, I will kill him. The boy's eyes flickered towards Lily, who held a hand to her open mouth, or her. Fleur told herself the immense chill that she suddenly felt along her back was due to the temperature in the room, and not from the boy's words. Moody let out a harsh bark of laughter. Big words for a child. The aura-turned professor grinned. You've got courage, lad, but don't think that'll save you on the battlefield. I reckon you'll be puking your guts out after your first fight. Bayard stared levelly back and the grizzled man's grin faltered a bit. Alistair Moody, the boy said slowly, pronouncing every syllable deliberately, I know you. Britain's most renowned aura. Filled half the cells of Azkaban with Death Eaters. Killed men with unforgivables when they resisted. You have seen death. Some might even say you have lived with it. The rage that had once burned like a violent fire in those emerald orbs was now colder than a rampaging snowstorm. But I wonder, is there more to the rumors? Have you really seen death, Moody? Do you see it in the eyes of the man you are about to kill? Do you see it grasping out to you whenever a stray curse grazes past? Have you seen it embrace the dying in its welcoming arms? The look on its face when blood and fire consumes all. The boy smiled. Do you really know death, Alistair Moody? The ex-Auror had stopped grinning. The silence that stretched out for a long moment was made more pronounced by the horrified gazes being directed towards the boy. You're insane. The unwelcome voice of Karkaroff broke in. What sort of madness are you talking about? Death, blood, fire, insanity. The haggard-looking man began to laugh. It sounded shrill and afraid to Fleur's ears. The second Beauxbatons champion is a lunatic. Both the Quarter Vila and her headmistress growled at that. Maxime looked ready to scold her Durmstrang counterpart when Bayard spoke again. Karkaroff, do us all a favor, the boy said mildly. Shut up. Fleur gasped again. Her headmistress looked equally as shocked at this blatant show of disrespect. Dumbledore merely quirked his eyebrows into a bemused expression. Snape's gaze had turned from venomous to measuring, and Crumb, the person who should be most insulted at her bodyguard's statements, was smiling. The Durmstrang champion looked openly amused and was staring at Bayard with something very close to respect. You dare! Karkaroff's face was white with rage. Her bodyguard merely leveled a glare at the man. The Quarter Vila shivered. She knew that glare. It was the type important men used on lesser men. The type that stopped inferior men in their tracks and sent them into a quivering wreck. She had seen her father use it on his political opponents and had seen them wilt under the stern gaze. The one Bayard was using was a magnitude more terrifying. Karkaroff's protests died into a faint, rasping gurgle. The boy smiled. Thank you. he said disarmingly and turned back to Dumbledore. I am going to assume you wish to see me in your office. To explain to them. The aged wizard nodded. If you will allow it. Bayard gave the Potters a frosty look. Do I have a choice? You do. But this will be the most expedient way. Again, the two wizards locked gazes. This time, it was Dumbledore that looked away. So be it, the boy said softly. A sad smile creased over the headmaster's face. I am truly sorry, Harry, for things to have turned out this way. You aren't the goblet, headmaster. Politeness had crept back into Bayard's tone, though it was cold and cynical. I do not blame you. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said sincerely before turning to the rest of the room. I do believe it is getting very late. It has been a day of excitement for us all, and I think it would be a good idea for our new champions to rest. I am sure their friends wish to congratulate them on their achievements. An excellent idea, Albus. Professor McGonagall sounded rather hoarse. She directed a gaze at Cedric. Mr. Diggory. The Hogwarts champion nodded numbly, looking shell-shocked. As he walked towards the door, Cedric gave her bodyguard a suspicious look, which earned him a glower from Fleur in return. Victor. Karkaroff tried his best to look superior. It was a rather pitiful attempt, as the man refused to look Bayard in the eye. We are leaving. Crumb's smile disappeared, replaced by his usual scowl. He strode past the boy, stopped, and turned. Victor. Crumb ignored his headmaster's warning. You will be good opponent. The Quidditch star jabbed a finger in her bodyguard's direction. I look forward to see you perform the tasks. Bayard inclined his head slightly at this gesture of respect. Crumb flashed him a competitive grin and then stomped for the doorway. The tournament officials and professors did too, muttering amongst themselves. Very soon, all that was left was Fleur, her headmistress, Dumbledore, the Potters, and McGonagall. And of course, Bayard. Miss Delacour. Madame Maxime raised a single eyebrow. The Quarter Vila gazed back, and hoped her headmistress would understand. She apparently did. The giant woman nodded stiffly and then bent her head to exit the room. I will see you shortly, Harry, Dumbledore said solemnly when Madame Maxime left. Her bodyguard ignored him and directed another hostile glare at the Potters. They all looked away in shame. Albus, Lily whispered, you will get your explanation in time. Lily, the old wizard returned, and walked for the door. The Potters followed hesitantly, and cast longing glances back into the room before they disappeared completely through the doorway. And then, it was just Fleur and the boy. The two stood in awkward silence for a while. So it is now Harry, is it? She said in French. Bayard's lips twitched slightly in displeasure. If you want it to be, the boy replied smoothly. The Quarter Vila gave a faltering smile. I am not sure what to think. And I am not sure what all this means. Fleur stared at her bodyguard hopefully. But I know one thing, she swallowed. I want to know. You want to know? Bayard repeated, looking mildly surprised. Yes, I do. And why do you want to know, Miss Delacour? I just do. It was a lame reason, and Fleur knew it. The boy merely cocked an eyebrow. You do understand that if you were to know, your perceptions of me might change. Yes, but it won't. My perception of you won't change. Why not? Fleur matched her bodyguard's stare evenly. Because some feelings never change. Why are they here? Were the first words Harry Potter uttered when he entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's eyes flickered towards the other figures in the room besides the Potters. Both Moody and Snape were scowling, for different reasons he was sure. Minerva was trying hard to look stern and failing as she directed compassionate looks towards the boy. Sirius appeared unusually solemn, and had placed a firm hand over James's shoulder. Flitwick looked excited and was squeaking something into Sprout's ear, who was looking lost into the old wizard's mild surprise, angry. For the very same reason Miss Delacour is here, I assume. The Beauxbatons which flushed slightly at the attention, and despite the situation, Albus smiled slightly. If only this was under different circumstances. Fair enough, was the simple response. Harry stalked to a halt, face a mask of calm ease. Dumbledore noticed his hand was twitching. I see that my dear brother has declined to participate in this affair. The emerald eyes settled unblinkingly over James and Lily. It was Lily that answered. We didn't want Adam to hear this. I am not surprised, the boy drawled. The two of you have always kept him from the slightest of dangers. I have always wondered just how far you were willing to go to spoil him. We haven't spoiled him. James looked momentarily flustered. Then, his eyes met Harry's, and the oar captain deflated like a balloon. We haven't spoiled him for a long time, he whispered. Only when I was there. I see, Harry smiled. All the adult in the room except Moody shifted uncomfortably. Have you been well, Harry? The boy looked amused. Is that a serious question? Lily blinked in surprise. Why wouldn't it be? You are asking me, someone you have not seen for years, someone you thought possibly dead, who has finally appeared, forcibly I might add, and the first question that comes from your mouth is, have you been well? Lily stared down in embarrassment. Harry grinned ferally. Very well. I will answer your question. I have been well, Lily. The grin disappeared. No thanks to you. Lily stifled a sob. Harry, James began hesitantly, you shouldn't speak to her that way. She's your mother. I have no mother, the boy returned without a shred of doubt. I have no father. I have no brother. James's face contorted into a grimace of anguish. Sirius's grip on his shoulder became painfully tight. Dumbledore sighed sadly. Perhaps, Harry, an explanation is in order. Harry smiled coldly. Is this going to be another interrogation, Headmaster? Now, it was Sirius's turn to look pained. No, of course not, Albus amended, but still, there is a story to be told, and I think we would all like to hear it. It is up to you, Harry. Perhaps start from the beginning. I am quite sure you know what the beginning is like. Dumbledore winced and inwardly cursed his choice of words. I am sorry, Harry, the old wizard said slowly, and had I known what would have happened, I would have done my best to set things right. The headmaster took his moon-shaped spectacles off and rubbed his eyes tiredly, but alas, I allowed my better judgment to be clouded and assumed everything would be fine in the end. You were my favorite of the twins, you know. Dumbledore heard Lily gasp out loud, but he ignored it. Sometimes, the truth hurt, and he suspected what Harry would say to his parents would hurt far more. Adam was headstrong and brave, a born Gryffindor. You were the same, but with that courage came cunning and intelligence, as well as a tenacity I am ashamed to say would not have been revealed if all this had not happened. I dare say you would have fit well in all four houses here, Harry. Even Slytherin. I know, Headmaster, the boy replied coolly, and it is out of my respect for you that I am here. I am grateful for that, Harry. Harry merely stared back. Where would you like me to begin? Albus was about to say something when Lily interrupted. Please, Harry, tell me why you left. The boy regarded his mother for a moment. Dumbledore didn't miss how the twitching in his hand had suddenly gotten worse. I think you already know the answer to that question. I do. Lily was trying hard not to cry, and was biting her lip to do so. I do. But I need to hear it from you. If that is what you wish. Harry smiled but his eyes darkened. I left because I hated you, Lily. The woman staggered back as though physically struck, and it was only because of James's intervention that she did not fall to the floor. You don't mean that. The Auror's voice was panicked as he held his wife. Tell me you don't mean that. I meant every word, James. Down to last syllable. I hate you. I hate your wife. And I hate Adam. Both Flitwick and Sprout stifled gasps. McGonagall hovered between looking scandalized and looking grim. Moody continued to scowl. Sirius was clenching his fists now that James had moved to support Lily. And Snape. Dumbledore frowned. Snape looked confused, as though if not quite sure what to make of the boy. All these responses failed to match Lily's, however, and the aged wizard felt a deep sadness in his heart when his Muggle Studies professor burst into tears. Why? James breathed as he stared wide-eyed at his son. Why? Are you purposely being dull, James? Harry continued to smile. You, more than any other, should know the reason why. You praised Adam for everything he did, no matter how small it was. No matter how insignificant the task, it was always, great job, son, or, you make me proud, son. Adam could have walked down the stairs and you would praise him as though he won an Order of Merlin. I wonder, James, did you ever think that perhaps Adam was not your only son? That perhaps, you had another, sitting in the shadows, hoping to be acknowledged? That just a single word, A single look even, would mean the world to him. The boy balled his hand into a fist. That stopped the twitching, if only just, but you didn't. You could spend hours on end talking about Quidditch to Adam, but you couldn't spare a single glance for Harry. Well, you've had your chance. That boy waiting in the shadows is gone now. Dead, and in his place, I am here, and forever I will be. The Auror captain looked sick to his core. Beside him, Lily stopped crying when Harry's eyes found her. And you, Lily, the boy's face was still locked into a smiling mask, the supposedly perfect mother. Everyone called you that, and I agree, you were the perfect mother. To Adam, but not to me. No, never me, never Harry. You doted on him while I watched. You cared for him while I stared from the shadows. You hugged him every chance you got while I sat alone. And the looks you gave him, whenever Adam was in your sight, they disgusted me. Do you know why, Lily? The woman shook her head numbly, because I knew that you would never look at me the same way. They sickened me because no matter what I did, I would never be equal to Adam in your eyes. If you had taken a single moment to look away, perhaps you would have discovered a lonely boy looking back at you, waiting for just a single sign of acknowledgement. And perhaps things would have been different. But I doubt it, I really do. Now, it no longer matters. The boy who longed for your attention is gone. Instead of him, I am here, and I can tell you without a doubt he won't ever be coming back. Lily whimpered. Harry, she whispered beseechingly and stretched out a trembling hand towards the boy. Harry stared at the hand as though it was something revolting. I am not the boy you think you know. Lily's arm fell limply to her side. She looked almost catatonic. Please, Harry, don't hurt them anymore. The boy's gaze turned slowly to the speaker. Sirius flinched but did not look away. Sirius, Harry pronounced the name slowly. You and Remus were perhaps the only ones besides the headmaster to treat me as I ought to have been treated. For that, I hold you in the highest of regard. But your assertion disappoints me. Their pain is nothing but a dull ache compared to what I have gone through. I am not surprised, though. You were friends with them, and so you feel you must defend them. Your loyalty is praiseworthy. Your blindness, however, is not. I'm not blind to what they did. Sirius protested. I stayed away them for a long time, Harry. But no matter what, they're still my friends. I've forgiven them. The man suddenly looked ill. And I have not. Harry returned smoothly, and Dumbledore marveled at how quickly the boy had backed the Auror into a corner. Is there anything else, Sirius? The man looked down and did not reply. Albus sighed again before speaking. Harry, may I ask when you decided to leave? The emerald eyes swiveled from Sirius to stare at him instead. I didn't decide to leave. There was no planning beforehand. It was an instantaneous thing. Dumbledore's eyebrows quirked upwards. The boy noticed this and his smile grew. I didn't plan on leaving, Headmaster. I still held on to the hope that one day the situation would change and I would become something more than just a boy watching from the shadows. It was a forlorn hope, but I was just a child then. I didn't know any better. I remember that day well. Adam was the center of attention again, and these two, Harry gestured to the two Potters, were more aggravating in their shows of affection than usual. So I did what I always do when I couldn't stand watching anymore. I went for a walk. Nothing too far, just a stroll. After all, the boy's tone turned mocking, I didn't want them to worry. As I walked, my mind began to wander. Little thoughts at first, but those grew into something more. I began to wonder, would my family even notice me being gone? Would they be worried when I didn't show up on time for dinner? Would they come looking for me when night came and I was still missing? I think a part of me already knew the answer. But I was still hoping. I still thought that maybe one day they would look at me the same way they did Adam. And so, I waited. And waited. And waited. The boy looked at his captivated audience. He smiled ruthlessly. They didn't come. McGonagall gasped. Sirius made a faint growling noise in his throat. Dumbledore felt his cheeks grow red in anger. I stood outside for an entire day. There was just a single door separating me from them. The distance was so close. All I had to do was open that door and there would be the comfort of a warm home and hot food. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. What use is warmth when the heart grows cold? What use is food when it tastes like ash in my mouth? What use is a family when they didn't know I existed? Those comforts were a lie. And as I stood outside of their house for those long hours, I began to realize that. And yet, Harry's voice became disgusted, and yet, I still couldn't do it. I still couldn't leave because I had a heart. My mind saw the truth. My heart refused to do the same. So I waited for a bit longer, and then a bit longer, and after that, still longer. Why haven't they come for me? Did they not notice I was gone? Perhaps they had an accident. Something so horrendous that needed their full attention. That had to be it. That could be the only explanation. So I took a chance. I peered into a window. And what I saw would make even my foolish heart see the plain truth. The boy closed his eyes and his face, as cold as it was, grew wistful. It looked like he was reliving a memory. The three of you were sitting there, at the table. Dinner had just been served. James was laughing at something Adam had just said. Adam was shoveling food into his mouth. And Lily was smiling, watching the two of you. It was beautiful, utterly, utterly beautiful. The perfect family. The joy on your faces. The happiness in your eyes. I could see it all. And I was not part of it. The wistful expression faded, and in its place a small glower hovered on the handsome face. It struck me then, that I could never be part of this beautiful family. That no matter how hard I tried, I would always be in the shadows, watching enviously on as the three of you lived the life that should also have been mine. The happiness in your eyes would never be directed towards me. The joy on your faces would never be because of me. Adam was the true joy in your lives, and I was nothing. Harry's eyes opened, and Dumbledore recoiled at the rage they contained. I truly think a part of me died that day. As I watched the three of you sitting at the table, I felt that part of me writhe in agony. I could hear it scream in pain in my mind. And then it was gone. The Harry that you know, the shy, timid boy who sat in the shadows waiting to be seen, died on that day. What is left now is me. A shell of him. A distortion of the true Harry James Potter. The boy paused, and his tone grew mocking once more. In a way, I should thank you. The two of you, and Adam, for if you had not done this to me, I would not be what I am today. So I thank you, James and Lily Potter, for bequeathing to me this existence. Both Potters were in a mess. Their shoulders were slumped. Their heads hung low. They wore looks of utter dejection, looks of people who had lost all hope. Dumbledore felt guilty that a small part of him delighted in their misery. What happened next, Harry? The old wizard asked. I left. The boy saw the disbelieving stares he was being given and smiled back in return. Yes. I left that house with nothing but the clothes on my back. How did you survive? Sirius breathed. I almost didn't, Harry replied and said nothing more. You're not going to tell us. The boy regarded his godfather coolly. I only agreed to explain why I left. What happened after is not part of the bargain. Cunning boy. Moody spoke for the first time, not telling us the important parts. How do we know you didn't do something dangerous when you were gone? You could have learned some dark arts and come back looking for revenge. How do we know we can trust you? Alistair, Dumbledore scolded, now is not the time. No, Headmaster, Harry held out a hand for silence. He's right. The twin brother to the boy who lived magically appearing when his name comes out of the goblet of fire. The very idea is outlandish. Impossible, even. He has every right to be suspicious. How can you trust me? After all, I just said I hated them. The boy gestured to the Potters. The answer to your question, Moody, is that you can't. You can't trust me. The only thing you can count on is my word, and I think we all know what you think of that. That's right, lad. Moody barked. Your words are meaningless. Show me your deeds instead and I'll be satisfied. The defense of the dark arts teacher turned to Dumbledore. Albus, if we can use Veritaserum on him. No. Everyone turned to James, who was directing an angry glare towards Moody. You can't use that on my son. I won't let you use that on my son. Alistair, Dumbledore said again, I do not believe such a harsh course of action is necessary. The boy could very well be a murderer, Albus. We can't take that chance. A murderer. Harry sounded amused. Is that what you think of me? I am curious. If I am a murderer, what does that make you, Alistair Moody? A murderer as well. I am no murderer. Moody spat. Of course not, the boy returned smoothly, my mistake. You only kill people who try to defend themselves. You take that back. No, I don't think I will. Harry's voice turned cold in an instant, and when he took a step towards Moody, the man stepped back, unease across his scarred face. You see, Moody, I am unlike the others. I am different from them. Murderers give in to their hate. Killers allow their hate to rule them. I am neither. My hate is a weapon. It is the sword in my hand and the strength in my arm. My contempt is my armor. It is the shield I carry and the plate that I wear. Whereas others might bow to their emotions, I will never bend. I am in control here, and I will never falter in my purpose. The boy grinned, and besides, if I really wanted revenge, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Harry turned slowly to Dumbledore as the rest of the room stood in stunned silence. Are we done here, Headmaster? Albus sighed. Yes, I dare say we are, Harry. Then I believe this affair has been concluded. The boy spun on his heel and headed for the door. Lily gave a small gasp and tore free from James's arms. Wait, Harry, we love you. The boy stopped dead in his tracks. His shoulders tensed slightly. His hand began twitching again. 6 years ago, and I would have done anything to hear those words. Now, Harry turned towards them, his face an emotionless mask. Now I feel nothing. And then he strode through the door. Fleur walked quietly alongside her bodyguard as they navigated through the twists and turns that were Hogwarts corridors. The silence between them was strained and heavy, and the Quarter Vila was desperately racking her brain for a way to break the suffocating stillness. Bayard did it for her. If you are not at the training session tomorrow, I will understand. Fleur was so stunned by her bodyguard's words that she momentarily ground to a halt. The boy continued on for a few steps before noticing, and turned back, an expression of puzzlement on his face. Miss Delacour. She closed the gap in a second and stood in front of him, her Vila aura radiating with anger. What did you say to me? She hissed. Most men would have been terrified of an enraged Vila bearing down on them. Bayard didn't even flinch. I said, Miss Delacour, that if you are not at the training session tomorrow, I will understand. She wanted to slap him. And you think I will do that to you? Just abandon you because of what I heard today? The boy smiled charmingly at her. For the first time since meeting him, Fleur noticed how fake it looked. Most women would. The Quarter Vila felt her sudden anger dissipate, washed away and replaced by grim determination. I am not most women, Mr. Bayard. The boy's lips twitched at her play of words. Fleur was sure it had been the beginning of a real smile, and not a fake one like he was currently wearing. Things will be different, he said simply. They will be. I will have to call you Harry from now on instead of Bayard. She smiled when her bodyguard gave her an exasperated look. That was not what I meant. Things are going to be different between you and me. You know my history now, and even if you deny it, I know it has changed your perception of me. Yes, Fleur said gently, you told me that same story back at Beauxbatons. I didn't believe it then. I thought it was a lie. All lies have some form of truth to them, Miss Delacour, the boy replied sternly. Mine just happened to be more of the latter than the former. Still, you are wrong. The Quarter Vila watched her bodyguard closely, about me thinking differently. You are still the same in my eyes. Bayard gave her another fake smile. I know you are trying to cheer me up, Miss Delacour, and I appreciate the effort. But, are you the same boy I met in my father's mansion? She interrupted. Her bodyguard's face was momentarily confused. I am. Are you the same boy that saved me from those bounty hunters? Fleur continued on. I am, but, are you the same boy that has been teaching me how to defend myself each and every morning? Miss Delacour, are you the same boy I heard telling me at the feast that you would be behind me, supporting me every step of the way? This time, Bayard did not try to protest. Yes, he said simply. Then nothing has changed, she replied quietly. The boy looked at her, stared at her in a measuring way, and Fleur welcomed it. There will be differences, he repeated. Not in the way I think of you. And what do you think of me? Her bodyguard challenged. Do you really want to know? Yes. Fleur placed a hand firmly on both his cheeks. Bayard blinked in surprise. He was about to say something when Fleur dragged him in close, and keyed him long and hard. There was no tongue involved, but neither was it chaste. If Fleur had a word to describe it, it would be passionate. She could taste him, savor him, and in return he could feel the heavy arousal that was her allure. Their lips pressed against one another for what seemed like an eternity. And then she broke it, panting slightly, face a brilliant shade of crimson. Her bodyguard looked stunned, truly, honestly stunned, and the quarter villa caught a glimpse of the boy that lay hidden behind the mask. Fleur smiled softly. "That is what I think of you, Harry James Potter." Severus Snape had gone from liking the boy to hating him and then liking him all over again. He could not bear to see Lily in pain, but James and Sirius was another matter entirely. The way the two men were looking like now, their heads hung low, their postures defeated, was something the potion's master would savor for a very long time. If only Lily had not been a target of the boy's cold rage, then Snape was sure this would have been one of his favorite days. The head of Slytherin took a long look around the room. Flitwick and Sprout were both gone. They were trustworthy, but they were not of the Order, and what Albus wanted them to hear was for Order members only. "What I am wondering, Albus," Minerva was saying, "is how Harry's name came up in the first place. There was an age restriction placed on the goblet. Not even the Weasley twins could get in, and they tried everything." Snape scowled. He had no love for any Weasley, and the ones McGonagall had mentioned were especially aggravating. "It is not a question of how, Minerva," Dumbledore said slowly, "but a question of why. Albus, what is important is not how Harry was chosen, but why." "Maybe the boy wanted some glory for himself," Moody growled from the corner, "wanted to outshine his brother for once. That's what I would wager." Snape sneered. That was obviously not the case. He too had first mistaken the boy for a glory-seeking fool like his brother, but events had proven that belief false. Harry had been clearly angry at being selected, even if his face hid it well. "I do not think that is something Harry would ever do, Alistair," Dumbledore replied somberly. "Who knows?" The grizzled ex-Auror shrugged. 6 years could change a person. Lily gave a small whimper. Snape glared hatefully at Moody. Damn that man for twisting the barb in Lily's fresh wound. "No, Alistair," the old wizard said, "if Harry had wanted to reveal himself to spite his family, he would have done so at the beginning of the year. The goblet has forced him to compete, and in doing so, forced him to expose himself. I had hoped that Harry would come to terms with his past on his own and meet his family under more extenuating circumstances." "Wait, Albus," Lily whispered, "you knew." Dumbledore leaned back into his chair and sighed. "I knew since the day of the welcoming feast." Snape was surprised and a tad angry. Albus Dumbledore was not one to keep things like this away from the ears of his followers. Judging from McGonagall's stunned expression, the headmaster hadn't told her either. "Why didn't you tell us?" James took a step towards the old wizard angrily, and Sirius was forced to latch onto his arm to pull him back. "Damn it, Albus, he's my son." "If I had told you," Dumbledore returned smoothly, "it would have changed nothing." "You don't know that. Harry's anger is something that will not disappear overnight, James. And revealing him to the public would have done nothing but direct that anger towards me." "But he's my son," James said again, softly this time. "And I consider him to be my grandson." James looked away, and Snape crowed inwardly at his shame. "What if the goblet didn't choose him, Albus?" Lily gazed imploringly at the old wizard. "Then I would have allowed him to leave Hogwarts with his disguise intact." Both Potters looked stricken. Dumbledore noticed this and smiled sadly. "It is my hope that one day Harry will forgive us. But I will not pressure him to do so. I have failed him once already and I will not do so again." "You mentioned why the goblet would choose the lad." Moody's magical eye was roving wildly about the room, but the man's gaze was firmly anchored on the headmaster. "Indeed I did, Alistair, but the explanation we all seek lies within the magic in the cup." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully before continuing. "There is a theory on how the goblet of fire works. A theory that I might say had the unspeakables in arms when it was first suggested. Most wizards and witches do not know about it, for the various departments of mysteries in every nation guard their secrets with the utmost jealousy, the headmaster flicked his wand lazily, and puffs of smoke appeared above his desk. Slowly, they formed letters, gray and dull, and Snape had to squint to see them clearly. The letters became words, and soon those left in the room could make out Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Hogwarts. Floating in front of the old wizard, for the Goblet of Fire to work, it must be able to choose. And for it to choose correctly, it must be enchanted with some of the most powerful truth charms known to wizarding kind. Otherwise, it would be easily fooled. Dumbledore flicked his wand again, and the name, Victor Krum, slowly materialized below the Durmstrang cloud. The goblet looks for one thing amongst potential champions, and that is ability. Or in other words, magical strength. The champions that were selected today are the most powerful wizards and witches in their respective years. They have to be, in order to complete the tasks. Another flick and the name, Fleur Delacour, floated slowly into position beneath the Beauxbatons cloud. Beyond that, there are no other qualifications on becoming champion. But whereas there is only one condition on being selected, there are far more conditions on being barred. A student, for example, cannot write down the name of another student and enter him or her into the tournament. The goblet will immediately detect that the name entered is not in the student's own handwriting, and disqualify that name from the selection process. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and Cedric Diggory began to materialize under the Hogwarts smoke. Nor can a student enter his or her name under another school. The magic in the goblet will detect the lie, and likewise, will prevent that student from being considered. You will never see a Beauxbatons student being selected as Hogwarts champion, or a Hogwarts student participating under Durmstrang's banner. For our suspect to have fooled the goblet, he or she would have needed to be especially crafty. The old wizard gestured with his wand, and Snape watched in disbelief as another cloud of smoke appeared and slowly began to form the words, "The boy who lived." The Goblet of Fire is impervious to lies. But it is vulnerable to lies wrapped in the truth. I believe that our suspect used a Confundus charm to make the goblet believe that there was a fourth school participating in this tournament, and entered Adam's name under it. Adam. Lily stared at the clouds of smoke in distress, but it was Harry's name that came from the cup. Indeed, and I dare say had our suspect been less careful, then it may very well have been Adam forced to compete in this tournament. But, I believe the suspect was very meticulous in planning this out, to the point that he or she used the Confundus charm a second time to force the goblet into accepting only one student. Dumbledore pointed his wand to the fourth cloud, and slowly, a smoky, Adam Potter, started to drift under, the boy who lived. I believe that whoever it was that fooled the goblet was targeting Adam, and not Harry. However, the suspect's thoroughness would be his undoing. The second Confundus charm made the goblet's selection of the fourth school very specific. When the time came, the cup would select the boy who lived, and only him. It would not consider anything else. Not even the handwriting on the paper. Adam's name hung there for a brief second, before vanishing, and in its place, Harry Potter hovered, drifting slowly in the air. Even though Adam's name was entered into the cup, the Goblet of Fire did not choose him because he did not fit the qualifications of being the boy who lived. But that means, McGonagall appeared stricken, as did everyone else, that means. Yes, Dumbledore slowly looked at each occupant of the room in turn, that means there is a very real chance that Harry is the boy who lived, and Adam is not. I feel pain, a piercing, ripping agony. Something I have not felt for a long time. I look down, to where Hate's sword has been driven through my shoulder. Ichor pours from the wound, and stains the robes I wear black with blood. This, I say to him, was unexpected. The knight does not reply and instead wrenches his blade free. I give a grunt as the sword leaves my flesh. A spray of blood is released and I watch, bemused, as a few droplets land on Hate's armor. This, I say again, was pathetic. 100 bouts, my lord, Hate finally replies, you lasted only 100 bouts against me tonight. Most nights our duels last in the thousands. What's more, I managed to injure you. The knight's tone sounds clipped, as if the very thought is heinous to him. I have not managed such a thing for a very long time. Indeed, I press a hand against the wound. The pain I can ignore. The blood that surges around my fingers, I cannot. I close my eyes and will the wound to go away. I feel a slight jolt as the magic begins its healing work. The blood stops flowing. The flesh reknits. The skin melts together until nothing remains but a slight scar. One more amongst many. Hate offers a plated hand. I take it and he pulls me up from my kneeling position. What ails you, my lord? He asks me. I smile thinly. Am I that transparent, Hate? The knight plants his sword into the ground tip first. My blood still stains its edges. Transparent, maybe not, but I know when something is wrong when you cannot last in a match against me. That, and I can feel the turmoil in your soul. Something is wrong, no. Yes, it should not have been this complicated, I say softly. My fingers trace over the freshly healed wound absently. All this was supposed to be easy. Come to Hogwarts. Protect the girl. Watch her compete in the tournament. Take the gold and leave. It was supposed to be simple. Life is rarely simple, my lord, the knight says back, otherwise there would be very few left willing to live it. Well, I doubt there are many out there willing to live my life. Hate peers down at me. Do not be so sure, my lord. There are many fools in this world. I'm sure more than one would delight in having your strength. If only they were so willing to embrace the suffering that comes with the strength. I chuckle at his words. We've worked hard, Hate, to become what we are today. The knight nods solemnly. What ails you, my lord? He asks again. I turn to him. I feel lost. Hate repeats, his voice contemplative. Yes, I felt the anger, the rage, coursing through my veins. I can still feel them now, shimmering just below the surface. You were right all along. And what about that makes you feel lost? Monsters don't feel, Hate, I whisper, we don't have emotions. We're not supposed to have emotions. I should not ever feel angry. I should not ever feel rage. These things are alien to me, and yet I feel them anyways. I am lost. If I am not a monster, then what am I? You are human, my lord. No, I snap. I shed my humanity long ago to become what I am today. What I can do, what I have done, they cannot be replicated by humans. That does not mean there is no shred of humanity left within you. The joints in Hate's armor creak as he moves to stand beside me. You have done great things, my lord. Impossible things. Some may even call them monstrous things. But in the end, these deeds do not define you. Your character, my lord, is what you make of it, and though you think yourself inhuman, the truth is far more complicated. The knight swivels his head until his gaze matches mine. Great men have done great deeds in the past, but they are still men. I shake my head. That is not all. What else then, my lord? I remember silvery bee-owned hair, deep blue eyes, the soft touch of dainty fingers, a face breathtakingly beautiful looming ever closer. She keyed me, and now, whenever I think of her, I feel a tingling in my nerves. Whenever I think of her, I wish to continue thinking of her, no matter what. I do not understand, Hate. I do not know what this is, and I do not know why I am behaving this way. You are feeling another emotion, my lord. And what emotion is that? The knight stares at me. Affection. Affection. I breathe. I am unsure that is what I feel. You are not unsure. You are afraid. Afraid. I repeat, and my features twist into one of amusement. I think not. I can feel it, my lord, lurking beneath your masks. I laugh. It sounds forced, false. I have walked upon a field of corpses. I have piled high the skulls of my foes. I have stared into the unblinking eyes of death itself. My hands are stained red with blood. My wand has ended the lives of men and beasts alike. My sword has cleaved flesh from bone and parted heads from shoulders. Nightmares do not torment me, for I do not flinch at their touch. Dreams of the dead and damned are nothing but pale wisps of smoke in my mind. I have seen things both terrible and great, witnessed the glories of mankind and its fallacies all the same. Nothing phases me, nothing surprises me. This world may end tomorrow, and yet my face, my true face, would remain the same, etched into lifeless stone. And now you are telling me I am afraid. Have you lost your mind, Hate? I clench my hand into a fist. I fear no evil. The fingers clutch tightly together. Unyielding. Strong. I fear no death. I relax them, and the digits splay out until I can see my palm again. I fear nothing, for there is nothing left on this world for me to fear. The night chuckles lightly. Soft as it is, the noise is still akin to metal. And that is the irony of it, my lord. That one, such as you, who has been inured of all things terrible, would be afraid of something so small and innocuous. I am not afraid. You can deceive everyone else on this earth, but you cannot deceive me. Burning eyes the same color as mine regards me impassively. Your masks may fool these children, but they are nothing but frail facades to me. You are afraid, my lord. Not of bloodshed or slaughter. Not of beasts or monsters. You are afraid of feeling back. You are afraid that in due time, the girl will grow tired of you and cast you aside, just like your parents did. You are afraid that your affection will never be returned by her. You are afraid she will belittle you, make fun of you, and tread on your feelings. You fear committing, my lord, not because of the responsibility but of what might happen should you fail. I stay silent. I can sense hate smiling sadly at me. There is no shame in fear, my lord. There is only shame if you allow fear to defeat you. But I cannot feel hate. It is not that you cannot, my lord, but you will not. You have always misled yourself into thinking you cannot, when you clearly can. Who knows? Perhaps one day the affection can even grow into love. I chuckle bitterly. And do you believe I am capable of that? Of love? The knight rests an armored gauntlet against the pommel of his sword. No, but you can always try. Morning did not bring the training Fleur had expected. Instead of hours of spellwork and duels, her instructor had requested from her something much simpler. Let us take a walk, the boy had said. And so they did. The view the dawning sun offered on the lake was breathtaking, and the quarter villa could see why the boy often spent his spare time lingering by its edges. The morning light made the tranquil waves shimmer and shine, made the peaceful waters seem like a pool of flowing silver, and had Fleur not had other things on her mind she would have stayed to enjoy the marvelous sight. But instead, her conscience remained on her bodyguard, whose life seemed to be a direct opposite of the lake's tranquil surface. Harry Potter. Not Bayard anymore, but Harry. The names were different, but the person was the same. She was sure of it. The boy in question turned to her, smiling Bayard's smile but wearing Harry's features. It did nothing but enhance his looks. Bayard had been charmingly handsome, but Fleur had always thought he had been too charming, too charismatic. There had always been something fake about Bayard, though she had never been able to tell what it was. She suspected it was because he was too perfect. Girls flocked to him for that very reason, desperate for his attention. Fleur was grounded in reality, and knew that perfection was something that only dreams could achieve. Now, Harry, bitter, resentful, filled with hatred, here was the dark mirror of Bayard, different in every way, but also real. Real. When the boy had smiled at her last night, telling her that he would be behind her every step of the way, it had not been Bayard that was smiling, but Harry. Two very different people, and yet the same. It was ironic, in a way, that Bayard was someone she would always be attracted to, but never love, yet Harry was someone that would repel her at first but could grow to love. Bayard. Harry regarded her silently for a while, musing. Last night, he paused, and fell silent. Fleur did not blame him. Her impulsive side had acted before her brain could rein it in, and she had keyed him as a result. It had been an embarrassing moment for her, especially when the boy made no more attempts at conversation for the remainder of the night. To say that the walk to the carriage had been awkward was putting it lightly. Still, she did not regret what she did, and had fate given her another chance, she would have done exactly the same thing, albeit a bit more passionately. Last night was interesting. Fleur smiled slightly, but it was also a moment of weakness. For the both of us. Her smile waned. What do you mean? She asked in French. I mean that yesterday shouldn't have happened. He saw her hurt look and hastily corrected himself. Not that I'm complaining. Look, I'm not very good at returning these emotions. It's just that I don't think things would have happened the way they happened if the goblet didn't choose my name. And I think it would be the best if we pretended they didn't happen. You don't understand, she said to him, blushing slightly. It wouldn't have mattered if you were chosen as champion or not. She swallowed. I like you. The boy sighed. I know, Miss Delacour. That shocked her. But more than that, it puzzled her. If you know, why are you trying to dissuade me? I don't care for you like the way you think I care for you. I am trying to dissuade you because I do not want to hurt you. The fact that you are trying just means that you do care for me, she returned. The contract, the boy replied, it is because of the contract. I care because of the contract. I don't believe you, Fleur said firmly. What will it take for you to believe me? Say it. Look me in the eyes and say it. Harry smiled. All too easy. The boy's eyes locked into her own. Fleur stared back, refusing to budge a single inch. I care for you, Miss Delacour, only because of the contract. I am here for the gold, and that is the only reason. When the year ends, I will be gone, and you will never see me again. At the very last word, her bodyguard's eyes flickered slightly away. It was a sign of uncertainty, hidden well behind the emerald orbs. To the quarter villa, it was enough. Fleur smiled triumphantly back. Liar. To her surprise, Harry didn't try to deny it. He merely closed his eyes and sighed again. I tried to save you from the pain, but if you wish to take this path, then I will not stop you. One of his hands clenched into a fist. And then it relaxed, fingers splaying out again. Fleur could see red marks in the palm, where the fingernails had dug deep. What you ask of me, Miss Delacour, I cannot give, her bodyguard began. You will not give, the quarter villa corrected. No, I cannot give, the boy smiled thinly at her confused expression, you do not understand. I don't expect you to understand. Hate is the only thing I can feel with any certainty. It has been my only companion for a very long time. More than that, hate is what defines me. Hate is what gives me purpose, and without it, I am lost. Hate is me, Miss Delacour, and to part with it is to part with a piece of my soul. Her bodyguard was right, she didn't understand, but that did not deter her one bit. You do not have to give up your hate, Harry. But you can feel other things as well. I will teach you. You will teach me. Harry sounded incredulous. How will you teach me? The quarter villa blushed and looked down. It was obvious to anyone that she had not thought that one through. Give up, Miss Delacour. It is a fool's hope. Fleur snapped her head back in the boy's direction. You would have me forget everything, Harry. She growled angrily. Forget that you saved me back in that forest. Ignore you for the rest of the year. If that is what it takes, her bodyguard said casually. No, I won't do that. Fleur glared fiercely at the boy. I will never do something like that. It is a fool's hope, Harry repeated. But it is still hope. She snapped back. Her bodyguard fell silent, and took the time to regard her closely. The emerald pupils bore into her, and she fought the urge to look away. The smile came back, though it was bitter. What you are asking of me, the boy said slowly, is very close to impossible. You want me to open up to you, but no, that is something I have never done before. You want me to give affection to you, to like you back, but understand that what little affection I knew before I ran away I have almost completely forgotten. These are not lies, Miss Delacour. I have been deprived of these things long ago, and I am not sure I can gain them back. I'm not sure if I even want them back. I know, Fleur answered softly, but I still want to try. Why do you still want to try? It was a good question. And she had an equally good answer. She just hoped it would be enough to convince the boy she liked. Because I know that you're in there, Harry. The real you. Behind the walls that you've built around yourself. I know why you've built them. I can even sympathize. But staying behind those walls won't solve anything. And I won't let you suffer in there alone. I'll drag you out, kicking and screaming if I have to. Harry turned to look at her. He wasn't smiling anymore. And what if there is nothing hidden behind those walls? What if you finally batter them down, and discover that there was nothing there in the first place? What would you do then? Fleur opened her mouth for a rebuttal. The boy held out a hand to silence her. There is a very good chance, Miss Delacour, that despite your best attempts, your efforts will be in vain. There is a very good chance that despite whatever you have done, through the sweat and blood and tears you have shed, that there will be nothing to reward you at the finish. This path you wish to take is admirable, and I thank you for trying. But you must know that at the end, when things matter most, there is a possibility that the dreams you held dear for so long to your heart will be proven to be naught but hollow ashes." The boy closed his eyes and paused. When he opened them again, the smile was back on his face. "There is a chance, Miss Delacour, that there will be no happy ending to this story." Fleur nodded and accepted the words. It was a terrifying thought, what her bodyguard had just said. For what Vila wanted above all else from their partners was affection. To hold and be held in turn. To love and be loved. The fact that the boy couldn't do these things would have driven full-blooded Vila away, immune to the allure or not. But Fleur wasn't a full-blooded Vila, and though her magical side shied away from committing to him, her human side did not. "Well," Fleur blushed again, "well, I'll just have to try my hardest, won't I? To reach that happy ending." The boy stared at her. Then the corners of his smile twitched slightly. "You are perhaps the most stubborn client I have ever had to deal with," he said, a trace of amusement lingering across his face. "I don't know if that's good or bad." "I think," she replied, "it is a good thing for the both of us." The amusement faded. He looked serious once more. "You do know that I will treat everyone else as I have done before. I will speak to them and interact with them as though I was still Bayard. This mask will remain on my face for them." "I understand, Harry. I know that is too much to ask of you." The boy shook his head slowly. "No, not too much. Too soon." Fleur started. She stared at her bodyguard with hope in her eyes. "Harry, does that mean?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. He averted his face, but Fleur was sure she caught a tinge of embarrassment crossing the boy's cheek. "Don't get me wrong, Miss Delacour. I still think what you are trying to do will amount to nothing. I'm just preventing you from hounding me in the future." Fleur hid her smile behind her hand. Inwardly, her heart sang with joy. "Well, if that is the case, are you prepared for your first lesson?" Her bodyguard turned to look at her. "What lesson?" "I'm going to teach you, remember, how to feel other emotions." So now the teacher has become the student. Harry chuckled. "Very well. If you think it will work. What's the first lesson, Miss Delacour?" The quarter Vila withdrew her hand so her bodyguard could see her smile. "Your first lesson," she said, "is to start calling me Fleur." The boy smiled back. This time, it didn't look fake. "I think I can do that." Albus Dumbledore watched in silence from the staff table as the boy with emerald eyes began to talk to his fellow Beauxbaton students. He was good, Albus had to admit, charismatic even, and in no time at all, the French contingent was laughing at his jokes and chattering away as though nothing had happened. The Ravenclaws at the table, though, shied away, staring at the boy with distrust and in some cases, hatred. The old wizard sighed. Even though the tournament was supposed to foster a healthy, competitive environment, Albus did not doubt for a minute that there would be students who would take that competitiveness to the extreme. The Hogwarts Quidditch seasons in the years past were proof of that. He just hoped no one would be foolish enough to challenge Harry directly. "It's not really him, is it, Albus?" A soft voice asked from beside him, and Dumbledore turned in his seat to regard his deputy headmistress. McGonagall was looking at the boy with sad eyes, though her usual stern expression had not faded. "That's not the real Harry." "No, Minerva, that's not really him. I can't believe I missed it," McGonagall murmured. "It was so obvious last night. But before I just thought he was a regular boy." "He fooled us all," Dumbledore amended. "He wears his disguise exceptionally well." "It's like he's two different people," the Gryffindor head of house continued softly. "The one we saw yesterday was so filled with hatred. The one we see now is like any other boy. And you wonder which one is the real Harry." "Yes, I do, Albus." The two paused as more laughter from the Ravenclaw table drifted into their ears. "I am afraid to say even I do not know the answer to that question, Minerva," Dumbledore said truthfully. "There is a chance that the Harry we observed yesterday night was just another persona he developed to protect himself." "Really, Albus?" McGonagall looked hopeful. "If that is true, do you think the real Harry would reconcile with his family?" "Reconcile?" Dumbledore peered down at his deputy headmistress over his spectacles. "That is a strange question for you to ask, Minerva. I had thought you distanced yourself from the Potters years ago." A flicker of anger spread across McGonagall's usual stoic face. "It is not the Potters that I am concerned with," Albus, she said stiffly, they reaped what they sowed, and a part of me couldn't be happier at the outcome. Her features softened, but the boy needs a family. Or at least someone to listen to his troubles. He's holding onto so much hatred for what they did to him. And even if that hatred is well deserved, it is still hatred. It can destroy him, Albus. You aren't wrong, old friend. The old wizard stroked his beard absently. Harry's hate is something he clings onto most desperately. It will take a long time for it to fade, if it fades. The poor boy, McGonagall breathed, is there anything we can do for him? To alleviate his pain? I don't think it will be one of us that heals him. The headmaster nodded gently towards the Ravenclaw table. I believe it will be someone more his age that finally brings him out of his shell. Minerva arched her brows in confusion. What do you mean, Albus? Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling as he inclined his head towards the blonde-haired girl that sat next to the boy. McGonagall followed the gesture and saw what the aged wizard had known for some time. That is Fleur Delacour, Beauxbaton's first champion. I don't see. Minerva blinked when the girl leaned in closer to whisper something in Harry's ear. Oh my. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled. His deputy headmistress pursed her lips in disapproval. She's too old for him, she declared. Only by 3 years, Minerva. Still, that makes her 17. I don't like it. She could be doing things to him that they shouldn't be doing until they're married. Dumbledore chuckled. I do recall a certain head of house finding 2 of her favorite students sharing a moment of intimacy in a broom cupboard and turning a blind eye. McGonagall blushed. It was the night before their graduation. I allowed them some leeway. Of course, the headmaster's eyes continued to twinkle. The Potters still won't speak of that night to anyone, not even me. I dare say having the deputy headmistress discovering their heat of moment has left them with a lasting impression. The woman muttered something beneath her breath. The twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes grew. If it were me in that scenario, Minerva, I would have offered them both a drop. Wonderful things, those candies are. Magnificent at getting you out of an awkward situation. McGonagall had recovered enough of her dignity to roll her eyes. You and your drops, Albus. The Gryffindor head of house's face lost its flustered look and became solemn once more. Do you truly think Miss Delacour can heal Harry, Albus? It seems so far-fetched. For a stranger to do what his family cannot. The old wizard smiled benignly. Hate cannot exist without love, old friend. I believe Harry will learn that over time. But will it be enough? McGonagall pressed. Will just one girl's love be enough to erase 6 years of hatred? Dumbledore watched as Harry rose from his seat with a gracious smile and headed for the lavatories stationed outside the Great Hall. He frowned when 3 boys from the Slytherin table rose as well and tailed after the older Potter. Only time will tell, Minerva. Only time will tell. 3 of them block my path. 3 boys dressed in Slytherin robes. One is the obvious ringleader. I can tell from his posture. The way he wears his pride around him like a cloak. The way he stands there, head held high and features schooled into an expression of aloof scorn. Behind him are 2 other boys, though they look more akin to trolls with their bullish necks and thick, gangly arms. Lackeys, no doubt. I think they are trying to threaten me. I cannot tell because they are doing a piss-poor job of it. So you're the 4th champion, the leader sneers, you're not much to look at. I should hope not. My reply is automatic. Men don't usually find other men attractive. Unless of course you're one of those men. In which case my response to you is I don't swing that way. The boy's face turns a brilliant shade of crimson. Watch what you say to me. I'm Draco Malfoy. I cock my head slightly. The picture perfect of polite puzzlement. Never heard of him. The boy's face turns even redder. The Malfoys are an ancient and noble family. He begins no doubt what is going to be a long and boring lecture. I don't care. Draco sputters in mid-sentence. You don't care. The boy's expression is almost comical. You should care. We're the most powerful family in magical Britain. Draco's eyes narrows, but then again you're a Potter. His face turns haughty. It's a shame really. The Potters were a pure-blooded family of the highest esteem. Until your father married a mudblood. He expects me to be angry. I am not. Yes, I say back, my father married a woman born to non-magical parents. What is your point? Draco stares at me as though I've grown 2 heads. Your father married a mudblood, The boy deliberately emphasizes the last word. He stares again when I smile. You make a very dull conservationist, Malfoy, with your knack of stating the obvious. Behind him, the two trolls crack their knuckles threateningly. I nearly break out laughing. This is what they think will intimidate me. Adolescent youths who have yet to see the spill of blood. Teenage wretches that have still yet to wean themselves off their mother's teat. I would not have believed it were it not the fact that these two look dead serious. One of them is even trying to stand taller, believing height alone will be enough to cow me. Watch your tone with me. Draco has adopted an arrogant expression, as though if the two fools behind him are actually capable of saving him, I am your superior. My blood is purer than yours. If that is what you think, I say, voice still polite, even though on the inside I am laughing at the poor comedy these three are offering me. Now if you will excuse me, I have better things to do. I attempt to move past them. The Slytherins mirror my movement, and once more I find them obstructing my path. I'm not done with you, Draco growls in what he no doubt thinks is a menacing tone. I smile. You have made a mistake, Draco. You, in your ignorance, have decided that it is a good idea to block my way. You, in your stupidity, are trying to prevent me from reaching my objective. That was a mistake, Draco, and the only reason why I have not hurt you is because you are still very near to being a child. I will allow you 2 more mistakes before I am forced to do things I will not regret. Shut up. The boy snarls, you're just a lowly half-blood. I don't know what that Vila sees in you. I am much better. I'm richer, better looking, more desirable. You're just a no-good, dirty cheater. I'll make her see the truth. I'll take her away from you. I am about to reply when I feel an unexpected change in my heart. It is so sudden that at first I do not know what it is. This causes me to pause, to think. And when I do realize what it is, my smile changes into a scowl. Jealousy. I am actually feeling jealous. I am actually afraid of this whelp taking her away from me. The emotion is faint, almost non-existent, but I cannot deny it is there. The thought of her being stolen away has turned from being a foregone conclusion into something I do not want. Suddenly things aren't so funny anymore. Draco takes my scowl to be a scowl of someone who has had the truth dragged from him. He sneers victoriously. You cheated your way into the tournament. It's obvious to everyone here. And once she finds out, she'll ditch you and come to me. I have the wealth. My father is the richest wizard in Britain. I have the looks too. She'll come running to me. Fleur, I say truthfully, is not that type of woman. And you would know. The boy growls out, I bet she just opened her legs to you just for practice. My jealousy fades. The smile comes back. You have made your second mistake, Draco. You may insult me in whatever way you want. You may even throw swear words on my family and my ancestors. But to insult the one I am to protect, that I will not abide. One more mistake, Draco. I will allow you one more mistake. My words seem to anger him even more. You have no right to speak to me like that. You're lower than me. You are an insect. You are less than an insect. You are nothing. The boy rants, I don't know why she wants a nothing like you, but I'll make her see that you are nothing. I'll make everyone see you're nothing. Goyle. He snaps with a leer, let's make Potter less presentable to the public. One of the trolls lumbers for me, his idiotic expression brightening at the prospect of inflicting pain. At 3 steps away he launches a heavy-handed blow towards my face. It would have broken my nose if it landed, as well as caused a mild concussion. If it landed. I catch the fist in my palm. The burly boy's eyes widen in surprise. This, I say, was your third mistake, Draco. And then I squeeze. The ugly sound of bones cracking follows. Goyle bellows in pain. I ignore him and squeeze harder. I feel a jolt as my magic travels in my blood, surging into my hand like a rolling wave. Raw, pulsating power is what leaks from my fingertips, and I can hear it sing in my head as it is unleashed. The boy's bellows turn into a high-pitched squeal. No longer am I breaking his bones. I am pulverizing them into dust, grinding them into a fine powder. Goyle. The second troll roars out and surges forward to take a swing at me. I release the boy. Goyle is still squealing, clutching at the mangled mess that was once a human hand. He will have to have the school nurse regrow each and every bone. I hear the process is most painful. A pity. I was hoping to maim him permanently. Crab's fist rushes for my face. I tilt my head slightly, so the blow barely grazes past. My legs carry me forward, and my body travels with them, flowing like water past the boy's meager guard. The brute gives a muffled exclamation of surprise. His fist connects with nothing but empty air, and I am already behind him. I smash him to the ground with a kick to the back of his leg, forcing his knees to collide against the stone floor. Another pair of cracking sounds. Fractured kneecaps. Not a good way to start the morning. One of my hands plants itself firmly on his shoulder. The other ensnares the limb that was throwing the punch. "This is your arm," I say into his horrified face, "it's not yours any longer." Magic spears into my hands, flowing from my core, just like any wizard when casting. The difference is that I do not need a wand to wield it. I pull, and the magic enhances my body, spreading through each and every muscle in my body. With this newfound strength I could have torn Crab's arm from his shoulder with sickening ease. But that would not do. Too much blood, too much to explain to terrified teachers and students alike. So instead I merely detach the arm from its socket. The popping sound that follows cannot compare to the ugly cracks that destroyed Goyle's hand, but even I must admit the casual way Crab's limb slumps from his shoulder is strangely disturbing. The boy looks down at his ruined arm, dangling listlessly like dead rubber, and begins wailing. Madame Pomfrey will have to be especially careful with this one. Connecting an arm bone back into its socket is a meticulous and painful affair, even with the aid of magic. Not to mention his shattered knees. Both boys are screaming now, high-pitched and shrill. It almost sounds like they're whistling. Goyle has sunk to his knees as well, tears of pain running down his cheeks as he cradles his mangled hand. I splay my fingers and grab a tuft of his hair. I do the same to Crab. I smash their heads together. They go limp in my hands. I drop them. They aren't screaming anymore. I turn to Malfoy and notice his wand is pointing to me. His hand trembles and the face he wears is synonymous with abject terror. He is in the middle of his incantation. Good. That gives me plenty of time. I move forward. My strides are blisteringly quick. A lifetime of battling Hate's blade has taught me the meaning of speed. My hand catches Malfoy's jaw before he can utter the last syllable and slams up. His mouth closes with such speed that I can hear his teeth clatter together. Whatever curse he was aiming at me fizzles at the tip of his wand and dies. The boy's eyes bulge outwards. Agony dances in his eyes. He must have bitten his tongue when I forcibly shut him up. I am proven correct when a thin trickle of blood leaks from the corner of his lips. Inwardly, I frown. This is the weakness of wizards and their way of wand casting. One has to say the spell for it to work. Deprive them of the means to speak, and they are no more effective than a muggle with a stick. This I have done before, sometimes by a quick silencio, sometimes by breaking their jaw. Whatever the method, the results are always the same. The only wizards that are dangerous are those that can cast silently and wandlessly. My smile grows, just as I meant for it to grow. There is a reason to this smile, just as there is a reason to every emotion I show on my face. In this case, my reason is to terrify, and judging from Draco's squeamish face, it is working. There are 32 teeth in the human skull, I say slowly, deliberately. They say a powered-down reducto can send all 32 of those teeth directly into your brain. Sounds painful. No. They also say that if your tongue didn't disintegrate in the blast, you even taste your own conscience before dying. I wouldn't know if this is true. I haven't tried it. I grin, but I would like to. Draco tries to scream. Whether in pain or fear I know not. The hand that clenches his jaws shut is like steel, and all he can manage is a muffled whimper. I will say this once, Draco Malfoy, and you will listen well. He fights my grip, but his attempts are futile and pathetic. You are scum. You are trash. You are the rubbish that men pick from their shoes. You are nothing. I watch his eyes light up with impotent rage. I have seen men like you before. All the same. Proud, arrogant, conceited. Men who would willingly bring misery to others to get what they want. These men are the ones I do not regret ending. In fact, I look forward to ending them. My fingers tighten, constricting his jaw. The anger in his eyes vanish, replaced by fear in a heartbeat. Coward. If this were a battlefield, I whisper to him, your blood would already be dripping from my hand. I release him, and he stumbles back, pawing at his sore mouth. His eyes widen when he sees crimson staining his fingers. You bastard, Potter. He spits a wad of bloody phlegm to the floor, when my father hears of this. Your father isn't here to protect you, I say simply, and even if he were, I doubt that he will last long against me. Ha, you can't last against my father. Malfoy wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. You're just a dirty half-blood. A dirty half-blood that just put your 2 bodyguards out of commission. A dirty half-blood that held your worthless life in his hands. A dirty half-blood that still wishes to count how many teeth are in your brain after the reducto is cast. Malfoy pales. You can't threaten me. I can tell the professors. I can tell my head of house. Yes, I smile. You go do that, Draco. Run along with your tail tucked behind your legs like the dog you are. Tell them how you insulted not 1, but 2 tournament champions. Tell them how you ordered your flunky to, what was it you said? Make me less presentable. Yes, that's it. Tell them that it was one of your pet trolls that threw the first punch. Go ahead and tell all of that to them, Draco, and see if your father's reputation is enough to cool the outrage that will follow. Malfoy pales even further. I have a feeling then, you won't be the richest family in magical Britain anymore. You bastard. He brandishes his wand to shoot a spell at me. Nothing happens. The boy frowns and looks down. He is clutching nothing but empty air. He panics, and his eyes roam all over the hall before finally noticing something black and brown spins in my hand. It takes a second for Draco to realize what it is. My wand. He cries out in indignation. I ignore him and focus on the piece of wood that moves with a life of its own in my palm. 10 inches. Hawthorn wood. Unicorn hair. Made for the noble and the good of heart. I turn my attention back to him. It is a shame that such an honorable wand ended up in the hands of someone as foul as you. The wand stops spinning, and I clench it tightly, feeling the magic that lingers in its core. The song it sings is melancholy, the tone a weeping, mournful lament that only I can hear. I allow it to sing its sorrow for a moment longer before tossing the wand back to the boy. Regretful, Draco catches it clumsily. You once had potential, Malfoy. Did you know that? You could have been something more. Something better. Your wand understood that, and it chose you for that very reason. Now, it is ashamed to have you for its master. What in Merlin's name are you talking about? The boy growls at me, confusion warring with anger on his face. Something you will never understand, Draco. I smile again. Now I would use that wand to levitate your underlings to the hospital wing. If you try anything else, I won't be inclined to be so merciful. I brush past him. He shrinks back as our shoulders touch. Oh, and next time, Draco, I say over my shoulder, bring an army. At least they will be a challenge to me. Adam Potter nervously swept a hand through his messy hair as he waited. Most times, the action would have relaxed him. Now, it served only to agitate him more. Both Lily and James had been a mess once they returned from Dumbledore's office. Adam had seen them this miserable only once before, and that had been when they discovered Harry had disappeared. Now, the process was repeating all over again. Back then, he had only been 8 years old, and there was nothing he could do but watch as his parents descended into the dark pit of despair. But now, with Harry here, there was a chance that could be avoided. All he had to do was get his brother to accept them back. And then everything would be right again. Many would call his way of thinking delusion. Adam preferred to call it hope. The target of his worries rounded the corner, alone as Adam suspected he would be. Harry had a habit of keeping to himself at night. This, to the Gryffindor's eternal shame, he had learned about in his childhood and did nothing about. Those emerald green eyes had always peered at him from the stairs, wistful and longing as he was fawned upon by their parents. Those same eyes stared at him now, not a single speck of emotion in the gleaming orbs. Adam took a hesitant step forward when Harry came to a halt. "Harry," he began. "Why are you here, Adam?" There was no greeting from the boy, no acknowledgement or gesture of respect, just a curt question. Mom and Dad told me what happened last night. Adam swallowed nervously. You don't really mean all that, do you? If I didn't mean that, why would I have said it? You're just angry with us. Adam was desperately trying to convince himself. You're just angry at us for being stupid. And I can agree with that. But the anger will fade. It has to. And then everything will be all right again. Right, Harry? Is that what you really think? Adam felt himself freeze from those cold words. Sweet Merlin, Harry, you really mean what you said? Yes, came the simple response. But what about Mum and Dad? The Gryffindor stared beseechingly at the boy's face. What about Sirius and Remus? What about Dumbledore? What about them? Why, you don't care? No. Adam licked his suddenly dry lips. What about me? The boy stared back, still smiling. What about you? I'm your brother, Harry. So you are. You don't feel anything. For me. For our parents. Harry blinked. Is this the reason why you are here, Adam? The Gryffindor shook his head desperately. Harry, you have to listen to me. What you're doing isn't good for you. You have to come back to us. We'll help you heal. I don't need you to help me heal. Yes you do, damn it. I'm your brother and... No, the boy interrupted, you are not my brother. What? What do you mean? Perhaps I did not make myself clear last night. Harry smiled one of his dazzling smiles. Let me make myself very clear. The boy stepped forward fluidly, the movement so sudden that Adam barely had the time to register he had moved at all. His arm snapped out, a whip-like blur, and the Gryffindor abruptly found tight fingers latching onto his collar. Harry's carefree smile, the one he always wore as Bayard, was gone, and in its place was the most hateful countenance Adam had ever seen. It was like someone had flicked a light switch, and the boy's face had changed along with it. Harry pulled, and Adam felt himself being hauled bodily close until they were face to face. I hate you, Adam. The smile had turned into a vindictive grin. Yes, I hate our parents for their stupidity and their willful neglect. But you are different. I hold a special hatred in my heart for you, dear brother. Why? Adam croaked out. The boy leered at him, neat white teeth bared into a mocking rictus. Because you could have changed things, but you didn't. You could have made them see, Adam, see me for who I am. But instead, you lorded it over me like I was some common peasant. Every time they gave you a present, you came up into my room and paraded it in front of me. Every time they praised you for just being you, you made sure to rub my nose in it afterwards. Every time they hurt me, you twisted the blade in the wound. You betrayed me, Adam, worse than James and Lily ever could. I was just a kid, Harry. Adam whispered, knowing it was a futile defense. That is no excuse, Harry hissed back, and the Gryffindor looked down in humiliation. You know what I would have done, Adam. Harry continued venomously, if I was the boy who lived and you were not. I would have dragged you into everything we did together. I would have talked to you each and every time at dinner, forced the conversation so that you could be included. I would have dragged you to play Quidditch, even if you did not want to, and make James see that he has another son waiting in the shadows. I would have forced you to come to those elegant parties, against anybody else's wishes, and make Lily as well as the rest of the world see that you were my brother and that I was damn proud of it. I would have forced them to see that you were their flesh and blood, just like I was, and if that did not work, I would have gone with you should you have chosen to left. The boy's grip on his collar tightened, and the stiff cloth pressed painfully against Adam's skin. I would have done those things because you are my brother, boy who lived, or not. I would have done those things because the same blood flows in our veins and the same courage beats in our hearts. I would have done those things because I loved you and respected you as a brother should. And if the world was to end tomorrow, I would have stood by you, and we would face the end together, without doubt, without fear. Harry released him and pushed him away. For a moment the Gryffindor was sure he saw a glimmer of sorrow in the boy's eyes. Because that is what brothers are for. Adam swallowed and rubbed his neck absently, where the collar had bit into his flesh. He refused to match Harry's gaze. Shame prevented him from doing that. But you did none of those things for me, Adam. Not a single one. And so, you are not my brother. At that, Adam did look up. The hateful mask had disappeared from his brother's face. Harry looked fine now, almost cheerful as he gazed back. I was just a kid, the Gryffindor repeated, trying to draw strength from the words. Harry smiled. Adam was shocked how genuine it looked. Then I guess that is the difference between you and I. My hand is twitching again. Wrath and fury, brothers in emotion, burn like a firestorm in my veins. He dares. He dares. My teeth grind together. My face twists into a feral snarl of hatred. The contempt I feel for him is like a physical ache that travels down my bones. In a sense, he has succeeded. The cold facade I have wielded against my parents is useless against my brother. The irony is not lost on me. Adam has done what Lily and James could not. He has broken my mask through words alone. I place a hand on a nearby wall and lean on it. The anger is so powerful that I actually have to use it for support. I struggle with my facial muscles. Cool logic wars with embittered hatred for control of my face. I am glad it is logic that wins in the end. The snarl disappears, concealed by the impassive mask, and I am bared once more, even if the disguise is worn. I straighten. I remove my hand from the touch of stone. It is good that no one has seen me in my moment of choler. Well, it appears that the charming knight has a dark, brooding side to him. Who would have thought? Or not. I turn slowly towards the voice, inwardly cursing my lack of control all the time. Staring back at me are eyes the color of my own, framed on a lovely face of alabaster skin, and wreathed in long, bee-owned hair. An image of aristocratic beauty, poised and elegant in every way, clad in Slytherin green. It takes me a second to put a name to the face. Daphne Greengrass. 4th year. The so-called Ice Queen of her house. I can see why. Her countenance is beautiful to look upon, but the beauty is of the untouchable sort. The sneer she wears is a testament to that fact. The only ugly part of an otherwise faultless complexion. And had I not been a master of masks and facades, I would have been fooled. Harry Potter, the girl says to me. The tone does not match her face. Not quite. There is still a lingering warmth behind it, a crack in the ice that I am amazed no one else has noticed before. Despite what she has said, I school my features into a charming smile, complete with a tinge of innocent curiosity. Is there something you want, Miss Greengrass? The girl crosses her arms. The movement is calculated and yet unerringly natural at the same time. Incredible. I've seen you argue with your brother just a minute ago. That hateful face. Those spiteful eyes. I've seen you, the real you behind that mask, and still you would hide it. My countenance twists into an expression of puzzlement, just like I meant it to. Whatever do you mean, Miss Greengrass? A flicker of annoyance. Others might have missed it, but to me it is as clear as day. That mask you wear, always cheerful, always happy. Smiling that handsome smile each and every day. Half the female population here at Hogwarts have some sort of crush on you, you know. I wonder what they will think when they learn the boy they are crushing on is just a veneer of the real thing. The smile she speaks of grows wider on my face. And what of you, Miss Greengrass? I say back, your sneer is designed to ward off unwanted attention, and in that it is quite successful. But there are cracks, oh so many cracks. I wonder what the boys in this school will think when they learn that the Ice Queen's ice is lukewarm at best. Daphne's face remains the same, with the scornful smirk still locked in place. Her eyes, however, are now alarmed. Another mistake, another crack in the mask. I see that this will get us nowhere. This constant sniping. I incline my head slightly at her words. How about a truce? She offers. A truce. Yes. The girl nods. I will show you what is under my mask, and you will show me what is under yours. I ponder this for a moment. I will not deny that honest curiosity had a hand in my decision. Very well. Her face changes, as does mine. Where the sneer once was, a gentle smile emerged, complete with soft, pouty lips. Her features are no longer hard, no longer wearing the disgust, instead, turning into a pleasant, almost content expression. The beauty, the untouchable aura is gone as well. I wonder why. And then it hits me. The sneer had been the reason. The mask of revulsion had made every other feature on her face stand out. Now, with it gone, with the pouting smile in its place, nothing is prominent. Now she is merely pretty instead of beautiful. I am disappointed. I had expected something more than just an ordinary girl. My disappointment is not shared. Daphne stares at me with undisguised interest, scrutinizing my countenance to the very last detail. Is that it? Is that your true face? At my nod, the girl shakes her head softly. You look almost normal. Then she begins laughing. We are complete and total opposites. Did you know that? I hide my warmth behind ice. You hide your ice behind warmth. And yet we are also the same. Both hiding something from the rest of the world. Unlike you, I cannot hide any longer, I point out. You're referring to the goblet. The girl smiles thinly. I do believe most of Hogwarts thought you were a homicidal maniac by the time you entered the champion's room. Your face looked most gruesome. One of the few times I have allowed it to slip, I say regretfully. If you're worried, don't be, Daphne sniffed. The idiots in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff bought the entire act today at breakfast. The Ravenclaws too. They don't like you because they think you're taking glory away from Hogwarts, but at least they don't think you're a maniacal killer or anything like that. I hide my smile. If only she knew. Though Malfoy and his two mentally challenged henchmen did get roughed up pretty well this morning. Goyle will have to spend a week in the hospital wing growing back every bone in his hand. Crabbe was luckier. In a way. Pomfrey says his injuries will heal in only a day, but the process will be very painful. The girl peers at me with interest. It was you, wasn't it? My reply is automatic as it is neutral. I assure you, Miss Greengrass, I am the perfect model of gentlemanly manners. To my surprise, she giggles. I would not do something as uncouth as fighting in the hallways. It is refreshing to speak to someone like you. She smiles at me. It is like a game almost. What is the truth and what is the lie? Only you can decide. I do not know what to say to that, so I say nothing at all. The girl walks closer, gauging my reaction. When she sees I offer no protest, Daphne slinks forward until she is within arm's reach of me. Her smile has turned into something else. Something that I cannot identify. Tracy was most exultant when Professor Snape seated the two of you together in potions. I can see why. You have a very handsome face, Harry. Even without your mask on. Ah, understood. Hate called this affection. Though why it is coming from her I know not. Nevertheless, this charade of a conversation must end. I have humored her for long enough. What is it you want, Miss Greengrass? The girl adopts a surprised expression. Whatever made you think I wanted something from you, Harry? She smiles innocently. Can't a girl just want to talk to a boy for the sake of talking? Those girls are rare, I point out, and naive to the cruelties of the world. Something I believe you are not, Miss Greengrass. Oh my. Daphne's smile grows sweeter. Should I think that to be a compliment or an insult? I would like to think of it as a compliment. As I say this, the girl moves closer to me, closer than I am comfortable with, and I begin to step back. But if you think it to be an insult, who am I to stop you? Harry, she snags my arm with both of her own. The grip is strong, almost desperate. Why must you mistrust me so? You are friendly with the Vila and Lovegood. Why can't we be the same? I don't know you, Miss Greengrass. We have hardly talked at all in class. Or anywhere for that matter. So excuse me if I think your intent to be less than honorable. That is a reasonable assessment. Daphne moves one of her arms from the iron grip and uses it to trace an elegant finger down the side of my cheek. I shiver involuntarily at the pleasurable sensation, but surely, even one as skeptical as you should admit that it is unfair to base your assumption on just this one thing. You are not giving me any reason to do so. I push her away, and am rewarded with a pout, and the method you are using to try to gain my trust I find highly suspicious. You want something from me, and you are willing to go to great lengths to obtain it. The girl leans back and gives me a measuring look. I notice that there is respect now in her eyes where there was none before. Seen right through me, have you? You were trying too hard, I say honestly. She laughs again. It sounds like the tinkling of falling glass. You really are something special, Harry. I throw myself at you, quite literally, and the response you give me is, you were trying too hard. I ignore her words. What is it you want from me, Miss Greengrass? I ask for the third time. Daphne smiles at me. Pretty, but not beautiful. Girly, but not womanly. Inviting, but not provocative. I find myself missing her sneer. I want to be your friend. I am made so incredulous by this simple statement that for a second, all I can do is blink. You want to be my friend, I repeat slowly. Yes, I do. I want to be your friend, Harry. The way she emphasizes my name would have caused lesser men to glower back in lust. I do not, and the gaze I level towards her can be described as impassive at best. This, I say, is a strange way of making friends. To most people, maybe, she returns, but it is the Slytherin way. Ah, now I see. Offer something in return, I state. Take something back, she finishes, and the respect in her eyes grows. What will you offer me? My alliance, the girl whispers, and should you need it, my eyes and ears. And what do you ask in return? Nothing, nothing, I say, not sure that I heard right. You want nothing. Nothing except a promise that in the future you will do just one thing I ask. I pause and digest her request. Your demand is very broad in scope, Miss Greengrass, I say after a while. I will not ask you to hurt anyone, if that is what you are thinking. She smirks at me, no matter how good you are at it. Rumors, I assure you. She tosses back her hair, allowing me to see the slender figure of her neck. Pale, flawless skin. A part of me realizes she is doing this on purpose. The other part couldn't care less. What will it be? She asks. Friends, I say to myself, uncertain about the idea. Friends, Daphne confirms. There is an old Muggle saying. Curiosity killed the cat. There is a less known rejoinder to this saying. Satisfaction brought him back. I offer my hand to her. She takes it and I can feel the warmth in her palm. Then let us be friends, Miss Greengrass, I say. You are improving, the knight said to her. And then it hammered the hilt of its sword into her stomach and sent her sprawling. Doubled over from the sudden departure of breath from her body, Anais managed to wheeze out a pained gasp before the blade returned, this time point first. The Oriental witch was forced to roll to the side to avoid being pierced to the ground. Anais winced. This brought back memories of when the knight and her first met, when it did pierce her into the ground. As she recovered from her roll, the samurai lashed out with her katana in a wide, sweeping motion, aiming for the thing's plated legs. It was a lightning-quick strike, and one of the best she had produced so far. Against a human foe, the curved blade would have carved through both limbs in a burst of ichor, and left her opponent squirming on the floor, clutching two bloody stumps. The knight was not human, however, and as the blade came for its legs, raised a single foot and stomped down. Its timing was impeccable. The armored boot smashed against the katana's smooth surface and pinned the sword into the dirt. Anais gave a grunt of surprise as her weapon was jolted from her grasp. In a fluid movement that belied its own massive bulk, the knight swept its own sword upwards, the blade tip kicking up a shower of dirt in the process. It was a devious trick. The earthen spray collided with Anais's face and blinded her. At the same time, the black sword continued singing for her head. The witch hurled herself backwards, cursing in her native tongue. The long hours she had spent training under her hellish master's tutelage had done much to improve her reflexes, but still it was not enough. The knight was impossibly fast. The tip of its blade caught the right side of her face, drawing a thin red line up her cheek. The pain was a raw, burning sensation, and Anais had to bite her lips to keep from crying out. The woman staggered back, her hand automatically moving to clutch at her wound. But you are still far from being acceptable. Hate removed the foot that was pinning her katana and flicked the blade towards her with its own. Anais caught it with her free hand and glowered back. Do I even want to know what you deem as acceptable? No, it replied. Bastard, the witch grumbled beneath her breath. I heard that, the knight responded, though it sounded more amused than angry. Do be careful with your words, Lotus, lest I think you are unappreciative of the instruction I give you. Oh yes, she quipped. How can I be unappreciative of a 7-feet-tall monstrosity whose idea of training is to think up of as many ways as possible to bleed me dry? Your sarcasm needs work, just like your swordsmanship. Anais gritted her teeth when the target of her scorn seemed utterly unaffected, but even you must admit it has been effective, this method of instruction. You are faster now, more agile, and have learned to be cunning in your strikes. You are a different person than before, Lotus, in mind and body. The woman said nothing, for the knight's words rang true. Instead, she traced the thin gash along her cheek, flinching at the wetness that stained her fingertips. Hate noticed this and chuckled. It is remarkable how the human body works. Every inch of skin, every centimeter of muscle, all contain the same nerve fibers. They let you discern hot from cold, soft from hard, smooth from rough, and so much more. But most importantly, they let you feel pain. The knight planted its sword into the dirt and stood over it, gauntlets clasped over the rounded pommel. If hate motivates the mind, then pain motivates the body. Your physique will start to develop differently when agony is constantly applied. Your senses will alert you faster once they taste true pain. Your limbs will do their utmost to avoid it. Your body will fight harder, react sooner, move faster. All because it does not wish to feel pain. Hate allowed another chuckle to escape from its helm. Fascinating, these shells of flesh you mortals call bodies. And you did the same thing to my master. Motivate him with pain. Pain alone achieves nothing, came the stentorian reply. You must have purpose for pain to do its work, and even then it is no guarantee. Willpower is involved, strength of will, courage of will, resolve in its purest form. Feeling pain is nothing. You have to be able to weather it, to wear it, and in some cases, to use it. Just like hate. The knight smiled at her. Just like hate. Anais grunted in response and pulled out her wand. She tapped it lightly against her wounded cheek and sighed in relief when the silent episky did its healing work. The pain vanished, leaving behind a cool, dull ache that was infinitely more preferable. Her wand slid back into her robes and she grasped her katana in a two-handed grip. Her feet spread apart, wide in a swordsman's stance. Her eyes narrowed on the plated figure before her, ready for the first blow. It did not come. Instead, the knight merely looked back, its blazing orbs locked onto her face. There is something on your mind, Lotus. Anais tried not to look surprised. Hate had an unerring ability to sense a person's moods. If this trait had belonged to any other, then she would have thought nothing more of it. But seeing the knight so susceptible, human emotion was strange, unusual, and in some ways, frightening. Allow it to continue to fester and your bladework will falter. Speak, and if I deem it acceptable, I will answer. The woman nodded stiffly and relaxed, though her mind did not stray far from caution. Her instructor was crafty in its way of war, and she had come to expect its attacks when she was the least prepared. An uncomfortable silence passed between the two as an inner debate raged in her mind. In the end, her desire for an answer emerged triumphant. My master, Anais began hesitatingly, he is not what I expected him to be. Oh, Hate still sounded amused, and pray tell, what did you expect him to be? Cold and heartless, she replied instantly, an emotionless killer. Someone who hides his true intent behind a charming mask to get close to his next victim. Someone who's too cold to be human. Someone who's like the witch struggled to find the right description. A monster, the knight finished for her. Anais blinked at her instructor's strange choice of words. Yes, something like that. Hate tapped the pommel of its sword with an armored finger. Its posture seemed almost thoughtful. And is he not one? He has done terrible things. These you have seen for yourself. Yes, Anais swallowed as she remembered the battle in the forest. At first I thought he was one. The way he smiled as he killed. The way his eyes just looked cold as he slaughtered his way through us. It was utterly terrifying. He seemed so inhuman, so monstrous. I think a part of me back then would have rather fallen on my own blade than submit to him. Now that would have been a grand spectacle to witness, the knight said wistfully. The witch ignored the rather morbid comment. But now, I'm not so sure. What are you unsure of? Hate turned to look at her, its eyes glowing an emerald green. Surely, you are not feeling any sympathy for him. No, not that, Anais hastily amended, it's just that he doesn't act like a monster. Do explain. Luna Lovegood, the moon child, what about her? Look at how he treats her. Almost adoringly. I've seen it before, at the tables and sometimes in the hallways. He seeks to protect her. Like a brother would, and now Luna's almost inseparable from him. In Hogwarts, that is, and the most telling part is that he doesn't seem to mind. That doesn't speak of a monster to me. Was all the knight said. Emboldened, Anais continued. And look at Miss Delacour. When he came after us in that clearing, he was using spells that were designed to hurt as well as kill. I didn't put much thought into it before, but now, the more I think about it the more it doesn't make sense. It's as though if he was angered at what the men were going to do to her. That was weeks ago, when he had no relationship with her other than the contract. Now, I shudder to think what he would do to those bounty hunters who are foolish enough to try and kidnap her. Monsters don't protect people like that. Hate said again. And look at me, she whispered. I was ready to stand and watch as a grave crime was about to be committed before my eyes. By all rights he should have slew me in that clearing with the rest of the scum. But he didn't. He spared me, and when I submitted to him, not only did he not take advantage of my status but he sent you, the one he trusts the most, to train me, to teach me a way of combat that I would have never learned through other means. Monsters don't do that. This time, the knight stayed silent. It is strange, the woman reflected, for all those monstrous things you say he did, he still seems human. Compassionate almost. A faint wailing sound was the only warning she got. Anais's eyes grew wide as Hate's sword sang for her neck. She ducked down hurriedly, and the blade that would have hewn her head from her shoulders grazed millimeters away from the top of her scalp. The stink of burning ozone entered her nostrils and she looked up in horror as the knight's weapon returned for another swing. It was on fire. The sword's edges were aglow with emerald flames, the blade's surface a raging storm of hissing, spitting fire that howled as it carved through the air. Anais brought her own sword to bear, barely in time to meet the knight's strike. The two blades met with a ringing clang, and locked together. Hate leered down at her, its eyes angry and malevolent. You would do well in the future, it growled into her face, to keep that sort of opinion to yourself. Anais craned her head away. At such close proximity, the flames were threatening to singe her cheeks. You understood. Do you? The knight hissed. Do you truly understand, Lotus? The steel boot smashed against her stomach, sending her hurtling back. Her surroundings blurred and then jarred discordantly when her back impacted hard against the ground. Do not think you know him as I know him, Hate snarled as it stomped for her, the burning blade clasped solidly in one hand as it approached. Do not think you understand him as I understand him. Do not think he needs your sympathy. Do not think he needs your pity. Do not think at all, Lotus, for your thoughts border close to what he does not need. The black sword came down, the flames leaving rippling contours in the air as it descended. The blade cleaved deep into the earth between her legs. Anais gulped as the emerald fire charred the surrounding ground into a darkened, fused mess. She had to scrabble back further when the inferno threatened to consume her as well. Compassion did not make me. The knight's grip shifted to the pommel, plated digits encompassing it like a king's hold on a scepter. Love did not bind my soul to these bones. Empathy did not forge me this suit of plate or gift me this blade. You think he is no monster. There is some truth in that regard. But never forget that he was capable of summoning me. Never forget that when he called for help all those years ago, it was not an angel that answered but a warrior in midnight clad. The fire along the blade extinguished, vanishing in a soft, lethal hiss that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Thick trails of black smoke drifted up from the ground where Hate's sword had cleaved, leaving a blackened, glassy crater to greet her disbelieving eyes. Again Anais was reminded of the knight's strange behavior, docile and understanding at some times while lethal and deadly at others. What bothered her the most though, was its ability to shift between the two at a whim. It made it seem that much less human. The thought brought another question to the bounty hunter's lips, one she had been afraid to ask ever since she had given her loyalty to the boy. Would you have killed me? Anais breathed, voicing her fears for the first time, back in that forest. The knight regarded her for a moment, as though if judging whether she deserved a response or not. I would have. The witch nodded to herself. She had expected this response, but the fact that the knight had admitted it directly and without hesitation still frightened her to no end. Why? She was proud her voice managed to hide her fear. Blood is blood, Lotus, Hate rasped back. It does not matter whose blood is shed, as long as it is shed. I care not for such fickle things such as morality or gender. Were you a saint, beloved by your comrades and adored by the people, I would have still slain you and left your body to rot like a common criminal's. The bounty hunter shivered involuntarily at the frankness in her instructor's words. And yet your lord did not. Our lord, the knight corrected. Our lord, Anais repeated, hating how naturally the title rolled from her tongue. He did not because he is not me. The witch waited, hoping for more than such a vague, disappointing answer. When no more words came, she furrowed her brows. I am left unsatisfied, she murmured, but then again, I am not surprised that this came from you. Life, hate growled through its helm, is nothing more than a series of unsatisfying events. I am merely following the cycle that life ordains. Anais snorted. And yet our Lord doesn't follow this cycle. Why else would he have sent you to teach me? The knight chuckled darkly. A minor fault in one riddled with valuable traits. So you admit then, the witch smiled triumphantly, that there is some compassion in him. Anais assumed hate would respond with a threatening growl or even swing its blade at her again. Instead, its response was in the form of a question. What is a knight, Lotus? She paused, momentarily caught off guard. I don't see how that has to do with anything. What is a knight? Hate asked again, its fiery gaze piercing her like twin spears. A warrior who fights for honor. For glory. A nobleman clad in plate armor. In some ways you are correct, the armored figure said slowly. Knights, the real ones, have fought for both honor and glory before. Some have even fought for petty things like money and women. But these are not the knights I speak of. What I am speaking of are the knights of legends. The warriors in the stories of old. The men whose legacies you humans inscribe into your histories as fact when they are mere fiction. I don't see. Knights fight for what is right, Lotus, it interrupted her, they fight for justice. They fight for the weak. They fight for people like you, who have sinned because of naivety, to give you one more chance to make things right. Anais had no immediate words to use to reply to that. Hate smiled at her silence. Disgusting. No, this nobility, this feigned dignity. How wild you humans' imaginations are, to have dreamed of such beings when none exist in reality. No, she found her voice. It sounded soft and hesitant, even to her own ears, not disgusting. But still it makes no sense. By your own definition you are not a knight. Your actions are entirely the opposite, unless you are not talking about yourself. The bounty hunter paused at the implications. And that is the mystery, isn't it? Hate said to her. Anais had an eerie feeling that the smile was growing under its horned helm. Which one of us is the knight? The one who looks like one. Or the one who acts like one. There was a tradition to the Triwizard Tournament, a long-lasting custom almost as old as the tournament itself. It was called the weighing of the wands, implemented long ago to prevent champions from imbuing their wands with dark magics to gain an unfair advantage in the completion. Over the centuries, as the tournament became less and less dangerous, this tradition changed as well, becoming less practical and more ceremonial. And so, the 4 champions of the Triwizard Tournament stood outside of the thick wooden doors, waiting for their wands to be judged by the most famous wandmaker in magical Britain. Victor Crumb leaned against the stone wall, silent, brooding. His sour mood blanketed him like a cloak, and the other champions kept away from him, wary of the heavy atmosphere that surrounded the chosen of Durmstrang. Cedric Diggory stood the nearest to the door, his handsome features twisted into a bemused expression. Being selected as champion was still raw and heavy on his mind, and though he had shed the initial fear, there was still much riding on his shoulders. Fleur Delacour sat waiting on a nearby bench. She was the only one that was smiling. It was clear why. A boy sat next to her, black-haired and emerald-eyed, not close enough to suggest anything intimate, but close enough to prevent others from being intimate with her. Harry Potter, youngest of the 4, nodded in return to the Bobaton champion's whispered words and responded with a few of his own. Nothing to suggest intimacy, but again nothing to suggest anything against it as well. The door opened, and the champions stopped whatever they were doing. Crumb was the first one in, scowling as his footsteps took him through the entrance. Cedric was next, looking back uncertainly before going in. Fleur and her bodyguard were the last, the 2 moving in together. Waiting for them were a row of seats, clearly meant for them. At the room's corner, an old man sat, features weathered and crinkly. His white hair was a stark contrast to the black suit he wore, and the way he carried himself spoke of a refined elegance that was not normal with age. Standing a few feet away was a woman, talking animatedly with a man with an outdated camera. She was gesturing, pointing, and the man was nodding so fast that his head resembled a bobblehead doll. Her choice of attire was curiously garish, consisting of a bright green dress that looked like it was made from leather. The heavy spectacles she wore, covered with rhinestones, didn't help either. The woman turned as the champions walked in and smiled a provocative smile. "It appears, Ludo, that our esteemed champions have arrived," she remarked. "Yes, yes." Bagman was rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet, obviously excited. "Welcome, champions, to the weighing of the wands. If the four of you will have a seat, we can commence with the ceremony." 3 of the champions found their way to the chairs and sat down. One did not and regarded the other occupants of the room. "What are you doing here?" Harry Potter said. "Auror duties, son." James Potter smiled uneasily back. "Sirius is here as well. We're here to guard the champions." The boy's gaze shifted to the second Auror, who gave a hesitant wave. His eyes roamed between the two and focused on the woman that was standing slightly behind James, almost hidden by her husband's tall frame. "And her." The Auror captain pushed his glasses further up the bridge of his nose. "She's here because she wants to be here, Harry," he said softly. There was a moment of silence, a pregnant pause. And then the boy spoke. "Professors," he smiled innocently, "are prohibited from viewing the weighing of the wands. They are a biased party, who may very well use the valuable information about the champion's wands to aid their own school's champion. It may be for the best, James, if she were to leave. In the fairness of the competition." "Harry," Lily murmured painfully. "She wants to be here," James said again, sterner this time. "What right do you have to that decision?" Harry returned smoothly. "You are not a judge of this competition. You hold no authority over the tournament yourself. She should be gone, whether she wants to be here or not." "James," Lily whispered hesitantly, "perhaps it would be the best if I—" "No, Lils," her husband said firmly, "you're staying." The Auror captain turned to his son. "This operation is under my command, and under my command I can deem it necessary if someone stays or not, depending on their special expertise." "And what expertise will a Muggle Studies professor have on a matter strictly about wands?" James wavered briefly from the boy's direct question. "That," he finally managed, "is strictly confidential." Harry regarded him with a look that bordered close to mocking, even though his smile was still pleasant. "I'm surprised, James. You're not trying to hide abusing your Auror powers. Whatever happened to the blustering fool I knew so well?" The Auror winced. "That man has been dead for a while," he said quietly, and then paused to look earnestly back at the boy, "and he won't be back again. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, Harry. Not anymore." The boy smiled again. "How noble," he said simply. All 3 adults cringed. Harry continued to stare at them, and would most likely have persisted for a long while when a soft voice called for him from the back. "Harry," Fleur said again, her eyes on the boy's back. There was no request in her tone, no steely demand or girlish pout. The way she said it meant support, comfort, and in response, her bodyguard's smile twitched at the corners. Harry turned from his parents with methodical slowness and made his way towards the quarter villa's side. He sat down mechanically and looked away. None missed the way Fleur's hand immediately settled over the boy's. None also missed that the boy did not shirk from her touch. Lily looked almost jealous. "Well, now that's all settled," the woman with the beetle glasses said winningly. "Let us start, shall we?" Right." Bagman had been staring slack-jawed as the drama had unfolded. The woman's words brought him out of his stupor, and the former Quidditch star closed his mouth a little too quick. Everyone could hear his muffled curses as he bit the inside of his cheek. "Ow. Damn it. Of all the accursed times." The woman rolled her eyes. "Still clumsy as ever, Ludo." "Clumsy." Bagman appeared amused. "Why, I have not a clue what you mean, Rita. I am the very definition of gracefulness. I was a star beater for the Wasps, after all." "A beater isn't exactly the most elegant position on a Quidditch team, Ludo," was Rita's glib reply, and the years you've spent outside of the pitch haven't helped either. The woman inclined her head towards Bagman's rather pronounced belly. Like an overweight cat caught with its paw in a jar of treats, Bagman managed to look both innocent and guilty at the same time. All I'm missing are a few exercises. A few laps around the pitch and I'll be back into shape in no time. The woman said back, clearly disbelieving. In any case, I do think that we have dallied on your Quidditch career long enough. I think introductions are in order. Ah yes, Bagman exclaimed, and to think I had nearly forgotten. The portly man chuckled at his own joke and then stopped when he realized no one else was laughing. Well then, where were we? Right, the enchanting witch you see before you is none other than Rita Skeeter. Known for the few articles she has written for the Daily Prophet. Well, Rita's words for Ludo, though her eyes lingered on Harry, perhaps more than a few. Yes, Bagman said cheerily, and up next we have Garrick Ollivander, Britain's very best wandmaker. He'll be the one judging your wands, so make sure you've polished them well. The wizened man sitting in the corner nodded solemnly. It will be an honor. The rest of the room expected Bagman to introduce the man with the camera next. Instead, he took a step towards the door. If that is everything, Bagman said cheerfully, I will be leaving. An appointment with the goblins, you see. Very nosy lot, they are. Are they after your debts again? Rita showed her perfect white teeth in a dazzling smile. You really shouldn't have gambled away your Quidditch fortune, Ludo. Though perhaps an article of mine will bring you some sympathy from the public. An interview, perhaps, after the weighing. I really don't know what you're talking about. The man tugged at his collar nervously. The goblins are just discussing with me the financial situation of my vaults, nothing more. There's plenty of galleons left in the Bagman treasury. Bagman laughed again, though it sounded rather feeble in comparison to the last time. Of course, the reporter said silkily, I won't keep you from your appointment any longer. Right then, Ludo waved at the occupants of the room, I'll see you all at the first task. Good luck to you champions, and may the best man or woman win. The former Quidditch star was out the door faster than anyone can blink. Now that the comedic relief is gone, Rita said distastefully, her eyes flickering back to Harry, the weighing can truly begin. Mr. Ollivander. The old wandmaker stood up from his seat with a small nod and made his way to the front of the room, where the single table resided. In the meantime, Rita had produced a quill from her purse, white-feathered and clearly enchanted. The writing implement hovered over her palm before floating to her shoulder where it lingered like a tamed hawk. What the hell do you think you're doing, Skeeter? Sirius's angry voice broke in. The Auror's gaze was riveted to the quill, and his face was distorted in fury. Auror Black, the reporter replied curtly, I'm going to write an article about the weighing of the wands. Her lips curled, what did you think I was going to do? Not with that you aren't. Sirius pointed to the quill which in response fled behind Rita's back. That quick quotes quill of yours have ruined too many lives for me to count, including my friends. The public have a right to know, Black. It is no fault of my own that your friends were less than stellar parents. Why you, Sirius? James pulled his friend back, don't let her get to you. What's in the past is in the past. But James, that bitch completely trashed your reputation. Her sorry excuse for an article made all your friends leave overnight. Yeah, well, all the good ones came back, didn't they? Sirius swallowed and looked angrily away. James turned from him and leveled a heated gaze at the reporter. I don't care what you write about us, but you're not going to write a damn thing about Harry. At his side, Lily nodded fervently. I'll make sure of it. You'll make sure of it? Rita said mockingly. Why, I do believe those are threatening words. The quill over her shoulder dropped down to her hand, where a sheaf of parchment waited and immediately began to scribble words into the paper. Watch yourself, Auror Potter. There are many secrets about your family that I haven't revealed yet. It would be a shame if I had to use them over such a petty argument. We have no secrets left, James growled. You made sure of that. The reporter smiled. I can always create more. You little, ahumph. Ollivander cleared his throat loudly and interrupted Sirius's rant before it could begin. I still have wands left to categorize back in my shop. If we could continue without further delay. Both sides backed down, albeit reluctantly. Excellent. The wandmaker stood behind the table, eyes unblinking as he stared at his audience. Now who will be the first? I will. Victor Crumb rose from his seat and stalked towards the front of the room. He presented his wand to the old wizard, who took it gingerly from the Durmstrang champion's hand. Ah, one of Grigorovich's creations, I see. 10¼ inch. Hornbeam wood with a dragon heartstring for a core. Very rigid, as is his style. Thicker than the norm as well. But that is to be expected. Grigorovich crafts his wands to be sturdier when used. More reliable in a way, though it lacks the elegance and finesse I am used to. Ollivander shifted his grip so that he held the wand by its haft. He flicked it once and a loud booming sound, like that of a cannon, erupted from the tip. Everyone blinked at the display and then looked back, to the back of the room, where a circular scorch mark had been burned into the wall. The wandmaker smiled. A very eager wand you have here, Mr. Crumb. Good for dueling. Used defensively, and it will have few others in its league. Thank you, Victor said, and took the offered wand back. He made his way back to row of seats and sat down without a second look towards his fellow champions. Next, Ollivander gestured. Cedric Diggory rose unsteadily and walked for the table. The Hufflepuff smiled shakily as he presented his wand to the wizened man. Very good, Mr. Diggory, Ollivander commented and ran a finger across the wand's gleaming surface. Do you polish your wand frequently? Every other day. Cedric smiled again, with more confidence this time. Excellent. One should always polish his or her wand at every opportunity. At the wandmaker's words, Sirius adopted a sheepish look and hid his own wand in the sleeve of his robe. It is the very basics of wand care, and polishing it at least once a week will prolong your wand's lifetime. Thank you, sir, the Hogwarts champion beamed. This one is one of mine. 12¼ inch. Ash wood and a string of hair from the tail of a unicorn. Ah yes, I remember this wand well. You were just starting Hogwarts when Amos brought you into my shop. It took us a few tries to find one just right for you. The wand chooses the wizard after all. Ollivander dipped the wand in a vertical, cutting motion, and the bright, golden hue of a perfectly casted Protega appeared, shining a shimmering light that danced towards the corners of the room. Unicorns are a compassionate species, the old man remarked, and thus, this wand is kindly in nature. It excels at defensive spells and all sorts of charms. Powerful in its own way, but highly dependent on how the owner chooses to use it. I hope, Mr. Diggory, you are never in a situation where you have to betray your wand's true nature. Cedric nodded in acceptance. Thank you, sir, he said and walked back towards his seat. Next, Fleur Delacour stood up regally and made her way up front. Ollivander delicately picked the wand up from the Quarter-Villa's palm and held it closely to his face. The maker of this wand escapes me, he admitted after a while. Custom made, I presume. Oui, the girl replied, it was made for me when I was little. I see. 9½ inches. Rosewood, I believe, and the core is, the wandmaker's eyes flickered briefly, a strand of Vila hair. Oui, Fleur said again, one of my grandmother's. Irregular, but usable. Ollivander tapped the wand against the table and in response a bouquet of roses sprang from the wooden surface. 2 more taps, and the entire table was covered with the crimson flowers. Whoever made this wand knew his craft well. Very stiff. Inflexible, almost, but it has to be. The choice of core is volatile, emotional in a way, and as a result requires a sturdier vessel than most. The wandmaker gave the girl an inquisitive stare. What you have here is a very passionate wand, Miss Delacour. Though I suspect you already know that. I do, Fleur smiled, though it was directed towards the boy and not at Ollivander. Good. Always know your wand like the back of your hand. As it is, your wand excels at nothing, but fails at nothing as well. A jack of all trades, master of none sort of thing. Of course that can all change. Custom-made wands are like that. Changing in tune to its wielder's emotions, a ghost of a smile flitted over the man's crinkled face. It just depends on how you feel. The Quarter-Villa blushed. Thank you, she said and walked back towards her seat with wand in hand. Next, Harry Potter stood up and strode for the table. Something dark and heavy spun in his palm, rigid like a wand but with a tip pointed like the end of a spear. He stopped in front of the wandmaker, the blackened length spinning one last time before coming to a rest, handle first towards the wizened man. The wandmaker took it from him as though it was worth its weight in gold. For the first time since the weighing began, Ollivander's eyes shone. "Steel," he breathed, "this is steel. Steel." Rita crossed her arms and the faint scratching of her quick quotes quill could be heard. "That's impossible. You can't make wands out of steel. Only wood." Ollivander ignored the reporter and continued to focus on the wand in his hands. 12 inches. No curves. No indentations. Ramrod straight. Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what type of core it contains. He waved the wand and frowned when nothing came out. He tapped it on the table next. Again, nothing. Now this is a predicament. It seems that his wand refuses to respond to me. A dud. A fake wand perhaps. The quick quotes quill over Rita's shoulder began to write even more frenziedly. My, what a story this will make. The fourth champion bringing a fake wand to the weighing. An insult to the tournament. The public will be quite scandalized. James and Sirius growled low in their throats. They both started when Lily made the same sound from behind them. No, not fake. Ollivander rolled the wand between his fingers, scrutinizing every inch of its smooth surface. There is magic in this wand. I can feel it, faint, but distinct. It just does not react to me. The man's eyes turned to the boy. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, a demonstration from you is in order. Harry nodded silently. He took back his wand, both hands gripped on the handle so the pointed end was directed down. The boy didn't incant a spell. He didn't even blink. The wand changed without warning, flowing like molten silver as it remade itself into the image its master desired. Its sides flattened out into a pair of razor-sharp edges. Its tip broadened but retained the killing point. Its length extended, shooting downwards until it was arrested with a dull thud by the wooden table. The sound caused everyone to jump. Sweet Merlin, Cedric gaped. A sword, fully 3.5 feet long, stood in the boy's hands. Its black surface gleamed like polished obsidian, with sides straighter than a ruler's edge. Where the boy had gripped the wand before, there was now a handle, complete with a solid, round pommel above and a cross guard below, shaped into a perfect heraldic cross. A masterwork weapon, a sword that champion warriors would have slain hundreds of challengers to keep, and a blade that collectors would go whole lifetimes without seeing. Harry smiled thinly at the astonished expressions in the room. Bravo! Bravo! Ollivander clapped his hands together heartily. Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary. A wand that can be transfigured into a completely different object. How clever. How simply astounding. The boy shrugged. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Potter. To change it back into its original form. I believe I have a thesis on how it works. As you wish, Harry replied simply, and as fast it had changed into a sword, the length of steel turned back, flowing into a wand once more. The boy offered it to the wandmaker, who treated it with even more reverence than before. Interesting. You can't make wands out of steel, Rita cut in, though she looked a bit pale this time. I've never heard of such a thing. There hasn't been a single wand made out of steel in our recorded history. And that is the reason why it is so interesting, Ms. Skeeter, Ollivander said as he held the blackened length of metal for all to see. For what I am holding in my hand should be an impossibility. Is an impossibility. Yet it exists, and it works. How very strange. The old wandmaker's fingers ghosted along the haft, trembling with age but also strangely elegant. I wonder. His eyes widened, and the fingers that were dancing across the wand's surface stilled to a stop. It could be. It very well could be. Everyone in the room watched in stunned surprise as Ollivander nicked his thumb on the pointed end and allowed a drop of blood from the wound to run along the wand's edge. Yes. Yes, I see now. Blood. The core of this wand is blood. Eyes turned to the boy. He smiled again and nodded in agreement. My own. A dry reedy sound caused attention to switch back to the front of the room. Ollivander was laughing. A thin, cackling chuckle escaped the man's lips, sounding like the ruffling of aged parchment. Eyes stared. Ollivander never laughed. This, the old wandmaker grinned eerily to his audience, is something unprecedented. It is a marvel. He held up the wand again, and something I have not seen for a lifetime. If it is a marvel, why don't you explain? Rita tapped her foot impatiently. I'm sure we'd all like to know. Of course, Ms. Skeeter. But give me a moment. It is not usual for us wand crafters to have to explain our work to our customers in such detail. Ollivander paused and tapped his chin thoughtfully before beginning again. Wands are never made out of steel, or iron, or any metal. They are inert objects, lifeless, dead. They are an anathema of what magic is. Living, flowing. Magic is attuned to life, and it can be wielded only by the living. This is precisely the reason why necromancers went out of existence hundreds of years ago. They sought to meld magic with the dead, but the most they could manage were the inferi. Human bodies that were animated by magic but could not cast it. It was their greatest triumph, but also their ultimate defeat. For in order to use magic, a core must exist. Once a person is dead, their core is extinguished forever. What the necromancers sought to do was to imbue a core in a dead body, so the corpse could use magic as its master dictated. They never accomplished that, for to create a new core in something that is already dead is impossible. You cannot create magic. You can only use what exists in your core and your surroundings. We're here for an explanation, Ollivander, not a history lesson, Rita said rudely. Let's get to the point, shall we? Time is money after all. All in good time, Ms. Skeeter, all in good time. The wandmaker seemed utterly unaffected by the journalist's brusqueness and continued on as normal. The wand is a conduit. It is an implement that links your own core to the environment. In a sense, your own core is powering up the core in the wand, which then allows the transfer of magic to the outside world. Or in simpler terms, spells. The theory is complicated, and we can debate for hours on end about the finer details as many masters in my profession often do. Ollivander halted and scratched idly at his scalp. It is hard to come up with an adequate analogy, but I think I have one. Think of the wand as a key, and the magical core, a door. Without the key, you cannot open the door. Without the door, the key is nothing but an ornament. The hand that had been holding the wand let go, and the length of blackened steel hung in midair, spinning slowly in place. But for the key to unlock the door, they must share the same element. A wizard's magical core is a living, pulsating thing. Its very existence is synonymous with life. And that is why a wand must be made from living material. Wood is one of them. Birch, oak, elm, all possible sources of a wand. Likewise, the cores of each wand must all belong to something that was living, or once living, whether it be a string of Vela hair or the feather of a phoenix. All living elements, all components of life. A wand has to be living to do magic. It is one of the fundamental laws of our kind. Ollivander gestured to the floating implement in front of him. This, he smiled, is not living. But neither is it dead. You mean like undead? Sirius blurted out. Black. The wandmaker stared at the oar captain unnervingly. 15 inches. Oak, with a core consisting of the heartstring of a slain griffin. Very powerful wand I sold you. Very rare too. Your father was most proud. Thanks. Sirius shifted uncomfortably. To answer your question, Ollivander turned his attention back to the wand. No, it is not undead. For something to be undead, it must first die and then be raised back. The wand you see here was never alive in the first place. The wizened man tapped the metal rod lightly. Steel, as I have said before, is an inert medium. It is a lifeless material. But that is its only limitation. Steel has many properties that make it a very attractive alternative to wood. It is far stronger, far more durable as well. An excess of magic in a wooden wand can cause it to explode into fragments. With steel, such a thing is impossible. It is also a sturdier container for the core. Wooden wands often leak out magic from their bodies. This is why spells like the Prior Incantado are effective, because they can detect the magical signature staining the outside of the wand. Steel will prevent that from happening. Sirius and James shared a significant look between them and then stared mutually at Harry. Its very nature halts the flow of magic, yet it is still strong enough to contain it. A very interesting medium, steel is. It is a shame that wizarding kind has not yet devised a way to utilize it. Well, you have a working example, don't you? Rita gestured to the floating length of steel. Surely you can base future wands off Mr. Potter's. 'Cause a revolution in the wand-making business. I can even write an article about it. Of course you'll have to make do with being on the second or third page. No one wants to read about wands on the first page. No offense, of course. Ollivander shook his head. You don't understand. I can't replicate it, much less copy it. Seeing the disbelieving looks around him, the wizened man grinned. I can only create wands that are in line with the laws of magic. Very stringent those laws are, and it is one of the great tragedies of my profession that I cannot experiment outside those boundaries. Alas, it is a curse all wandmakers bear. This wand, however, cheats those same laws, and quite extravagantly I might add. Cheat. Rita's eyes gleamed, as in illegal. Are you saying by chance, Mr. Ollivander, that the fourth champion's wand is illegal? James snarled in anger and glared daggers at the reporter, who merely smiled sweetly in return. Anything my son does, he spat, is not illegal. Now that's up for the public to decide, Mr. Potter, the woman remarked offhandedly, unless you were implying that your opinion is above that of the public's. The quick quotes Quill immediately began to scribble even more fervently over her shoulder. Give it up, James, this time. It was Sirius that laid a soothing hand over his friend's arm. She'll just blow everything out of proportion again. James, Lily pleaded softly. The oar deflated visibly and looked down with a grimace. Where were we? Rita smirked as she directed her gaze back at Ollivander. Oh yes. The esteemed wandmaker was just going to tell us how Mr. Potter's wand is illegal. Illegal? Ollivander blinked twice at the insinuation. Yes, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it? But I'm sorry to say, Ms. Skeeter, that Mr. Potter's wand cannot be described as illegal by any laws I know of. The reporter narrowed her eyes. But you just said his wand cheats the law. The laws of magic, the wandmaker emphasized, not magical laws. There is a significant difference, Ms. Skeeter. What Mr. Potter's wand breaks are the laws of nature, not the laws made by politicians at a session of the Wizengamot. But surely, there must be some detrimental effect, some negative consequence. Rita sounded almost desperate as she peered at Ollivander over her glasses. It is still breaking a law. The man in question frowned in disapproval, showing the first signs of being truly agitated. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Ms. Skeeter, if you wish to use Mr. Potter's wand as a source for your articles. What he has done is both innovative in design and brilliant in creativity. Many academic circles around the magical world would be willing to part with a great deal of money to just examine his wand. The reporter sulked, but stayed silent. Now where were we? Ollivander returned to examining the wand. Ah, yes. We were going to discuss how this cheats the law of magic. The answer lies within the core. All of you are familiar with blood magic, yes. One of the strongest branches of magic known to wizarding kind. Very potent, but also extremely volatile. It is banned in many magical nations for precisely that reason. The benefits do not outweigh the costs. But in the case of this wand, I dare say it is the opposite. Blood, you see, makes for a very strong catalyst. It carries the magic in our bodies, vessels, in a way, and logic dictates that such potent a material creates powerful cores. The problem is blood is too powerful, too strong. Wood cannot contain it. Any attempts in the past mixing blood and wood have resulted in the wand rupturing under the strain, sometimes with catastrophic results. Many aspiring wandmakers, too confident in their own abilities or just plain foolish, have died when their experimentations exploded quite forcibly in their faces. At this, Lily let out a horrified gasp, and the two men by her side looked suddenly ill. Their reactions did not match a certain girl's, however. Fleur bit her lips, clutching the sides of her chair so hard that the wood began making strangled, creaking noises. Cedric Diggory shot her an alarmed look and started edging his seat away from hers. Crumb just snorted and returned to staring at the wand in Ollivander's hand. I imagine, Mr. Potter, that your wand took more than one try to make, the wandmaker said gravely. The first time I tried, Harry replied with a smile, I nearly blew off my left hand. Both Sirius and James swore out loud. Lily staggered back, hand over her chest, breathing hard. Rita Skeeter looked delighted and actually snatched her quick quotes quill out of midair so she could add in her own choice words. Again, their reactions were outmatched by Fleur's. The quarter Vila's fingers strained against the bottom of her chair, and soon, a visible crack ripped across the wooden seat's surface. One of the more negative attributes in being a wandmaker, the old man said dryly. The boy merely smiled again. Now, blood alone will not make this wand work, Ollivander continued. Steel remains an inert medium, no matter how strong the core is inside. What is needed is a bit of trickery. To make the core believe it resides in wood and for the steel to believe it is wood. But to do that, very complicated magic must be involved. Charms must be cast on both the wand and the core. Wards must be placed so that the charms will never deteriorate. A long and drawn-out process, it will take weeks, months, maybe even years to complete. And that is if it succeeds. What Mr. Potter has done is quite extraordinary. He has circumvented the process altogether. For what I have described to you is the creation of a steel wand. Such a process is not needed if what Mr. Potter seeks to create is not a wand at all. The man's lined face turned to stare at Harry. This is no wand. It is a projection of your own core. That is an easy way of saying it, the boy said back. Ollivander cackled. All of you were awake when I mentioned that 2 cores are needed to do magic, yes. One in the wand and one in yourself. The core within you sends magic into the core of the wand, which then materializes the magic into spells, or charms, or curses. The blood, in this case, acts only as a catalyst. This wand has no core. The blood within it carries the magic the same way it carries magic when flowing through our bodies. What Mr. Potter wields is not a mere wand, but an extension of his own body, channeled through the protective layers of steel, and controlled by the steel's innate sturdiness. The wandmaker saw the confused faces arrayed before him and cackled again. Or to put it more simply, whenever Mr. Potter does magic, he does not draw upon the energies from around him or from his wand, but from his own magical core. And there is a difference. Sirius whispered, in drawing magic from your own core. Certainly, Mr. Black, Ollivander smiled. Blood magic is powerful yet volatile. Drawing magic from one's own core is several steps above that. Hearing the intake of breaths from around him, the aged man shook his head. The danger from using magic from the core is one of overtaxation. A normal wizard can cast as many spells as he wishes in a day and his core will sustain him, as long as he casts them every once in a while. But force him to cast frequently, over a short period of time, and he will perhaps last 30 minutes before collapsing. Take the same wizard and give him a way to access his own core while forcing the same test on him, and he will last 2 minutes at the very best. Of course, there are also other differences. The wizard drawing magic from his wand's core will eventually get better. He has merely exhausted the core in his wand, and with time, he will heal. The wizard using his own core, however, will never get up again. The core within a wand can be replaced. The core within a person, not so much. I hope you are aware of this fact, Mr. Potter. Harry met the wandmaker's stare, still smiling, and shrugged. I have come to terms with it, he remarked noncommittally. Ollivander nodded solemnly, and handed the boy his wand back. It truly was an honor to judge your wand, Mr. Potter. The aged wizard inclined his head slightly in respect. But now, I have a question for you. Harry twirled the wand between his fingers, spinning it in a blur before pocketing it back into his robes. You know I will say no, Mr. Ollivander. Yes, I know, but it is harmless to let an old man hope, yes. Very well, sir, the boy's tone was unfalteringly polite. You may ask your question. Thank you, Mr. Potter, the wandmaker said sincerely and then adopted a solemn look. Would it be at all possible for me to take your wand back to my shop and study it for a few days? I can give you a magical oath that it will come back to you in perfect condition. This wand has seen me through thick and thin, Mr. Ollivander. Harry's face was just as solemn. It would be most preferable if it stayed by my side, though I will think about lending it to you in the future should I not need it. Ah, so I will take your answer to be never, then. I didn't say never, sir, the boy's expression was innocent. I just said should I not need it. A wizard always needs his wand, the old man chided softly. Your answer may very well have been never. Harry smiled. I'm glad, then, Mr. Ollivander, that we could come to an answer we both agree on. The wandmaker chuckled ruefully. If all young men are like you, then I think the next few years will be very interesting. He turned to the rest of the room. Today has been an interesting day. I have handled 3 powerful wands, and one very unique one. I will make many a wandmaker jealous with the tales I will tell." The man bowed low. "I wish all of you luck in the tournament. Farewell." With that, Ollivander strode for the door and disappeared with the faint creak of iron hinges. For a moment, silence permeated the room, its occupants unsure of how to proceed without the presence of the wandmaker. "Ahem," Rita Skeeter coughed into her hand. "Now that business has been all taken care of." She clapped her hands twice. "Pictures. Photos for the Daily Prophet." The man with the outdated camera immediately made his way to the front of the room. "Here, please," he said, "together, if you will. And later on we can do singles." The 3 champions moved from their seats to join the 4th by the table. Before they could reach him, however, Rita took him by the arm and dragged the boy aside. "Harry," she smiled seductively, "after the photo shoot, I'm sure you and I can agree to an interview. I'll make your face the front page of tomorrow's paper as a reward." The boy made to answer when another arm reached out and grasped his shoulder. "You aren't going to do anything of the sort," Sirius Black growled as he stood defensively behind Harry. "You can get your next story from someone else." By the Auror's side, James and Lily hovered, too afraid to be near their son, but still protective of him. "That, Auror Black," Rita smirked, "isn't up to you to decide." Sirius glared at the reporter before spinning the boy around. He kneeled, both hands gripping Harry's shoulder. "Look, Cub," he said softly, "I know you're still angry. I would be in your place too. But damn it, this isn't the way to deal with it. Rita embellishes all her articles. Fakes all of her stories so they can sell. If you agree to that interview, she'll twist your words and make your entire family out to be villains. But aren't they?" The boy regarded the Auror with a neutral stare. "It's quite evil of them to neglect their own child. I'm sure you can agree with me on that." Sirius winced, but his hold on his godson remained firm. They've gone through this once before. The public descended on them like jackals. All the friends they thought they had turned their backs on them overnight. "Once is enough. Please, Harry," the man pleaded, "don't make them go through this again." "Your words," Harry placed a hand on one of Sirius's and pried it loose, "will be taken into consideration." Rita leered at the scene before her. "A fine son you didn't raise. Developed a mind of his own. If I were you, I would be proud." Sirius ignored her and looked at Harry with begging eyes. "Please, Harry, are you going to remove your other hand, Sirius? Or am I going to have to do it for you?" The Auror was about to argue when James pulled him back. "It's fine, Sirius," he said reassuringly, "we'll be fine." "James, did you forget what happened when that damned article came out? Do you want a repeat of that to happen?" "No, but if it makes Harry feel better, then we won't protest." The man smiled sadly at the boy. "If you want to say anything to her son, then go ahead with it. We've hurt you enough already, and if this will give you some relief from the pain, then we won't try to stop you." Harry stared back. "How noble," he repeated with the same mocking smile. Rita smirked in victory. "I will wait for you, Mr. Potter, when the photos are done." The room is small and cramped, with barely enough space for the 2 chairs placed within. "I think she chose this room on purpose. The distance between us is comfortable enough for conversation to flow naturally, but such close proximity can lead to anxiety over time." Inwardly, I smile, a potent tactic in the arsenal of a reporter. To make the victim believe firmly she is on their side while maintaining the illusion that there is a need to tell the whole story. "Sly, this one." Rita Skeeter gestures to the empty seat across from her, legs crossed in a businesslike manner. "Come now, Harry, why don't you sit down?" I comply in the spirit of politeness. The action brings an approving look to the woman's eyes. "Let us get this interview started, shall we?" I do not reply at first. My attention is riveted to the feathered quill that moves with a life of its own over her shoulder. "That," I say and incline my head to the implement in question, "is a quick quotes quill. Very observant, aren't you?" Skeeter regards me like a hawk, smiling a smile that is too sweet to be real. "You're bright for your age, Harry." I like that. Young people these days are so foolish when it comes to thinking. "But you're different. You would have to be to survive for so long by yourself." I ignore the empty platitudes and continue to focus on the quill. Quick quill quotes are a sign of bad reporting, Ms. Skeeter. They tend to record words not spoken in the interview. Words that often can be misconstrued into something else completely. Harry, 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 the reporter repeats my name as though I were an old friend. There's one thing you must know about the news world. It's all about interest. Interest in the newspaper. Interest in the articles. Interest in us. People don't want to read about what's going on around them. They want to read what they imagine is going on around them. Adventures, exploits, murders, scandals. Her eyes narrow ever so slightly at the last word. Compared to those, facts are so boring, so flat. The truth is what people want to hear, Harry. Far be it from me to deny them that. A rather slanted way of telling the story, no. I say neutrally, to be do away with the facts and resort to what people want to hear. Skeeter smiles at me, showing pearly white teeth that match perfectly with the string of pearls she wears around her neck. It's just good business. I'm sure you understand that. Even if I do, what makes you think I'll agree to continue this interview? Especially after you just admitted to embellishing your articles. Oh, it's very simple. Skeeter rummages through her purse and produces a new inkwell. She unseals the top and sets it aside. You see, Harry, I understand you. Despite what you might think, I know you and understand your motives. You're a bitter, hateful young man who has been wronged by the world, especially by your family. Others might think you need time and space to forgive. They couldn't be more wrong. What you want is pain. What you want is for them to feel pain. For your parents, your brother, and everyone else who ignored you to feel the same pain you did and still do. The quick quotes quill floats over and dips itself into the inkwell before settling over the sheaf of parchment perched on its master's lap. After all, it's not fair, is it? For them to have lived and moved on while you had to exist in the shadows, by yourself, unloved and forgotten. Well, I can help you, Harry. Let me write this story about you. Tell me what happened after you left. All the horrors you've been forced to witness. All the deeds you've had to do to survive. We can make the public cry out in outrage. The woman's eyes gleam with an unhealthy dose of zeal as she stares at me, complete with a predatory look on her face. Make all of magical Britain wallow in guilt. Make the world realize the crimes they committed against Harry James Potter. She sighs in ecstasy, and I am faintly disturbed by the lust that has replaced the zeal in her eyes. History is in the making, Harry. And it's poised to be written by my pen. All I need is your side of the story. As she finishes, I notice that her quill has already begun its frenzied writing. I move my head slightly so that I can catch the briefest of glimpses of the parchment and the hastily scratched out words it contains. As I stare into his soulful eyes, so filled with pain and misery, brimming with unshed tears, I cannot help but think what truly has brought Mr. Potter to the brink of despair. Soulful eyes. I repeat, amused. That is an interesting choice of words. Rita smirks at me. It's just good business. Good business does not a truthful story make, Ms. Skeeter. But a truthful story isn't what you want, is it, Harry? The reporter returns. She leans in closer so that the next few sentences are whispered into my ear. You can hurt them, Harry. Hurt them in more ways than you can ever imagine. Paint James as the abusive father. Make Lily out to be the uncaring mother. Picture Adam to be the brother that had it all but never once shared by all rights what should have been yours as well. All you have to do is tell me everything. You want me to slander them. Slander. Oh no, Harry, you're thinking of this the wrong way. The wrong way, I state. Then what is the right way? Think of it as punishment. Skeeter's smile grows wider, as rightful retribution. Well-deserved justice. The reckoning that has been delayed for so long. After all, it's not slander when they deserve it. It is a tempting thought. Beyond tempting if I am being truthful to myself. Desirable almost. For here is a chance to inflict some measure of vengeance upon them for what they have done to me. Here is an opportunity to see them suffer. Here is a chance for me to revel in their pain. The woman is right. A few exaggerations to my story, a few lies in place of the truth, and the public would scream in outrage. The friends they have won back, abandoning them again in the face of these new atrocities. What recognition they have left as the family of the boy who lived shot to pieces when these fresh crimes are revealed. Their reputation shredded into tatters as my tale is told again and again through the media until every wizarding family in Britain can recite it from memory. It is a delectable thought, and a course of action that I would be foolish not to take. There is nothing for me to lose in choosing this path. I can only gain from this. It is what I have wanted for so long. To spite them. To make them feel my pain. To watch their whole world fall apart, like mine did so long ago. These thoughts circle in my head like vultures, but one of them alone reigns supreme. I can hurt them now. Hate would have taken this chance. Very well, Miss Skeeter, my smile matches her own. Let me tell you my story. Rita Skeeter trudged numbly towards the double glass doors of the Daily Prophet's main office. Her eyes roamed to the quick quotes quill that still hovered over her shoulder. She stared at it in betrayal. It was a novel concept for such an insignificant object to have bested her. Rita had always thought it would be another reporter, a younger, more cunning version of herself to be her downfall. The fact that her own quill, magically enchanted to be loyal only to her, would be the reason for her ruin hadn't even crossed her mind. How giants can be brought down by the littlest of things, she thought. She shoved through the entrance, giving no thought to just how heavy the doors were. A few of her co-workers, journalists and reporters alike, greeted her with waves and smiles over freshly brewed mugs of coffee. She ignored them all and made her way towards the Daily Prophet's editor-in-chief, Barnabas Cuff. The man in question waited for her behind a thick, oaken desk, surface meticulously clean, unlike the mess of sprawled parchments and used inkpots that consisted of her co-workers' stations. He was thick in body, especially around the waist and neck. A lifetime spent lounging in the writer's chair had wasted what had once been a muscular and handsome figure. A bushy mustache sat above the lips, flecked with specks of gray. His hair was the same color, a dull, drab gray with an occasional white strand that stuck out. Small eyes, though not beady, stared back at her, warmth shining through the light blue irises. All in all, Barnabas Cuff gave off the impression of an aged hound, venerable in years but dignified in spirit. He smiled cheerily at her as she halted in front of him. "Hello, Rita. Gotten the article all done?" For a moment, Rita couldn't find the right words she wanted to say. She settled for a yes, after a brief silence. "Ah, excellent, excellent." Barnabas rubbed his pudgy hands together. "The public will eat this story up. I just know it. To have the other Potter's Tale on our front page, why, it would double our subscriptions at the very least." The editor sighed contentedly. "Just think of how much more galleons that would bring in. I can finally afford that mansion up by Rotherham. Maybe even install a pool, like the Muggles do." Rita wanted to say that she sincerely doubted this article would be nearly as successful as her employer suggested, but she didn't have the heart to do it when she saw just how excited Barnabas was. He wasn't a bad man, she reflected, just a bit greedy. "You've put your own spin to it, I presume?" Barnabas asked, a glint of cunning materializing in his eyes. "Excellent, excellent. Not that I'm biased against good journalism, but sometimes it can get so boring at times. But you, Rita, you make things so much more interesting." The editor nodded his head towards the quill still hovering over her shoulder. "I can't believe I was against you using that when you first started. I was so prim and proper back then. So concerned that we got the facts right. But now, I'm glad I've seen things your way. People don't want the truth. They just want what they think is the truth. That quick quotes quill of yours has done wonders, I say. Marvelous thing it is." Rita made a faint choking noise in the back of her throat. "What was that, dear?" The man blinked at her. "You sounded like you wanted to say something." She muttered something under her breath. "Are you quite all right, Rita?" Barnabas looked concerned. "Was the excitement of writing Mr. Potter's story too much for you? You seem rather out of it today." Rita sighed. "With all due respect, sir, I don't think we should publish this article." In the silence that followed, the reporter swore she could have heard a pin drop. "You think we shouldn't publish this article?" her employer said slowly, disbelievingly. This is new, Rita. For you. You've always demanded the Prophet run every article you've authored. It's the story, isn't it?" The uncertainty in Barnabas's face disappeared, replaced by excitement. "The tale was so tragic that you are having doubts of publishing it." My, I knew the Potters were negligent in raising that boy, but I never suspected they would go to such extremes. Forget your doubts, Rita. The public deserves to know, as you are so fond of saying." The man leaned back into his chair, and smiled approvingly at her. "I will look forward to reading your story in tomorrow's paper." Rita rubbed her temples tiredly. "No, sir, that isn't it." Barnabas regarded her in consternation. "Then what is it?" "I think, sir, that it would be best if you saw for yourself." She handed him a stack of parchment, her quill's tidy scrawl visible across the paper's surface. Barnabas stared at it as if it were something alien. "You want me to edit your article?" The man looked utterly confused. "This is another first, Rita. You've always maintained that whatever you write has been impeccable to the highest degree." "Sir, perhaps things would be clearer if you just looked over the article." "Oh no, Rita, I can't do that." Barnabas held out his hands in front of him hastily. It looked like he was trying to ward the papers away. "You know I've stopped editing papers many years ago. You convinced me yourself that it wasn't needed, and I couldn't agree more." The editor-in-chief smiled sadly. "The age of old men like me has passed, and gone with it is the age of good, honest journalism. The times have changed, and the public's perception of what news is has changed as well. I'm afraid if I read your article, I'd be too unsettled to publish it." Rita closed her eyes, remembering the first time she had written an article as a reporter for the Prophet. That had been nearly a decade ago, and she had nearly lost her job because of it. The Barnabas of back then had been a ruthless taskmaster as well as a champion of the truth. Her article had merely left out a few facts while adding others in. In response, Barnabas chewed her out for a full hour, citing the numerous times she had broken the laws of integrity that all journalists were beholden to in their work. The difference between the old Barnabas and the new one was uncanny, and Rita knew that she was at least partially responsible for the change. For when the same article received a plethora of praise from the public and renewed much of the Prophet's stagnating subscriptions, Barnabas had been forced to admit that there was some merit in embellishing the story. She had been allowed leeway in her writing ever since. "Sir, I'm still recommending we don't print this article for tomorrow's paper." "And I'm recommending we do." Her employer stared levelly back. "We need those subscriptions. And after the public reads about the Lost Potter's story, we'll get them. There is no arguing about this, Rita. Your article will be on the front page tomorrow." Almost as an afterthought, the man added, "Whatever it is, it can't be that bad." Rita fought the urge to sigh again. Over the years, Barnabas's stringent adherence to what is right had been slowly eroded away as her articles brought in more and more readers. He still held on to a few personal traits, however, stubbornness being chief among them. "Very well, sir," she said dejectedly, "but remember that I did warn you." "No fear, Rita," Barnabas grinned merrily, "no fear. I'm sure that this article will be your most famous one yet." Rita smiled back. It was the most painful smile she ever remembered smiling. "If you think so, sir." "I don't think so, I know so," the older man declared, and finally took the sheaf of parchment from her hand. "Now I'll just hand this over to the prince and we can get all of this started. You enjoy the rest of your day off, Rita. You've earned it." "Thank you, sir." Yes, her employer made a shooing gesture with his hand. "Now go out and have some fun before I change my mind." Thoroughly dismissed, Rita swiveled on her feet jerkily and marched for the door. Some of her colleagues looked bemused at her strange choice of gait, but she refused to meet their inquiring eyes. The heavy doors swung open again, and she found herself where she had been moments before, outside the Daily Prophet's main office. Throngs of shoppers were traveling back and forth along the cobblestone streets, visiting the numerous shops that were lined on Diagon Alley. Some floated packages behind them as they walked. Others sat lounging on restaurant chairs, their purchases stacked beside them. All in all, it was a rather soothing sight. The reporter turned her gaze upwards, towards the sky. "Well played, Harry," she said to no one in particular, "well played." The morning sun dawned bright and early on the Hogwarts roof. Its rays were filtered through the windows of the old castle, spreading light through the hallways with a lazy slowness. It was in one such hallway that two boys strode, feet colliding against the cool stone as they made their way down from their dorms to breakfast. Usually their pace would be a leisurely amble, taking the time to bask in the warm beams of sunlight. Today, however, the two traveled at a much brisker speed, the chaos in their minds influencing the manner of their gait. "I'm worried, Ron," Adam Potter said anxiously as he walked. "Harry could have done a lot of damage to my parents. I think they're barely getting by knowing that he hates them. I'm afraid what will happen when everyone reads that article and decides again they don't want anything to do with us. I don't think my parents can take it." "You don't think he did that on purpose, did you?" His best friend replied earnestly. He must have known Rita Skeeter as just a gossip. "All her articles are more like tabloids than the news. My mum used to be a big fan of hers, and then she wrote something about my dad and his work. Nearly ended his career. We still receive the profit at our home, but my mum snips out all the articles by Skeeter. We don't know what she does with them, but Fred and George reckon she burns them in the backyard when we're out of the house." "I'm pretty sure he did agree to the interview on purpose," Adam responded gloomily. "But why would he do that?" Ron argued, "unless he intends to hurt you and your parents." When Adam didn't reply and merely looked down, Ron's eyes widened. "But he can't do that. He must have not known what harm Skeeter could do with her articles." "I'd like to believe that. I really do. But the Harry I met was adamant that he hated us. He doesn't need a better reason than that to hurt us. Maybe he decided to go easy on your parents," Ron suggested hopefully. "Instead of saying they neglected him, he might have just said they ignored him." "That's hardly any better, Ron," Adam pointed out as they turned a corner, "and knowing Rita Skeeter, she'll trump up the smallest of things into something huge. When my brother first left she made us out to be monsters. I'm afraid what she can do when Harry's providing her with the ammunition." "He wouldn't do that, would he?" Ron asked. "He's your brother. That has to count for something." "Well," the boy who lived grimaced as he recalled the last conversation he had with Harry. "He doesn't consider me to be his brother. He made that quite clear." "Merlin," Ron breathed, "he really said that to you?" Adam smiled bitterly. "Is that so hard to believe?" His best friend nodded vigorously. "Yeah, it is. I mean, Fred and George sometimes go overboard when they're pranking me, but I'd never, disown them as brothers. Fred and George never treated you like I did to Harry. And even if they did, you still have Bill and Charlie. Even Percy. You'd at least have someone. Harry only had me, and I screwed it up." Ron said nothing. "You know what's funny?" Adam whispered. "You have 5 brothers and a sister. 6 siblings in total. Sure, you're the youngest of the brothers, and you had the misfortune of being born before the only daughter in your family. Molly never fawned over you like she did to Ginny. But at least she treated you right. And that's the funny thing. You, who should by all means know what it's like to be overlooked, are trying to comfort someone like me, someone who's always gotten what he wants, someone who ignored and mistreated someone like you." "That's not funny," the redhead murmured. "I know. That's why I'm not laughing." The two boys walked in silence for a while, navigating through the corridors of Hogwarts to reach the Great Hall. "Maybe it won't be that bad." As usual, it was Ron who broke the silence. "The fallout, I mean. You've been through it all before. It's not like it's all new to you." "I just don't want to see my parents suffer," Adam said firmly. "Anything they do to me I'll just turn the other cheek." "Yeah, that's the spirit." Ron grinned. "I mean you have friends now. Real, honest friends. So what if the rest of the school hates your guts? You've got me and Hermione. And Ginny too. Maybe not all of the Gryffindor, but you can count on Fred and George. And the Quidditch team too. They have to work with you, after all. And so what if all of Magical Britain is disgusted with your parents? They've got loads of friends who'll stick with them. I mean they've got Dumbledore, Sirius and Remus, my parents, and the Gryffindor balked, and Sirius and Remus." "You said Sirius and Remus twice." "Sorry mate," Ron said sheepishly. "I couldn't think of any others." "Ron," Adam swept a hand agitatedly through his hair, "you're not helping." The redhead nodded studiously. "Right, I'll just shut up now." The two walked through the last hallway that separated them from the Great Hall. Both of them stopped dead in their tracks. The massive oaken doors were already open, and through the entranceway they could see all 4 of the house tables. At least half the student population held a copy of the Daily Prophet in their hands, and those that didn't were busy looking over their friends' shoulders. Adam had never heard the great hall so silent. "Oh no," he breathed. Ron gazed at him sympathetically. "Well, everything's out in the open now," his friend nudged him. "Let's get this over with." The boy who lived swallowed and began to make his way to the Gryffindor table. He anticipated stares, and he got them. But they weren't the hateful, disgusted looks he had expected. Instead, everyone looked confused. Their approach went nearly unnoticed by their housemates, with only Neville Longbottom budging from his seat to give them room. All the rest were too busy perusing through the Daily Prophet to care. Neville flashed a faltering grin at the two as they sat down. "Wow, Adam, I thought I knew everything about Harry running away. But today's editorial definitely sheds a new light." The boy who lived mentally groaned. Neville went back to sharing his newspaper with Ginny, who to Adam's dismay seemed utterly fascinated by the article. Ron patted his shoulder compassionately before dumping a week's portion of food onto his plate. Adam turned to Hermione, who looked a bit red in the face as she finished reading her own newspaper. "It doesn't say anything bad about my parents, does it?" he asked hesitantly. He expected Hermione to nod reluctantly while giving him a sympathetic look. Instead, she broke into a fit of uncontrolled giggling. The Gryffindor stared dumbly at his friend. "Hermione." The girl tried to stop giggling but only succeeded in laughing louder. "Blimey, she's gone mad, mate," Ron said through a mouthful of food. Adam ignored him and tried again. Hermione." The Gryffindor bookworm shook her head fervently as she continued to laugh before pushing her copy of the Daily Prophet towards both boys. Adam debated if he should turn away or not, worried that plastered over the front page would be Harry's scowling picture and a scathing article about his parents. Curiosity won over fear, and the boy who lived hesitantly looked down. And stared. There, on the front page of the Prophet, was indeed Harry's picture in grainy black and white. But that was not what caught Adam's eye. Instead, he focused on the words above the picture. Inscribed in big bold italics and covering nearly half the page were but two sentences, constructed together to make a single title. Adam didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Over at the Ravenclaw table, a blonde-haired girl put down the copy of the Daily Prophet she had been reading and folded it neatly. Then, she turned to the boy next to him and raised a single eyebrow. "I'm disappointed, Lord Raxpert," said Luna Lovegood. "Crumplehorn snarkax don't live in rainforest environments. It's too wet for them there." The boy shrugged as he buttered up a piece of toast. "I'm sorry, Luna, but you know how it is with newspapers." His smile resembled a certain bespectacled reporter's. "To them, it's just good business." The boy was an early riser. When most of the school was still in heavy slumber, he kept a silent vigil near the Beauxbatons' carriage. That suited Luna Lovegood just fine. She too rose early in morning, though her reason was much more personal. The Nargles had an annoying tendency to bother her when she made her way down to the Great Hall during her first year, and she had learned to rise early to avoid them as a result. That habit had lasted until now. Who knew that Raxperts with big fiery swords made such a fine sleeping remedy? Ever since hate had emerged from her chest, the Nargles had kept a wide berth from her. This was a new experience for Luna, for now she could sleep until her classmates rose, something she had been avidly enjoying for the past few weeks. But today was different. Today she followed the same routine she had persisted in for 3 years. She had slipped from her bed, even earlier the usual times, and sneaked through the deserted hallways and for the Hogwarts grounds, where the Beauxbatons' carriage awaited. It was an important occasion, and one she would rather not be late to. For today, she rose not for herself or because of Nargles, but for the boy. Luna leaned back against the carriage's wooden surface, humming a soft tune to herself. It was a chilly morning, and whenever she breathed out, a soft mist would form from her lips. This didn't bother her though. She had come dressed for the occasion, and the cool air did nothing but prickle her skin under the sweater and dress she wore. At exactly 5 in the morning, the carriage door moved, the elaborate knob turning before opening. A boy with unruly black hair and a lightning bolt-shaped scar emerged, frowning slightly as the cold wind buffeted him. His twin eyes radiated caution. "Hello, Lord Raxpert," Luna said from her place beside the carriage. The boy turned to regard her. not an ounce of surprise on his features. "Hello, Luna," Harry Potter said back. Luna placed her hands on her hips in mock fury. "Lady Raxpert," she reminded him. "My apologies, Lady Raxpert," Harry replied with a smile. It was still a fake one, but Luna thought it looked rather nice on his features. This was one reason she liked the boy. He was always pleasant to her, always smiling. Others smiled at her too, but their smiles were always filled with sympathy, as though she was something that needed to be pitied. "Much better," the Ravenclaw said primly. The boy's eyes danced with amusement as well as curiosity. "Was there something you needed from me, Lady Raxpert?" Harry asked. "A lady does not need a reason to visit her lord," Luna responded smartly. "She certainly does when it's 5 in the morning." A familiar voice growled into her mind. "Hello, Mr. Raxpert." The Ravenclaw was proud she remembered her manners this time. "Greetings, Moonchild. I trust those fools are no longer troubling you. I haven't had a Nargle outbreak since the day you used your big fiery sword on them." Luna paused thoughtfully. "It's strange, but I think you drove away the other Nargles that were friends with that one Nargle too. It's all very unusual. If you drive one Nargle away, they typically come back with other Nargles. But none of them have come for me since." "Cowards," Hate snarled. "All of them. What they cannot do alone, they rely on numbers. You should have let me end them, my lord. At least one. Make them fear the shadows as is right. The death of a student would have brought unneeded attention upon us. I would have hidden the body well." The boy snorted before turning his gaze back on Luna. "Why are you here so early in the morning, Lady Raxpert?" Harry looked down and blinked. "And why are you dressed like that?" Luna followed his stare, to where the dress her mother had bought her was clad over her dainty frame. "Is there something wrong with wearing my favorite dress?" The boy rubbed his forehead tiredly. "No, there isn't, but one usually wears the sweater over the dress. Not the opposite." The Ravenclaw made a tut-tutting noise. "Why would I want to do that?" She lectured. "I want people to see how pretty my dress is. They can't see it if it's hidden beneath my sweater." Laughter, loud and uproarious, rang like steel in her ears. "Impeccable logic, my lord. Impeccable logic." The boy's lips twitched slightly. "I see. In that case, I think your dress is very beautiful, my Lady Raxpert." "Thank you." Luna beamed and twirled around so he could see her in all the dress's glory, "though I think it will be a slight hindrance to where we are going." "Where we are going?" Harry repeated inquisitively. "Why, yes." The girl nodded sagely. "Today, we're going to hunt for Crumplehorn Snurkax." The boy raised an eyebrow. "May I ask the reason why?" "That article in the Daily Prophet was very erroneous about Snurkax, Lord Raxpert. There were many things they got wrong, and since you were the one being interviewed, you must not know much about Crumplehorn Snurkax. So we are going into the Forbidden Forest to search for them. You can learn from them up close. I think it will be fun." "The Forbidden Forest," Harry said slowly, "contain many dangerous creatures. I do not think it will be wise to venture there." "We are only going into the outskirts," Luna admonished, "not into the center. I wouldn't take you there, Lord Raxpert. The Nargles in the depths of the forest are particularly fearsome." The boy cocked his head to the side at her revelation. "You've been into the forest before." "Sometimes. The Rotfang conspiracy can happen anywhere. I haven't found any clues in Hogwarts, so I think the Rotfangs are planning their deeds in the Forbidden Forest. But they won't get the best of me." The Ravenclaw leaned in to whisper conspiratorially into Harry's ear. "I've been checking the outskirts of the woods every once in a while, you see. It's all very logical, you know." "Of course it is," the boy said bemusedly, "but even if there are Rotfangs and Snurkax in the Forbidden Forest, I do not think I would go. In an hour's time Fleur will be up and that is when the two of us train together." Luna told herself the faint stab of pain in her heart was from a polka-dotted Kneazle and not jealousy. "That means you still have an hour left to spend with me." "Luna," Harry began, "if you do not go with me," the Ravenclaw looked up into the boy's face, "then I will be most cross with you." Emerald-colored eyes regarded her for a while, searching, staring, and she was afraid that he would refuse. Then, they closed, followed by a sigh. "Very well," Harry said, "I will go with you. After all," he smiled, "it is most unwise for a lord to deny his lady's request." Luna perked up instantly. This was another reason she liked the boy. While others may make up excuses to avoid or even outright refuse her requests, the boy would always accede to them. The quest for the crumple-horned snarkak, she beamed. I think that is what I will call our adventure. Of course, you'll need these. She handed him something pink and fuzzy. The boy stared at it as though it was a vial of flobberworm puss. Those are perhaps the most obnoxious set of earmuffs I've ever seen. They're snarkak detectors, Lord Raxpert, Luna said seriously. If you treat them badly, they won't work for you. I actually have to wear them. The girl rolled her eyes. Boys, so silly at times. Of course you do. What else would you do with snarkak detectors? Harry gingerly placed the earmuffs over his head. The bright pink headwear clashed most atrociously with his jet black hair. The fuzziness didn't help much either. Well, we could set them on fire, for one. Luna gave him a perplexed look. Would setting fire to them make the detectors work better? What? The boy looked just as confused as she was. The snarkak detectors, Lord Raxpert, the Ravenclaw said patiently, would they work better if we set them on fire? No, Luna nodded solemnly. That's a shame, but perhaps we can try it in the future sometime. Lighting them on fire. For fun that is. I hear the Muggles do that during Christmas. Though I don't understand why they do it to trees. It's much better if you place candles on them like we do. It's safer that way and the trees don't have to die. Those poor trees. Lighting the tree for Muggles, Harry said slowly, is when they place bundles of artificial lights around the branches. Luna frowned. Well, that's just devious of them. Making the tree think it's on fire. Why, it's almost as worse as really lighting them on fire. The boy chuckled. What am I wondering is how we got from fuzzy pink earmuffs to lighting trees on fire. Logic, my lord, drawled Hate. Impeccable, flawless logic. I rather suppose it is, Harry remarked amusedly and then offered his arm to Luna. Shall we, my lady? The Ravenclaw smiled brilliantly and curtsied before taking the proffered limb. If you don't like your snarkak detector, that's all right, Lord Raxpert. I have one that you can wear under your pants. We can change if you want. But boys don't like them though for some reason. Her companion's face went pale. Charlie Weasley scratched idly at his scalp as he watched the goblin poke and prod his way through the cages. The short, knobby creature bared its teeth as it leaned over the horntail, and tapped the sleeping beast with its walking stick. By his side, Yvette, their squad's master warder, tensed and pursed her lips in disapproval. I guess what I still don't understand, Charlie said slowly to the man next to him, is why all of this is necessary, James. The Auror, who had been watching the proceedings with interest, glanced apologetically back at him. It's politics, Charlie. The Ministry doesn't want to screw up, James grimaced, especially after Miss Delacour was almost taken from us by a bunch of bounty hunters. That I can understand, but why use another warder? We have our own, and they're some of the world's very best. Yvette has undergone an apprenticeship in the Ukraine with a very old warding family, for example. And if she's not good enough, then there are dragon handlers in other squads back in Romania I can contact. I promise you they'll be here in time for the tournament to check on the wards. I don't doubt that, but it's all Fudge's orders. Fudge, Charlie repeated distastefully. James saw the man's expression and smiled. Yes, Fudge. The minister is very keen on the idea of having Britain as the country hosting the tournament. He's also very keen on showing off to the rest of the world why England is the premier wizarding nation. So he hires a supposedly master at warding, a goblin from Gringotts no less, with the taxpayers' money, and has it check the wards for the first task. It's a win-win situation for him. He guarantees the champion's safety while at the same time making himself look good to the public. Every passing day I'm reminded of why leaving England was such a good idea, Charlie said mournfully. I thought it was Molly, the older man teased, and her knack of being over-motherly to her sons. The dragon handler snorted. That too. The two men turned when the goblin snarled and beckoned for them from its place by the horntail's cage. Yvette muttered something disparagingly in Romanian and stomped in the creature's direction. James chuckled when the woman was out of earshot. She's a feisty one. Yeah, Charlie murmured, she is. The Orr noticed the way his friend stared after the woman and waggled his eyebrows outrageously. So when is the second eldest Weasley going to come home with a girl on his arm? Charlie sputtered. Should Molly expect an engagement letter? James continued on ruthlessly, or perhaps even rings the next time she sees you. The dragon handler gave his tormentor a wounded look. I would have expected something like this from Sirius, but not from you. Hey now, the older man said cheerfully, I was a morator too. Sirius likes to think he was behind most of the pranks, but truth be told, he was only the brawn. Me and Remus were the brains. Charlie grinned sheepishly. My dad told me when he was dating my mom the Marauders hounded the two of them constantly. He still smiles when he remembers the pranks you pulled on him. Arthur is a good man and a good friend. He and Molly make a good pair. The Orr's tone turned teasing again. I hope you and Yvette make an even better pair. Hey, Charlie grunted, I doubt it. Trouble in paradise already. James slapped his hand against his chest in an exaggerated motion. Well, have no fear. I was known as quite the charmer back in the day. Anything I can do to help. Maybe. The dragon handler looked forlornly back to where the goblin and Yvette were still arguing. Yvette is a very strong woman. Very forward-thinking as well. I don't think she'll get along with my family. You've been at the Burrow, James. You know what it's like. My family, my mum especially, can be so old-fashioned at times. Reminds me of when Lily and I were dating. James smiled at the memory. I was worried too. She was a Muggleborn and I was a pureblood. Even though my family had nothing to do with those idiotic blood purity ideals, they were still pretty old-fashioned. The Potters attended all the pureblood galas up until the First Wizarding War, you know. We only stopped going when the parties turned into open support platforms for Voldemort. Charlie winced at the name. James rolled his eyes dramatically. It's only a name, Charlie. Easy for you to say, the eldest Weasley muttered. Your kids kicked you-know-whose ass. At the mention of his children, the Orr lost all sense of cheeriness. His smile turned brittle and false. His face grew pained. His very figure drooped. The man seemed to age before Charlie's eyes, and the dragon handler swore he saw gray hairs where none had been there before. Yeah, James said quietly. Well, only one of them did. The other didn't and we punished him for that. Merlin, James, Charlie whispered, I'm sorry I mentioned it. Don't be. I'm used to it. These things come up in conversation once in a while. The Orr gave him an unsteady smile, as long as it's directed to me and not Lily. If it's any consolation, the dragon handler said hesitantly, I read that article about your son. The one penned by Skeeter. I think he wanted to protect the all of you. It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? James looked faintly proud. He has Marauder blood in him, that's for sure. Sirius is going to get his framed. Spent a whole load of galleons getting the very first article printed. Says he'll hang it over the picture of his mom back at Grimmauld Place. Brightens up the whole room without her constant nagging. Charlie grinned at the thought. But no, the Orr continued, I don't think he did it for us. He's a Potter and Potters are proud and stubborn. We've hurt him too much for him to forget. Have you told Lily about this? Lily's hopeful. She always is. She's never lost hope, even when the rest of us have. But that's the problem. Now Harry's back and he hates us. What Lily is hoping is that the hate will eventually go away. It would kill her if she learns that it may never. The man sighed. Sirius is hopeful too. He's going to talk to Harry today. I've let him on the grounds that if Harry still wants nothing to do with us to never say a thing about it to Lily. We're behind you, Charlie stated firmly, every step of the way. My mum and dad will support you, and I know the rest of the Weasleys will too. James flashed him a grateful smile. Thanks, Charlie. That means a lot to us. The two stood in silence for a while, watching as the goblin and Yvette gestured heatedly to each other by the dragon's pen. So, Charlie began, are you going to tell me your secret? James appeared momentarily confused. Secret? What secret? The secret on how you got Lily to tolerate your parents. Oh, that secret. The Orr leaned back and nodded wisely. It was rather simple, actually. Once I gave it to her, she got along swimmingly well with my mom and dad. The dragon handler tried hard not to look interested. And what was it? A Mortentia. Charlie blinked, and blinked, and then blinked again. Pardon, Amortentia. You know, a love potion. The Auror saw the horrified expression on the younger man's face and grinned. The few Imperiuses I put on her didn't hurt either. It took a few seconds and an exaggerated wink from James for Charlie to realize it had been a joke. Very funny, the dragon handler grunted. I'll be sure to tell Lily that when I see her next time. Now it was time for James to look horrified. You wouldn't, the Auror looked hopefully at him, would you? Charlie just smirked. A growl from in front of them caused both men to look down. The goblin stared back stiffly, its large canines visible in a leering grimace. Behind it, Yvette crossed her arms and made a foul face at its back. If the two of you are quite done, the creature's voice sounded like the wheezing tone of an unturned accordion, scratchy and discordant. Of course, Steeljaw, James replied formally. Steeljaw, an apt name for one of its kind, mused Charlie. The goblin had a prominent, heavy-set chin with what appeared to be metal rings stitched along its jowls. Two of the same rings adorned its crooked nose, giving it a bullish, bovine appearance. Despite these unusual ornamentations, it was still dressed immaculately, complete with a pinstripe suit, freshly shined leather shoes, and a tie emblazoned with the seal of Gringotts. The wards here, Steeljaw remarked, are for the most part satisfactory. Charlie hid his smile when Yvette smirked in triumph. There were a few mishaps, but the warders were human, so that is to be expected. The dragon handler didn't know whether to be proud or insulted. But then again, that was always how he felt when dealing with goblins. The wards placed on the dragons are adequate, but far from exemplary. The rhymes will be sufficiently addled in their minds to prevent them from unleashing their full fury against the champions, but they will still be dangerous to a certain degree. Yeah, that's the idea, Charlie said uneasily. We don't want the dragons to kill the champions, so we added safety precautions. Yes, Steeljaw smiled. The way his teeth were bared made him look like he was sneering. Mind-leadening wards that lowers the beasts' overall intelligence and dulls their senses. Frostbone wards that slows their movements and reflexes. Even a few blood-thinning wards to distill the magic in their veins. What purpose do they serve? To make the fire they breathe less potent. Yvette tossed a loose strand of hair behind her head and nodded. An adult dragon can incinerate a man in a heartbeat with just one breath, the woman said sourly. The fire they breathe is one of the strongest known to wizarding kind. The champions, despite the goblet having chosen them, are still human. They will not last long if they do not dampen the fire's potency. Are they that bad? James's face had been slowly draining of all color ever since the wards had been mentioned, the dragons I mean. I know they're dangerous, but this seems excessive. Yvette frowned and turned to regard the man. Dragons are some of the most dangerous animals on Earth. Their skin is equivalent to modern-grade steel, and the bite force in their jaws can snap a Muggle machine chariot in two. Even their claws are sharper than any blade they humans have produced so far. And that is ignoring the fire they breathe. The female dragon handler shrugged. Back then wizards and witches still fought each other in the old times. They were tamed as var beasts by powerful magic users. It is said that a single dragon was worth 100 var wizards and 10 times that number in Muggle soldiers. Handling them is both an honor and a danger. James leaned in closer to Charlie. You didn't mention any of this in your letters home, the older man whispered hotly. I may have left some things out. Wait until Molly hears about this, the Auror muttered. Charlie's response was to nudge him hard in the ribs. You won't tell my family a thing, and I won't tell Lily about your horrible joke. Deal, James grumbled. That are the two of you whispering about? Yvette stared suspiciously at the two, and why is he so worried about the dragons? The woman stabbed her chin towards James. It's not like he's going to compete in the tournament. He's not, Charlie said quickly, but his son is. Yvette appeared slightly mollified. Then her features hardened again. You're not going to tell your son about this, are you? The dragons are supposed to be kept secret until the day of the first task. James chuckled meekly. I'm an Auror, ma'am, sworn to protect the wizarding folk of magical Britain. I'm neutral in this whole tournament thing. Seeing the disbelieving stare he was being given, the man hastily amended. Besides, I swore a magical oath I wouldn't tell any of the champions. Basic tournament rules. Dry. Rattling laughter sounded. The three turned to stare at the goblin, who leered back in return. Human oaths, it wheezed, so easily given out. So easily broken. Right, Charlie tugged at his collar awkwardly. He never did like goblins, even though he was taught to be polite to them. Merlin knew how Bill got along with them as a curse breaker. Did you check the field as well? I have, Steeljaw growled. The wards there are adequate. The beasts will not be able to escape easily. They won't get a chance to. Yvette sniffed. The dragons have been heavily dosed by Confundus elixirs. They have made them believe they are guarding their nests, despite the eggs they have used are not theirs. Their first priority will be to defend their nests. They will only attack if the champions threaten the eggs. The conditions for the first task are very specific. They have fulfilled them to the highest degree. That still remains to be seen. You will only know when the first task is finished. The female dragon handler chose not to reply, but the way her eyes smoldered as she stared at the goblin made her thoughts on the matter quite clear. Well, if everything is all set and ready, James interjected himself back into the conversation. Why are we still out here in the forest when we can be back at Hogwarts near a cozy fire? Finally, one of you humans have said something intelligent, Steeljaw muttered. Not us, I'm afraid, Charlie grinned. It's tense for us dragon handlers. Enchanted though, so we'll be just as comfy. I guess I'll just escort Steeljaw here back to Hogwarts then. The Auror turned to find the goblin already marching out of the clearing, or you can go by yourself. James sighed and threw a wave in the younger man's direction before running after Steeljaw. Charlie watched them leave. His eyes lingered on the shorter of the two. There was a niggling doubt at the back of his mind that refused to go away. A misgiving that he mentioned to the woman beside him. Don't all goblins that work in Gringotts wear their emblems on their suits? Yvette shrugged. All the Vuns of seen do. Charlie scratched his head. Steeljaw wore his on his tie. His fellow dragon handler smiled at him. You always overthink things, Charlie. I'm sure it is nothing. Yeah, Charlie muttered, still staring at the retreating goblin's back. Nothing. Crumple-horned snurcax prefer to live in wooded areas, Luna said to the boy as they traversed through thickets of underbrush. It keeps them safe from predators, especially their young, but that's to be expected of course. All manners of creatures are vulnerable when they're young, but I think snurcax are the most vulnerable. Harry ducked an overhanging branch and scratched agitatedly at his pink earmuffs. A lack of defensive mechanisms, I presume. He watched the surrounding woods warily. Wand out, they don't have whatever the adult snurcax have. No, Lord Raxpert, that's not it at all. The Ravenclaw waggled a finger towards the boy. Crumple-horned snurcax all have very impressive defenses, even their young. They can turn invisible when they don't want to be seen. That's why my father and I haven't managed to find one yet. Every time we're close to discovering a snurcax, it just turns invisible. The boy gestured with his wand and a jet of flame shot past Luna. The girl blinked and turned to see the silent incendio consuming a stretch of gnarled roots that she would have surely tripped over. She smiled. Thank you, Lord Raxpert. Harry grunted in acknowledgement before giving her a puzzled look. If crumple-horned snurcax can turn invisible, how do we find one? Oh, that's very simple. Luna waved the question aside. Crumple-horned snurcax make very distinctive sound calls. They use it when they're trying to find mates or fending off predators. They're very loud and piercing. You would recognize them right away, if you could hear them. If I could hear them? Harry repeated, confused. Why yes. The sounds they make are very high-pitched. They're too high for human ears to pick up. Like how there are sounds only a dog can hear. You would need to be a crumple-horned snurcax to hear another crumple-horned snurcax. The boy didn't reply at first. His wand waved again, and a cluster of thorned branches directly in front of her fell to the forest floor, severed cleanly from the trees that grew them. Luna skipped past without a second glance. Traveling with the boy made traversing through the woods so much easier, though that took some of the fun out of it. Still, the Ravenclaw preferred a slight peek in boredom than nasty scratches on her arms and legs. So we can't see or hear snurcax, Harry said as he kicked away an amputated branch. Is there another way then, to find these creatures? There's always smell, Luna replied cheerily. Smell, we're going to find a crumple-horned snurcax by smelling it. Oh no, Lord Raxpert, We can't do that. The girl bent to pick up a very smooth stone. It was shaped roughly like a disc, with a white, creamy complexion that reminded Luna of the milk cookies her mother used to bake. She pocketed it and then turned to her companion. While it's true that crumple-horned snurcaks have a very peculiar scent, it is still an odorless smell to us. A shame, really. I would have liked to know what a snurcak smells like. The boy looked faintly exasperated. That's 3 of the 5 senses out. You're not going to tell me that touching one won't work either. Snurcaks possess a very complicated body. They have dry, scaly skin on some parts and lots of fur on others. The males have feathers on their necks to display them during mating season. You can definitely feel them. The boy flashed a relieved smile. That's good, I suppose. But we can't find them by touch. His face fell again, though whether it was fake or not, Luna couldn't tell. And why can't we? Harry asked as he levitated a few jagged pieces of rock from the Ravenclaw's path. It's one of their other defensive mechanisms. They can change how their body works. The composition of that is. It's some sort of complicated magic. When you do stumble into one, they'll just turn their skin to feel like something else. That happened to us, you know. My father and I cornered a snurcak once and it changed its skin to feel like air. We tried for a long time to locate it by feeling different parts of the air, but they all felt the same. That was the closest we've ever gotten to finding one. The boy seemed both amused and annoyed at this revelation. So I guess it's all down to taste then, he said. Yes, I suppose so, Luna agreed. I think nature would agree. Lots of predators are interested in crumple-headed snurcaks, after all. They must taste very yummy. Then do we run around trying to lick them or something? Ew. Luna made a disgusted face at him. Why would you want to lick a snurcak? The boy blinked owlishly back at her. 2. Find one. Not by licking it, she chided. Crumple-horned snurcaks secrete a very foul-tasting sap from their skin. It helps to preserve the moisture in their bodies. If you lick one, your tongue will swell up and you won't be able to taste anything for at least a month. It would have been a desperate measure, Harry admitted. Good, the Ravenclaw nodded. You really shouldn't go around trying to lick snurcaks, Lord Raxpert. Why, you'd look positively barmy. Her companion snorted. The shadows that coiled and gathered behind him writhed in amusement. The boy opened his mouth to say something and then closed it when the ground shook with the clattering of hooves. From the forest depths, something large but distinctively man-shaped emerged. It vaulted over a fallen tree trunk, swerved lightly to the side to avoid a nearby cluster of rocks, and then sprang into air in a graceful leap. It did all of this with a fluid, natural agility that no human could ever hope to match. The being's 4 legs thumped the ground in unison as it landed, kicking up a small cloud of soil. By then, Harry had already pushed her aside and taken his place in front of her, wand pointing to the newcomer. Luna smiled. That was a rather touching thing for him to do. Centaur, the boy stated simply. The creature shook its head, the motion making the wild, unkempt hair on its face move like grass swept by a light breeze. Venus foresaw that I would meet with someone with a capacity of stating the obvious. Deep, intelligent eyes regarded the pair, serious, but not unkindly. It seems that she was correct. Hello, Firenze, said Luna dreamily. The centaur raised a hand in greeting. Hail, Luna. It's Lady Raxpert now. Firenze shifted on his flank. The Ravenclaw saw a leather quiver filled with long, sturdy arrows strapped to the centaur's hip. I see, he said and smiled lightly. Saturn has foreseen a favored friend of Firenze gifted with a new name. I am glad, Luna, that it is you. The two of you know each other. Harry interrupted. The boy's wand had relaxed, though it was still pointed towards the centaur. Why yes, Lord Raxpert, Luna replied happily. I met Firenze during my first year, when a particularly nasty bout of nargles made me explore the forest. I was quite excited, naturally, and almost got lost. Luckily, I was saved by Firenze and 2 of his herd. Speaking of which, is Rowan doing well? The last time I ventured here, he just had a foal with Naren. Firenze inclined his head slightly at the question. Rowan will be glad that you thought of him. The foal Naren has birthed as a healthy young buck and with Neptune's blessing, will live a long and prosperous life. That's always good. I won't ask the same to Bane though. I don't like him. He has a particularly bad case of Raxperts. Drives him to be mean to everyone. The girl turned to her companion. Not that all Raxperts are bad, of course. Yours is very nice when he doesn't have his big flaming sword out, Lord Raxpert. Both the boy and the centaur chuckled. That is Bane, I suppose, Firenze said bemusedly. He really should meet Lord Raxpert's Raxpert. He's been helping me with the Nargles lately, and he's been very effective. Of course, you'll need Lord Raxpert's permission. The centaur turned to Harry, solemn and stoic. You are Harry Potter, I presume. At the boy's nod, he continued, Venus and Mars have worked together to tell me this. It is strange, for the planets to align. The tales they spin are more often than not vastly different. And yet they foresaw this meeting between you and I. Curious, is it not? Mars, Harry said slowly, is war. Venus is love. War and love do not mix well together. Many of my kind would agree with you, Firenze said back, and I do too, to a certain extent. But the path the planets deem us to follow is seldom wrong. War and love are direct opposites, yet they meld together within you. Perhaps you will need to know love to make war. Perhaps you will need to make war to know love. Or perhaps you just love to make war. The boy smiled. So says the one with a bow in his hand and arrows on his back. Luna blinked and directed her gaze towards Firenze's left hand, where the shadows had hidden it partially. Indeed, a stout longbow, strung taut with sinew, was wrapped by the centaur's fingers. This caused some trepidation in the Ravenclaw. Is everything all right, Firenze? A note of concern crept into her voice. You usually don't patrol this far. You don't usually carry weapons either. Bane, the centaur's expression hardened a little, has decided to relocate our colony deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Oh dear, Luna held up a hand to her mouth. Has the Raxperts gotten to him at last? Not yet, I'm afraid. He has moved our herd because he fears for our safety. Ever since the humans have claimed a clearing near our roaming grounds a few days ago, Bane has been consulting Pluto. A most unwise move, for Pluto's alignment is always the easiest path to take yet solves none of our problems. Humans, in the Forbidden Forest, Harry asked, what purpose would they have in coming here? They were not the first. Firenze pawed at the ground with his front hooves. There was another group, many weeks back, that decided to utilize another clearing closer to Hogwarts. They made use of their wand magic to seal the area away from our sight. We have not heard from them since. I'm sure, the boy said encouragingly, that they've already left. Maybe the first group, but not the second. If they were merely humans, Bane would have increased the number of our patrols, and nothing more. But instead, they brought with them fire rhymes. Fire rhymes, Harry repeated, a glint in his eye where none had been there before. Yes, Firenze nodded gravely, we've seen gouts of flame erupt from where they are caged. Truly fearsome beasts. Bane fears the humans will loose them on our herd. That is why he has moved our colony. And where are these so-called fire rhymes located? 30 minutes ride from here. Why do you wish to know? The boy smiled thinly. I want to see them for myself. Firenze cocked his head to one side. You are either brave or foolish. Mars says you are the former. Venus disputes this and states you are the latter. Foolishness and bravery are two sides of the same coin. It just depends which side the coin lands on. The centaur chuckled again. A very curious expression of you humans, yet one that can be applied to our kind as well. Very well. If you take a direct path from here, straight as a crow flies, then you will reach the beasts you seek. Be warned though, for the terrain will be treacherous as you near the forest center. Firenze swiveled its body towards Luna. I am happy to see you have found a new friend, Lady Raxpert, he said seriously. May the friendship last as long as the stars shine bright. Firenze smiled mysteriously and then moved closer so that his next few words were spoken only to her. Venus aligns with the two of you most well. The Ravenclaw's cheeks turned a slight shade of crimson. Thank you, Firenze, she murmured. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.